In a fantasy world, where games and reality merge as one, there exist various types of entities, such as robots, aliens, ancient animals, and plants, superhumans, and wizards. Every human awakens with different professions. There are support professions, combat professions, and rare professions. Besides entities and professions, there are also mysterious places waiting to be explored, like ancient ruins, floating islands, dungeons, and the abyss. Within these mysterious places lurk real threats, strange dark terrains containing powerful monsters or demons ready to prey on adventurers. Despite this, these places are treasure troves for adventurers. They can gain experience in monster loot to sell or turn into good equipment. But there exists one absolute entity above all races. Even humans, monsters, and demons. The dominant races are nothing before this supreme race. The most mysterious, rarest, and most powerful race of all. That is the dragons. The race standing at the world's peak. Moved to a magnificent school in the Dragon Nation. A teacher enthusiastically explains the profession change mechanism. The students will undergo their profession change today. The teacher reminds them to make the best use of their professions. Although the class change is always random, the teacher still motivates the students to be confident during the profession change ceremony. A young man can be seen sitting in the back row. He silently stares at his profession change form. This man is Lufan, the main character who crossed into this world 3 years ago. In these 3 years, he's learned how professions work in this world. The main combat professions consist of 3 types: warrior, mage, and archer. Dream professions that bring great profit from equipment and materials obtained by killing monsters. Then there are support professions like enchanter and alchemist. They can create items with powerful effects but require large capital. Poor people have no chance to utilize these professions. Lastly are life professions like cook, miner, and herbalist. Very ordinary professions with few opportunities. Lufan's aunt Han works as a cook, struggling every day to support Lufan by running a small steamed bun shop. Seeing how hard his aunt works for him, he vows to get a combat profession to repay her and make her live happily. Suddenly, the teacher receives an urgent call from the principal. After answering, the teacher excitedly leads the students to the field to begin the profession change session. The students impatiently head there, while Lufan just sits relaxed, watching them scramble to leave the classroom. Seeing Lufan's confused behavior, the teacher thinks he's nervous. The principal, still hearing the students' commotion, shouts loudly, telling them to quiet down as the profession change ceremony is about to begin. The principal instructs the students to come on stage when their names are called. Meanwhile, Lufan keeps imagining the 5 million coins that Priest has. His aunt could never reach that amount, selling steamed buns her whole life. The principal then calls a student named Dao as the first to undergo profession change. Though the change is random, the higher one's attributes, the higher the chance to get a combat profession. Tao confidently approaches the crystal, and the high priest immediately chants a magic spell on him. The priest's chant emits bright light as ancient holy characters surround Tao's body, signifying the birth of a combat profession, the mage profession. Tao produces a fireball to showcase his mage profession, as if signaling that the world and a bright future are now in his grasp. As evening approaches, many students have successfully changed professions. Some became herbalists, a muscular student became a tailor, a skinny one became a miner. Only a few managed to awaken combat powers. All their lives begin anew from this one day, the profession change day that determines their futures. Many are disappointed and despairing, while only a few are happy for getting their desired professions. Lufan feels sympathy seeing third-year student Lipping get the enchanter profession while coming from a poor family. This condition is worse than life professions. Lufan is momentarily startled when hearing his name called. Though feeling nervous, Lufan confidently walks onto the stage. He places his hand on the profession change crystal, hoping he'll be lucky enough to get a combat profession. The priest begins chanting his spell, and like before, golden ancient characters start enveloping Lufan's body. Every second feels intensely nerve-wracking for him. Suddenly he feels something, the intense gaze of a wild beast staring at him, followed by unusual celestial phenomena. The ground begins shaking, causing some students to panic. A divine light shines from the sky onto Lufan's body. Of course, Lufan remains bewildered by all these unusual phenomena. This happens when someone awakens a rare hidden profession. Suddenly, a red dragon illusion appears before Lufan, flying around him, then roaring loudly, leaving everyone in awe of a dragon's majesty. Teachers from other classes praise Lufan's teacher for successfully awakening a rare hidden profession. Meanwhile, Lufan's teacher hopes he gets either Dragonblood Warrior or Dragon Tongue Mage. 10 years ago, someone with Dragonblood Warrior profession became the #1 adventurer in the Dragon Nation. Lufan's teacher is very excited, thinking Lufan will get that profession too. The dragon illusion flies before Lufan, roaring at him as if trying to say something, then suddenly disappears into the air, leaving only a strong wind that blows across all participants at the location. The principal is very excited, enthusiastically grabbing Lufan's shoulders to ask about his profession. But Lufan looks sad and disappointed instead. He reveals he got the Dragon Tamer profession. The principal, teachers, and students can't believe Lufan awakened that profession. The principal is still stunned. With such extraordinary celestial phenomena, he ended up getting Dragon Tamer, the profession everyone considers the most useless among all combat, support, and even life professions. Late afternoon in Shanghai City. After the profession change ceremony ended, Lufan walked home disappointed while checking his system. He looked at his status. He was level 10 with the profession Dragon Tamer, allowing him to tame real dragons or other dragon-like species. He remembered how, when he first got the Dragon Tamer profession, everyone called it the most useless profession. After all, no human could ever tame the mighty dragon race. Another student explained, "Forget taming. Just finding a real dragon is nearly impossible. They're practically myths, since most people have never seen one in person." The school principal tried to comfort Lufan, hoping he could at least tame a dragon-like species and grow stronger. But deep down, Lufan felt without taming a true dragon, his profession had no future. Dragon subspecies were just violent monsters. Their power couldn't even compare to a real dragon's. In the 800-year history of the Dragon Nation, dragons did exist and had appeared before, but no one had ever successfully tamed one. No matter how strong a human was, they were like an ant in front of a dragon. Even thinking about taming one was just a foolish dream. Lufan sank deeper into disappointment. Worse, as a dragon tamer without a dragon, he had no combat abilities. He couldn't even activate a single skill. He grew even more frustrated, remembering his dream of making his aunt happy. She had worked so hard for him. Now, that dream was gone. Lost in thought, Lufan unknowingly arrived home, his aunt's steamed bun shop. He walked in and forced a smile as he greeted her. Seeing him return, his aunt was overjoyed. She immediately hugged him warmly. Then, she took his hand and led him to the dining table. She had cooked many delicious dishes. She knew today was his profession change day and was excited to hear the results. Sitting at the table, Aunt Han asked about the profession he awakened, but with a disappointed face, Lufan struggled to explain his ironic situation. Seeing his expression, Aunt Han assumed he failed to awaken a combat profession. She didn't mind. In fact, she'd be worried if he had to fight every day. But Lufan quickly interrupted her. He explained that he got the Dragon Tamer profession, and without a dragon, it was completely useless. Yet Aunt Han just smiled sincerely, truly unbothered by it. She hugged him from behind, comforting him. Even without a dragon, awakening a hidden profession proved he wasn't ordinary. She would always support him. If he couldn't join an academy, he could always help at the bun shop. Lufan felt both comforted and touched by her kindness. Back in his room, he collapsed on his bed, drowning in disappointment. He kept thinking about his aunt, who worked tirelessly every day until her hands were covered in cuts. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, a golden treasure chest reward. Lufan remembered his system and checked the reward, a divine-level treasure map. Treasure maps came in different tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and the highest, divine. Using the system's ability, he could combine 3 low-tier maps into one higher-tier map. The system explained that he would receive a random tiered treasure map with a random location. If he found it, he'd get a reward matching his profession. Instantly, Lufan realized this system might be his last hope to reach the top. In other words, this divine-level treasure map was an incredibly valuable chance to turn things around. Without hesitation, Lufan accepted the reward and opened it. Suddenly, a treasure map appeared, marked with a red dot. The location was Basin Mountain, not too far from where he was. Lufan wanted to leave immediately. Taking the last bus, he'd arrive by morning. Early morning at Lufan's house. Aunt Han woke up and walked to the living room, turning on the lights. She noticed a note left on the table and quickly read it. It was from Lufan, saying he was going to Basin Mountain for a few days and not to worry. Meanwhile, Lufan was already on the bus, heading toward Basin Mountain. Upon arrival, he gathered his gear and headed for the treasure location. A few other adventurers were also exploring the area. Suddenly, a large, muscular man bumped into him. Then, a beautiful woman nearby greeted him. The party's leader, an old man carrying many potions, also greeted him from behind and invited him to join, but Lufan brushed him off and firmly refused. He had a bad feeling. They weren't good people, likely mountain bandits who robbed passing adventurers. They kept trying to persuade him. Seeing their overly eager and strange behavior, Lufan became even more convinced they were bandits. The bandit leader asked for his decision, subtly threatening him to scare him into joining. Lufan refused without hesitation. He didn't need a team, however, they stubbornly kept persuading him. The team leader reminded Lufan about the dangers at night. Lufan lied, explaining that he was a summoner who could fight using his summons. They fell silent for a moment while observing Lufan. The man thought there was no point fighting Lufan right now. The team leader immediately told his companions to leave and not worry about Lufan. However, the female bandit flirted with Lufan while promising to meet him again later. Annoyed by her teasing, Lufan responded coldly, and they finally left. Either way, Lufan felt safer alone in the wilderness than joining that group of bandits. Lufan needed to hurry and find the divine-level treasure map. He opened his system to check the treasure's exact location and immediately headed there. When he reached the forest's depths, his vision was limited to only the moonlight penetrating the dense trees. Step by step, Lufan navigated through the bushes, trying to hide from monsters, since he currently had no combat abilities. From behind the shrubs, he saw a herd of bull-like monsters with large horns. The monsters were power horn horses, level 8. Although these buffalo-like creatures didn't attack humans, they wouldn't hesitate to retaliate if accidentally disturbed. Not wanting to take risks, Lufan decided to take a detour. After walking for a while, Lufan had no choice but to pass through a path filled with antelopes. These monsters weren't vicious and wouldn't attack without reason, but Lufan still didn't feel safe at all. These monsters were giant horn antelopes, level 7. Just as he was leaving the monster herd, unfortunately, Lufan stepped on a frog. The frog let out a hysterical scream. This made all the antelopes instantly turn their sharp gazes toward him. And as one might expect, the antelopes immediately chased Lufan. Not wanting to meet a ridiculous end, Lufan quickly ran for his life. Spotting an escape route, Lufan immediately jumped sideways. Lufan could finally breathe easily, having successfully escaped the antelopes. He would now focus on continuing his mission. When he checked his system, he realized unconsciously that he was already near the treasure's location. He saw a bright red light coming from a crevice in a large rock. Lufan became increasingly convinced he'd found the treasure. Lufan went to inspect it and found a red dragon egg with black patterns. He was overjoyed and felt his hopes rising. Lufan examined the egg. It was a black dragon egg that would hatch soon. Small cracking sounds began coming from the egg. However, Lufan sensed something approaching from behind. He took out his dagger from storage to stay on guard. Suddenly, a vicious fox monster appeared and attacked him. Lufan immediately used his dagger to block the attack. Lufan quickly pushed the fox monster away to create a safe distance. He used his appraisal eye ability to check the monster's status. This monster was called a bloodthirsty gray fox, level 10, capable of healing itself based on how much blood its enemy lost. Lufan glanced back at the still unhatched dragon egg. In that moment of distraction, the fox quickly attacked Lufan. Lufan reflexively tried to dodge the attack but wasn't fast enough, getting his arm wounded. He immediately seized the opportunity, raising his dagger high. Then he stabbed forcefully, hitting the fox's head and killing it instantly. Lufan gained 120 experience points and some fox fur as material. Suddenly, someone behind the rocks praised Lufan for defeating the fox monster. It turned out to be the bandits who had previously offered to cooperate with Lufan. Seeing how he fought, the bandits realized Lufan's true identity. He wasn't actually a summoner. Lufan kicked the fox monster's corpse toward the bandits, telling them to take it if they wanted and to leave him alone. The old man examined the fox corpse and guessed it was only worth about 80 dragon coins. What they really wanted wasn't the fox, but the dragon egg behind Lufan. The bandit leader immediately ordered his members to attack Lufan. The muscular man charged forward while the female bandit pulled out her knife and ran toward Lufan. With just one punch from the muscular man, Lufan was easily knocked backward. The female bandit immediately pinned Lufan's body down and held a knife to him. The muscular man quickly took the dragon egg from the rock crevice. With a happy expression, he thought they would soon become rich if they sold this egg. Lufan was frustrated and desperate. His one chance to change his life was now in the bandits' hands. Meanwhile, the bandit leader ordered the woman to kill Lufan since they'd already obtained the treasure. Suddenly, the dragon egg hatched, and the creature inside flew out rapidly. The bandits were shocked, not expecting the egg to hatch now. The figure flying in the night sky with glowing red eyes stared at the humans below. Yes, it was a baby black dragon. The baby dragon swiftly attacked the bandits, but the leader didn't stay still. He threw some green liquid at the dragon. However, with its high dragon stats, the baby dragon easily dodged it. The muscular man suddenly appeared beside the baby black dragon and tried to attack it with his fist. The baby dragon didn't flinch. It used its dragon claw ability and attacked the muscular man. The muscular man was instantly torn into several pieces. He had severely underestimated the newborn black dragon. The bandit leader sat down in horror at the tragic sight. He began feeling afraid. His physically strongest comrade had been diced like tofu before the baby dragon. The baby dragon flew closer to the bandit leader, who panicked in fear. He tried running toward the female bandit, ordering her to help him. Lufan, still lying on the ground, was briefly amazed, never expecting a newborn dragon to be this powerful. Lufan told the woman, "That creature is a real baby black dragon." Hearing this, the woman immediately panicked. Before she could react, hysterical screams were heard, along with splattering blood. The bandit leader had been easily finished off. The baby black dragon stood still for a moment, staring at the two remaining humans before it. The female bandit looked panicked and terrified. Seizing the opportunity, Lufan pushed the distracted woman to the ground and immediately ran toward the baby black dragon. The dragon noticed Lufan running toward it and prepared to tear him apart. However, Lufan immediately used his dragon taming ability to tame the black dragon. A yellow light enveloped the baby dragon, who felt an indescribable warmth. It calmed down and felt a strong familial bond with Lufan. Meanwhile, the female bandit, watching Lufan attempt to tame the dragon, asked about his true identity. Lufan happily and confidently explained, "I am indeed a summoner, but not an ordinary one. I'm a dragon tamer." Finally, Lufan successfully obtained a dragon and gained 3 new skills from it: Dragon Claw, Dragon Fang Strike, and Dragon Inspiration. The woman begged Lufan for mercy, pleading not to be killed. However, since they had tried to kill him earlier, Lufan showed no mercy and immediately sent the woman to join her comrades in hell. With everything now safe, Lufan treated his wounds while the baby black dragon looked through his bag, trying to find something to eat. Lufan then picked it up. He lifted the baby black dragon up, happily praising it, which made the dragon delighted. Lufan imagined himself riding a large black dragon someday in the future. He became very excited and hugged the baby black dragon, making it slightly uncomfortable. Lu Fan thought about a name for his baby black dragon. Meanwhile, the dragon smelled the blood from Lu Fan's wound. It licked Lu Fan's blood, surprising him with its behavior. Lu Fan thought the baby dragon must be hungry. Suddenly, a red, magical aura emerged from the baby black dragon's body. It began transforming into a human form with distinctive dragon horns on its head, the body of a beautiful woman with dragon-like wings and tail, appearing elegant and gorgeous before Lu Fan. Lu Fan was shocked to see a black dragon baby that could transform into a human form. Lu Fan checked its status. The black dragon baby had a legendary tier quality, incredibly powerful and rare. Meanwhile, the dragon girl was still trying to understand her surroundings. Lu Fan then looked at his new skills. Dragon Inspiration could strengthen his and his dragon's abilities by 30% of their total attributes and attack power, far surpassing a priest's buff. Next was Dragon Fang's Strike, which transformed his arm into a dragon's claw, delivering a fierce slash. He then observed the black dragon baby's attributes, which averaged over 300. It possessed several powerful skills: Mighty Jaw Assault, causing bleeding damage; Lava Flame, burning enemies while healing itself; and Black Dragon Heritage, blocking 50% of all damage, making it immune to debuffs and granting a 500% recovery rate. There was also a passive skill called Bloodline Connection, transferring 10% of the dragon's attributes to its master. No wonder Lu Fan felt stronger and more agile. Without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer was the strongest profession. He could easily defeat adventurers 20 levels above him. Lu Fan watched as the dragon transformed into a human but retained its draconic nature. Meanwhile, the black dragon baby was munching on its eggshell. He remembered the baby had been born just before dawn, so he decided to name her Xiao Yi. She seemed delighted with the name. Lu Fan assumed Xiao Yi must be starving since she hadn't eaten after hatching. But Xiao Yi just stared at him in confusion. He took her to hunt some monsters so she could fill her stomach. Deep in the Basin Mountains, a vast expanse of land stretched before them, dotted with towering rocks. In the distance, a pack of monsters charged toward them. Lu Fan wondered what kind they were. Using Appraisal Eye, he identified them as plains hyenas, dangerous beasts with sharp bites that could spread disease. Excited, Xiao Ye immediately flew toward the monsters. She prepared to unleash her black dragon's breath, intending to burn them all at once. True enough, a single fiery blast instantly roasted the monsters, granting a hefty amount of express. Lu Fan leveled up to 11, while Xiao Yi reached level 3. Lu Fan told Xiao Yi to leave the weak monsters behind and focus on stronger ones hiding in a nearby cave. From within the cave emerged a three-headed lion with glowing red eyes, furious at the uninvited guests. It was a three-headed blood lion, a level 25 elite boss with 3 skills: Roar, Trample, and Triple Flame. A wide-range fire attack dealing massive damage. Normally, such a boss required a strong party to defeat, but Lu Fan was confident in Xiao Ye's power. The lion used Roar, temporarily boosting its attack and defense. Then, the system notified Lu Fan that the boss was casting Triple Flame. The 3 mouths gathered fiery energy, slowly forming a massive, scorching fireball. Lu Fan and Xiao Jie rushed to interrupt the spell. He dashed forward with his dagger, Xiao Jie following closely. Lu Fan ordered Xiao Jie to bite one of the lion's heads. She swiftly flew toward the boss, using Mighty Jaw Assault to inflict severe bleeding as she clamped down on a head. Lu Fan praised her. Not idle himself, he slashed his dagger at another head. Activating Dragon Fang's Strike, he channeled draconic power through his blade, obliterating the head in a single strike. The attack triggered a deafening explosion, slamming the boss's lifeless body to the ground. Lu Fan gained 23,790 express, reaching level 14, while Xiao Ye leveled up to 9. Suddenly, the system rewarded Lu Fan with a treasure map, though its rank wasn't specified. He invited Xiao Ye to search for the treasure together. She happily followed. Elsewhere in the Basin Mountains, a group of people gathered, deep in discussion. They seemed conflicted about whether to enter a hidden realm. A scarred warrior, Mr. Sun, suggested retreating as they lacked a fifth member. He proposed that Miss Kai return to town to recruit one more. But a hooded woman, Miss Chai, a rogue, refused. Even at her speed, it'd take a full day. Then Miss Chiu, a young and beautiful woman, explained that this special hidden realm appeared randomly and would vanish in 24 hours. Suddenly, they sensed someone's presence behind them. They immediately turned around, readying themselves in combat stances. It turned out to be Lufan, who happened to be passing by. He told them not to be nervous. He meant no harm. Uncle Sun urged Lufan to leave, as this wasn't a suitable place to gather materials. But Chiu quickly stopped Uncle Sun. Introducing himself as a member of the Qin family from Shanghai City, Chiu invited Lufan to join their team to clear the secret realm as a requirement. Lufan wouldn't need to do anything and would receive a reward of 100,000 dragon coins. The Qin family was the wealthiest in Shanghai City, and they aimed to conquer this secret realm. Lufan guessed the realm's reward must be incredibly valuable. Chiu pressed further, assuring Lufan he only needed to enter, not fight, and would get the 100,000 dragon coins for free. Uncle Sun chimed in, insisting this was a rare opportunity. Lufan cut them off, saying he wasn't interested in money. He'd cooperate under normal terms. The adventurers were baffled by his demand. Miss Chai clarified if Lufan meant splitting the loot based on performance and contribution. Lufan confirmed. Chu thought Lufan seemed weaker than his party members, yet oddly confident, perhaps arrogant. After a pause, Chu agreed to Lufan's terms. As a gesture of sincerity, the 100,000 dragon coins would still be his. Lufan shook hands with Chiu, sealing their agreement. They stepped into the secret realm without delay. Lufan avoided revealing his dragon to prevent unnecessary trouble. Passing through a violet portal, they finally entered the secret realm. The stifling air, dim light, and eerie silence unnerved them all. The realm was called Village of Lamentation, a hard difficulty, intermediate-level secret realm. They advanced cautiously, scanning for monsters that might ambush them. Uncle Sun scoffed at Lufan for carrying no weapon, wishing he'd at least have one. Not wanting to be underestimated, Lufan drew his new sword, its blade etched with dragon scale patterns. The Ink Dragon Deer Antler Sword granted plus 65 strength and plus 30 endurance. Uncle Sun admired the exceptional sword, guessing Lufan was a rookie. Miss Chai sneered, warning she'd kill him if he caused trouble. Suddenly, a hand burst from the ground, startling Uncle Sun into raising his weapon. The decaying zombies could poison targets, slowly turning them into zombies. One by one, zombies emerged, attacking en masse. The party's tank rushed forward to block the monsters. Uncle Sun and Miss Chai attacked from behind with swords and arrows. Lufan checked their stats. Uncle Sun was level 28, while Miss Chai was level 23, a significant gap. Not to be outdone, Chiu chanted a spell, summoning glowing ancient holy sigils. The skill, Holy Light Star Rain, conjured radiant orbs that rained down like starlight, punishing the undead while healing allies. Curious, Lufan checked Chiu's status. He was a hidden class Holy Light Mage, level 13. Just as they thought they'd won, the ground trembled violently. The quake heralded elite bloodthirsty zombies, crimson-skinned, vicious, and capable of draining blood to heal themselves. Their frenzy skill boosted their speed and strength by 40%. With the zombies surging, Uncle Sun and the tank pushed forward to hold the line, while the rogue guarded Lufan and Chu. Uncle Sun used Full Moon Slash, cleaving through zombies with his great red sword. The tank lunged, stabbing an elite zombie, but his sword stuck in its body, unmovable. The zombie's flesh consumed the tank's hand. He screamed for Uncle Sun's help. Uncle Sun abandoned his own stuck sword and sprinted toward him. As the zombie struck, Uncle Sun shoved the tank to safety. Watching the front line collapse, Lufan strode forward confidently, sword in hand. Seeing Lufan walking forward, the zombie provoked and immediately rushed to kill him. Uncle Sun thought Lufan had gone mad and told him to retreat. Without hesitation, Lufan swung his sword, slashing toward the elite zombie's head. The zombie's head flew off its body effortlessly. Miss Chai, Chiu, and Uncle Sun were stunned. They couldn't believe the zombie they had struggled against died in a single strike from Lufan. Casually, Lufan picked up Uncle Sun's weapon and handed it back to him. Uncle Sun was still in shock, unable to accept that Lufan was just a new student, while Chiu ran toward the tank to heal him. With a sly smile, Lufan admitted he was only level 14 and would soon take the national exam. As she healed the tank, Chiu realized they were the same level and would also take the national exam. Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind Chiu, intent on devouring her. Miss Chai quickly stepped forward, ready to block the monster to protect Chiu, but Lufan dashed past her with incredible speed and plunged his sword straight into the zombie's body, killing it instantly. Lufan wanted to fill the gap in the front line and asked for the others' opinions. Chiu agreed. She and Uncle Sun would handle the front, while she and Miss Chai supported from the rear. Lufan casually introduced himself and urged them to move forward. Hearing his name, Chiu grew more convinced. Lufan was the rumored dragon tamer who had recently appeared. But she found it strange. Dragon tamers were supposed to be the weakest class, yet Lufan's strength defied logic. They pressed on, cutting down more zombies. Uncle Sun guarded Lufan's back while Chiu tended to the poison tank. Chiu's class couldn't cure zombie poison. Lufan realized they were running out of time. The tank would die soon. In Uncle Sun's moment of distraction, he failed to notice zombies approaching from behind. The tank tried to warn him, but he collapsed. Exhausted, his condition worsened. Things grew dire when a massive, hardened, secret realm guardian appeared. This zombie, named Iron Skin Zombie, had the skill Steel Skin, 40% defense boost, and assimilation absorption, allowing it to absorb targets and increase its HP. Uncle Sun attacked with Moonlight Slash, landing a direct hit on the Iron Skin Zombie's skin. But the attack did nothing, not even a scratch. Lufan charged forward. Time was running out as the Iron Skin Zombie kept absorbing the poison tank, growing stronger. Lufan struck its head with a fierce stab, dealing significant damage. The Iron Skin Zombie lunged at the tank, trying to absorb him, leaving Chiu panicked and helpless. Suddenly, Lufan told Chiu to use her skill on him to amplify his attack. Lufan activated Dragon Blood Armorization, transforming his arm into a dragon's claw. Combined with the effect of Chiu's holy skill, Lufan blasted forward, smashing the Iron Skin Golem with brutal force, while Chiu cast Holy Light Rain again. The attack shattered one of the Iron Skin Zombie's arms, and its metal-like skin began to peel off, piece by piece. Lufan ordered the others to quickly wrap up the tanker's body to prevent the Iron Skin Zombie from absorbing it. Seeing Lufan give clear, confident instructions, Uncle Sun assumed he was a hidden professional. Finally, the Iron Skin Zombie revealed its true form, no longer protected by its hardened shell. Lufan seized the opportunity. He dashed forward, his arm transforming into a dragonic limb. Then, he leaped and struck the zombie with tremendous force. The fatal blow was too much for the Iron Skin Zombie. Its body shattered into pieces. No one could believe Lufan had nearly single-handedly defeated the Secret Realm's Guardian. Shortly after, a silver chest appeared, the reward for defeating the Guardian. Chiu walked toward the chest, intending to honor his promise of sharing the rewards based on contributions. He also apologized for underestimating Lufan earlier. Lufan brushed it off, praising the Qin family's integrity. Uncle Sun marveled at Lufan's unreasonable strength, joking that Lufan had carried the team. Lufan humbly accepted the praise and let Chiu handle the loot distribution. Chiu eagerly opened the chest, curious about their rewards. After seeing the contents, Miss Chai was slightly disappointed. Lufan felt the same. This couldn't be all a secret realm of this level had to offer. Meanwhile, Chiu immediately grabbed the antidote and told Uncle Sun to administer it to the tanker. Chiu handed the remaining rewards to Lufan, who accepted them gladly. They grew uneasy when no exit portal appeared. Miss Chai suggested searching the area. Suddenly, the system notified Lu Fan. The iron-skinned zombie wasn't the secret realm's true boss. Chiu confirmed this. As a holy mage, he could still sense a thick, dark aura. And that aura was coming from the lake ahead of them. Abruptly, numerous tentacles covered in demonic eyes burst from the lake, startling everyone into defensive stances. The tentacles lashed out. Uncle Sun held the front line, shouting for the others to fall back and prepare for battle. He strained to block two tentacles attacking him simultaneously. The overwhelming force sent him flying backward. The tentacles struck again, this time targeting Chiu, who could only stare in resignation. Like a prince saving a princess, Lu Fan swiftly scooped Chiu up and carried him to safety. They dodged the attack, escaping with only minor scratches. The true boss finally emerged fully from the lake, a monstrous figure with multiple tentacles and the torso of a woman at its center. The boss, named Grieving Spectre, was level 25 and possessed deadly skills, including Chain Lash, a whip-like attack capable of devastating damage. The boss began attacking with its massive hand-like tentacles. Uncle Sun urged everyone to stay alert. He managed to block the boss's attack. Lu Fan didn't just stand still. He immediately rushed forward to strike the boss. Lu Fan aimed straight for the boss's main body. The zombie boss didn't just take it. It used corpse envelopment skill, lowering all enemies' attributes by 20%. Lu Fan leaped to dodge the boss's tentacle strike. Then he ran along the boss's chains straight toward its real body. Chiu quickly warned Lu Fan about the iron chains. Sure enough, the boss immediately used Chain Lash, whipping its target with iron chains to deal massive damage. But Lu Fan still managed to evade the attack. The boss didn't stop its assault. It kept swinging its chains at all of them. The tank stepped forward, using his shield to block the chain attacks. Miss Chai wasn't about to fall behind either. She advanced and fired her arrows, just as Lu Fan was about to get hit by the boss's tentacle. The arrow Miss Chai had fired earlier struck the tentacle, shielding Lu Fan in the nick of time. Lu Fan glanced back. He saw his party in rough shape. They were struggling under the boss's relentless attacks. If Lu Fan didn't act fast, they'd be in serious danger. Lu Fan immediately ordered them to retreat. He sliced through several tentacles, attacking Uncle Sun to buy them time to escape. The boss grew even more enraged, unleashing a barrage of Chain Lash attacks. Lu Fan dodged them all, then activated his skill, Dragon Blood Armor Transformation, turning his arms into draconic claws. Enhanced by his sword's special effect, Partial Dragonization, his attack power surged dramatically. With his dragon claws, Lu Fan shattered all the chains targeting him. Uncle Sun urged Lu Fan to flee with them. They couldn't handle this boss, but Lu Fan refused. He told Uncle Sun and Miss Chai to take the others back to Zombie Village and hide. He would face the boss alone to buy them time. Miss Chu regretted their helplessness. They could only rely on Lu Fan now. Miss Chai quickly pulled Chu back. Finally, Lu Fan stopped holding back. He summoned the one partner who could truly fight alongside him, his dragon. Of course, the boss wasn't about to wait. It charged at Lu Fan, striking with its tentacles. But Xiaoye appeared instantly, shielding her master. She bit down on all the attacking tentacles, her form now much larger due to her level up. Chiu and the others were stunned to see a real, massive dragon fighting the boss alone. Xiaoye used Giant Jaw Assault, tearing apart every troublesome tentacle in her path. The boss screamed in pain. Xiaoye seized the moment. She flew straight at the boss's main body and slashed with her draconic claws. The boss's body was sent crashing down and landed in the lake. Uncle Sun shuddered, watching the boss get defeated in just a few strikes. The tank stood awestruck, never expecting to see a real dragon. Miss Chai still couldn't believe Lu Fan had actually beaten the boss. Chu wondered silently. Was the rumor from Zhanghai City true? Was it really him? The one and only dragon tamer Lu Fan. The story goes back 300 years ago, when a beautiful girl lived in a peaceful town. But that peace vanished when a plague struck. She didn't even get the chance to perform burial rituals for the dead. The number of victims kept rising. She desperately wanted to save everyone. But after recklessly dabbling in magic, she ended up becoming a dark witch. She couldn't heal the sick. Instead, she could only summon the spirits of the dead to let them say goodbye to their loved ones. Then one day, the church accused her of spreading the plague and arrested her. They mocked her, chained her with iron shackles, and dragged her into the lake. All she ever wanted was to save people. Even if all she could do was help them say farewell, she'd done nothing wrong. In her final moments, the witch sank into the lake, consumed by despair and bitter hatred. Back to the present. Chiyu was relieved they'd made it out of the hidden realm. But Lufan knew the boss wouldn't be defeated so easily. They weren't free yet. Suddenly, countless bubbles surged from the lake. The boss emerged again, screaming in fury over the grudge she'd held for centuries. She transformed. Now, a massive slime monster in the shape of a towering woman. Her name was Morning Grudge, level 25. Her stats had skyrocketed, and she'd gained new abilities, mostly debuffs. Chiyu's party tightened their grips on their weapons, though they knew it was hopeless. The boss raged, unleashing vengeance for the injustice she suffered 300 years ago. She fired water orbs at Lufan and the others. Xiaoye blocked the attack with her wings. Thanks to her passive skill, Black Dragon Bloodline, she was immune to debuffs, and all damage against her was halved. But Chiyu's party struggled desperately to dodge. Unfortunately, Miss Chai failed to avoid one attack and got trapped in a water prison. Uncle Sun tried smashing it, but physical attacks couldn't break it. Miss Chai apologized, believing her fate was sealed. Chiyu slumped in guilt. She'd insisted on clearing this hidden realm. Lufan scowled at their readiness to give up. The boss launched another attack, yet Xiaozi effortlessly blocked it again. Lufan admitted he couldn't use magic to free Miss Chai, but Xiaozi was different. Miss Chai doubted her. The level gap between Xiaoye and the boss was enormous. Lufan told them not to worry. After all, nothing could compare to a dragon's stats. The boss used Lamentation Impact, a curse with a small chance of instant death. If it failed, victims would take massive damage, plus poison, bleeding, and stun. But to Xiaoye, the attack was meaningless. Lufan then activated Dragon Inspiration, drastically boosting his and his dragon's stats. Xiaoye's attributes surged by over 1,000 points. Lufan ordered her to use Lava Blaze. The attack was devastating, melting everything it touched, including Morning Grudge, who burned to ashes. Chiyu could only stare, awed by the dragon's absolute power. Before vanishing completely, the boss let out a death scream, reanimating every zombie in the realm. Finally, boss completely disappeared, leaving behind a golden treasure chest. Lufan praised Xiaoye. They'd both leveled up. Miss Chai was freed, and the exit portal appeared, but a thick, unsettling smoke suddenly filled the air. It came from the boss's scream, which had awakened all the zombies. They shambled closer. As panic set in, they were too exhausted to fight, but suddenly Xiaoye, now in human form, flew above them. She rained lava blaze from the sky, incinerating the zombies below. Chiyu and Uncle Sun gaped at the fire-breathing girl. They guessed it was Xiaoye, though Chiyu still couldn't believe the zombies they'd struggled against were now. Lufan explained, "Xiaoye is the Black Dragon. She'll handle these zombies like playing." He told the others to relax. The boss was already dead. Lufan walked to the treasure chest. By rules, he'd pick first. Did they object? Of course not. They owed him their lives. To the battle. But Lufan refused, saying he only needed the scroll. The other equipment suited Chiyu better. Chiyu glanced at the treasure chest. He admitted that without Lufan, none of them would have survived. So he picked one more reward for Lufan. It was the Morning Aura Ring. Chiyu urged Lufan to at least take this so they wouldn't feel guilty. Lufan accepted it gratefully. He hadn't expected the Qin family to have such kind-hearted people. Everyone seemed satisfied with Chiyu's decision. Miss Chai then told them to leave the secret realm immediately. Back at home, Lufan was immediately hugged tightly by his aunt. She had been extremely worried after not hearing from him for days. Aunt Han sobbed, fearing something terrible had happened and that he might never return. Lu Fan apologized and promised not to leave without saying goodbye again. Then, Aunt Han praised Xiaoye. The cute little girl turned out to be a powerful dragon who had protected Lu Fan. Aunt Han, full of warmth, guessed Xiaoye must be hungry and offered her food. Xiaoye nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, Lu Fan took out the class change scroll, intending to give it to his aunt. Aunt Han firmly refused, saying the gift was too valuable for her. She told him to sell it and buy better equipment for his upcoming trials. Lu Fan showed her his bank account balance, explaining they were no longer short on money. He and Xiaoye had earned it by selling materials from their hunts in Basin Mountain. Aunt Han was moved to tears by Lu Fan's success. Lu Fan then persuaded her to use the scroll. After some hesitation, she agreed. As she unrolled it, a bright light filled the entire room. The system began processing the class change. After a brief wait, the transformation was complete. Lu Fan asked what hidden profession she had awakened. Aunt Han had unlocked the enchantment chef, a rare occupation that allowed her to cook food with incredibly powerful buffs. Lu Fan wondered where Xiaoye had gone, as he hadn't seen her for a while. It turned out she had fallen asleep after devouring all of Aunt Han's steamed buns. That night, at the Qin family villa, Chiyu's father asked if Lu Fan was truly a dragon tamer who had summoned a black dragon to save everyone. Chiyu confirmed it, admitting that his own stubbornness had nearly gotten the party killed. He also acknowledged the vast gap in their strength, despite both having hidden professions. His father then made sure Chiyu hadn't revealed this to anyone else. Chiyu assured him he had promised Lu Fan to keep his identity a secret outside the Qin family. The man, Qin Shan Hai, let's call him Uncle Hai, praised his daughter's discretion. If others found out about Lu Fan, many would try to exploit him. Hearing this, Chiyu stood up and asked sharply if his father also intended to use Lu Fan's power. Uncle Hai laughed, though slightly hurt by his daughter's low opinion of him. Then he asked how Chiyu planned to repay Lu Fan. Chiyu mentioned the promised 100,000 coins as compensation for joining the team. Uncle Hai then told him to give Lu Fan a purple card personally. Chiyu tried to convince his father to come along and meet Lu Fan. Uncle Hai was very interested in Lu Fan but couldn't go. He had an important prior commitment the next day. The following morning, a princess from the Tai Kingdom arrived in Zhanghai City with her guards, intending to enroll in the academy. However, her timing, right before the major exams, was suspicious. Sure enough, they headed straight to Aunt Han's shop. Aunt Han, assuming they were customers, opened the door but informed them the shop was closed for the day. The guard rudely pushed past her, shoving Aunt Han aside. The princess, without greeting, arrogantly demanded to see Lu Fan. Hearing someone ask for him, Lu Fan hurried downstairs to see what was happening. He was alarmed to see his aunt slightly injured, while the snobbish princess insulted the shop's disgusting smell. Lu Fan checked on Aunt Han first. The princess then called out to him, wanting to talk. Already irritated by their behavior, Lu Fan asked who they were. The guard introduced her as Princess Jinzhu of the Tai Kingdom and himself as Hong Tai. The princess said she wanted to offer Lu Fan a quote, breakthrough opportunity. Confused, Lu Fan asked what she meant. Hong Tai opened a case, revealing a dragon egg. He said they would give it to Lu Fan if he accepted their conditions. Princess Jinzhu smirked, expecting Lu Fan to be tempted. She wanted to make him her servant, bound to obey her every command. The arrogant princess kept rambling endlessly, boasting that her dragon egg was the only one of its kind in the world. Princess Jinzhu assumed Lu Fan's prolonged silence meant he was awestruck by her prized dragon egg. Lu Fan activated his appraisal eye. To his surprise, the so-called dragon egg was actually an armored dragon egg, a land dragon whose attributes weren't even superior to a wyvern's. He couldn't fathom where Jinzhu's confidence came from. Lu Fan casually dismissed her exaggerated claims about the egg, leaving Princess Jinzhu stunned into silence. Jinzhu thought Lu Fan simply didn't understand how valuable a dragon was to a dragon tamer. Meanwhile, Lu Fan calmly reassured his panicked aunt, who feared he'd be forced into slavery. Unrelenting, Princess Jinzhu continued trying to persuade Lu Fan to accept her offer. Lu Fan admitted he was slightly amused but firmly declined. Jinju, unable to accept rejection, only grew more arrogant. Losing patience, Lufan ordered them to leave his house immediately. One guard accused Lufan of disrespect for refusing the princess's generous proposal. Lufan shot back with a sarcastic remark. He'd never bow to anyone as a servant. Infuriated, Jinzu commanded her subordinate to teach Lufan a lesson. Aunt Han tried to intervene, but Lufan stood unfazed, his sharp gaze unwavering. Unexpectedly, Hongtai struck Aunt Han hard across the face, sending her crashing to the ground. Lufan rushed to check on his aunt, helping her up. Seeing him distracted, Hongtai lunged at Lufan. Suddenly, a crimson light flashed before Hongtai's eyes. From it materialized a sword, slashing Hongtai's face. He staggered back, shocked that Lufan had wounded him so effortlessly. Lufan's voice turned icy. "I'll kill anyone who harms my family." Still defiant, Jinzu screeched at Hongtai to punish Lufan. Her arrogance finally snapped Lufan's restraint. Without hesitation, he slapped her. Hard. Enraged, Hongtai drew his sword and charged at Lufan, who remained unnervingly calm. With a single motion, Lufan parried the attack, sending Hongtai's weapon clattering to the ground. Hongtai scrambled to Jinju's side. She clutched her reddened cheek, trembling violently. Then, in a fit of fury, Jinju slapped Hongtai. She screamed at him for his incompetence and ordered him to kill Lufan. Lufan tightened his grip on his sword, ready for battle. Elsewhere, Chiu wandered the streets, searching for Lufan's address. He'd called multiple times but received no answer. A deafening explosion suddenly rocked the area, startling him. His curiosity piqued. He hurried toward the commotion. There, he saw Hongtai being effortlessly knocked back by Lufan, with a crowd gathering around them. Jinju, still haughty, sneered at the lowly commoners to leave. Hongtai knelt before her, admitting defeat against Lufan, only fueling her fury. Jinju began chanting dark incantations. Just then, Chu approached Lufan, asking what was happening. Lufan, still relaxed, wondered why Chu was here. A scream tore through the air. Hongtai writhed in agony as dark magic engulfed him. His status as a guardian knight flickered into view, while Jinju's hidden profession, advanced spiritual witch, was revealed. Lufan blinked in surprise as Chu stepped forward, offering assistance. Maddened by Jinju's spell, Hongtai leaped into the air, aiming to kill them both. Lufan pushed Chu back. "Protect my aunt." He sidestepped Hongtai's frenzied strike. Jinzu's group smirked, certain they'd crush Lufan to appease her rage. But Xiaoye burst onto the scene, eager to rescue Lufan, though his eyes gleamed at the sight of two weak humans. In an instant, Xiaoye transformed into his massive draconic form, awaiting his master's command. Seeing the real dragon emerge, Princess Jinzu collapsed to the ground in terror. Yet she still tried to fight back, muttering the incantation of her dark magic. But Xiaoye roared fiercely toward Princess Jinzu, disrupting her spellcasting. Meanwhile, her guard Hongtai was already powerless in Xiaoye's grasp. He screamed, begging to be released. Xiaoye swiftly granted Hongtai's request by hurling his body away with brutal force. Hongtai crashed beside Jinju like a discarded soda can. In his last moments of consciousness, Hongtai still managed to apologize to the princess. As for Jinju, she never expected anyone outside the Jin family to possess a dragon. Lufan and Xiaoye strode toward Princess Jinju. Lufan mocked her, saying she'd soon unleash her rage by killing him. Instead, the princess cowered like a coward, pleading for them to stay back. Even in fear, Jinju threatened Lufan, invoking the name of the Tai Kingdom. But Lufan didn't care about her origins or status. His murderous glare and suffocating aura promised hell to anyone who crossed him, especially those who dared hurt his family. Zhao Tili gathered the blazing power of lava blaze in his maw. The fireball grew larger and hotter, as if determined to give Jinju a taste of true hellfire. Not to be outdone, Lufan raised his sword high, ready to split the princess in two. Suddenly, Uncle Hai arrived, shouting for Lufan to stop. He soared in on the back of a griffin. Chu yelled, warning his father about the extreme danger of the situation. Seeing someone interfere with his master, Xiaode immediately redirected his attack toward Uncle Hai. Just as Xiaode was about to unleash his dragon's breath, Lu Fan stopped him, ordering him to stand down. He then shattered Jinzhu's weapon with his sword, ensuring she couldn't strike sneakily. Uncle Hai approached Lu Fan and urged him to recall his dragon, as too many onlookers were watching. Internally, Uncle Hai felt immense pressure just being near a real dragon. Of course, Lu Fan didn't immediately trust Uncle Hai until Chu introduced him as his father and vouched for him. Lu Fan finally agreed, remembering how Chu had never broken his word during their secret realm expedition. Chu told Lu Fan to follow him while Uncle Hai addressed Princess Jinzhu, promising to take her to the hospital. Back inside the house, they briefly discussed the situation. Chu admitted his father knew Princess Jinzhu. Aunt Han suggested there might still be a way to resolve the conflict peacefully. After handling his business, Uncle Hai joined them and joked about Lu Fan causing trouble at their first meeting. Lu Fan apologized for the inconvenience but firmly stated Uncle Hai couldn't blame him. Aunt Han worriedly asked Uncle Hai what would happen. She vowed to make him suffer and die painfully. The next morning, crowds of students gathered on the school grounds before the grand exam began. Many were shocked to see Lu Fan participating. They assumed he'd be selling buns forever, but Lu Fan ignored their murmurs. Suddenly, the principal arrived and called for silence. He announced the grand exam would begin shortly. After reaching level 15, Lu Fan never used his treasure maps again. Unfortunately, those maps were intermediate grade, valuable, yet left forgotten in his inventory. Had he combined them, they might have aided his preparations for the grand examination. But destiny had other plans. Suddenly, his teacher approached him. The mentor was pleased to see Lu Fan undeterred, still standing firm in his resolve to undertake the trial. As a token of faith, the teacher handed Lu Fan a teleportation stone, a safeguard for emergencies. He advised Lu Fan to form a team, emphasizing that should danger arise, the stone would ensure his safe return. Yet Lu Fan had no intention of assembling a team. His ambition was singular: to claim the top rank. Sharing points with others would only dilute his victory. Just then, Chu called out to him, introducing her close friend, Xiaoman. Xiaoman was a striking woman, her prowess as a swordmaster evident in her poised demeanor. Chu shyly extended an invitation for Lu Fan to join their team, while Xiaoman hesitated, her gaze skeptical. She deemed Lu Fan weak, reluctant to ally with him. With polite refusal, Lu Fan declined, offering them well wishes for a successful trial instead. Chu's disappointment flickered briefly, but she understood. Lu Fan's strength was such that companions might only hinder him now. Xiaoman, curious, questioned Chu's interest in partnering with what she called the weakest profession in the world. Chu, however, defended him, declaring her belief that Lu Fan would emerge as the top ranker. Teasingly, Xiaoman insinuated that Chu had fallen for Lu Fan. Flustered, Chu hurried away, her cheeks burning. Without hesitation, Lu Fan stepped through a violet portal. In an instant, he found himself within the secret trial realm of the grand examination. Above him loomed a massive gateway, its presence dominating the sky. The headmaster's voice echoed, explaining the 4 difficulty tiers: normal, hard, fear, and the perilous nightmare. Each student could choose their challenge. Upon selection, they would be transported to the Heavenly Tower, 100 floors of trials, each with a score multiplier corresponding to their chosen difficulty. The normal tier, populated by mere projections, posed no real danger and carried a modest 0.9 multiplier. From hard onward, the monsters were real. Using a teleport stone would preserve one score, and the multiplier rose to 1.0. Fear, however, was a den of savage beasts. Solo attempts were ill-advised, for survival outweighed score division. Yet the multiplier soared to 3.0. Suddenly, a martial artist clad in traditional garb roared with confidence, vowing to claim the highest score. This was Hongwu, a level 14 hidden class professional, a Qigong master. Chu and Xiaoman watched in awe, impressed by his balanced offense and defense. Though his theatrics bordered on absurd, his courage to face fear solo was undeniable. In the observation chamber, headmasters gathered around holographic screens, monitoring their students' progress. The first headmaster praised Hongwu, certain he would seize victory. Meanwhile, the third headmaster sighed, lamenting Lufan's misfortune in awakening as a dragon tamer, a profession deemed useless. But Uncle Hai, standing among them, disagreed. He had another candidate in mind, one he believed would claim the top spot. Intrigued, the first headmaster pressed for details. Uncle Hai pointed at the screen, revealing Lufan, the dragon tamer from the third school. The first headmaster burst into laughter. Lufan hadn't even entered the tower yet. To him, it seemed like surrender. He dismissed Uncle Hai's faith as a joke, unable to fathom what a dragon tamer could achieve. With a smug grin, he redirected attention to Hongwu's temporary lead, 3,000 points in climbing. Suddenly, the third headmaster stiffened, realizing Lufan wasn't hesitating. He was waiting for the next tier. Sure enough, the portal's hue darkened into blood red. The nightmare difficulty materialized, its multiplier an unprecedented 9.9. In a flash, Lufan activated his teleportation stone and vanished into the Crimson Gate. The first headmaster shouted for the third to stop him, but it was too late. Lufan had already crossed into the nightmare realm. Panic gripped the third headmaster. The last challenger to attempt nightmare perished 8 years prior, torn apart by beasts, never to return. The first headmaster scoffed, deriding the recklessness. He blamed the third for failing to properly educate his student, certain Lufan would meet a swift and tragic end. Uncle Hai's optimism, he declared, was delusion. Unfazed, Uncle Hai merely smiled. "Watch," he said. "Judging too soon would be unwise." His unwavering confidence left the third headmaster bewildered. Within the nightmare realm, Lufan surveyed his surroundings. The air hummed with malice. Shadows shifted, and he drew his dagger, senses sharp. From the darkness emerged a pack of savage wolves, black-maned wolves, level 10, their fangs gleaming with the promise of bloodshed. Their skills were deadly, bite, capable of inflicting hemorrhage, and night howl, a buff to their ferocity. As they lunged, Lufan moved. A single skill activated, Dragon Fang Strike. The blade flashed. In one motion, the wolves fell. The first floor was cleared effortlessly. His score, 990. The headmasters stared, stunned. A dragon tamer, dispatching nightmare tier beasts in one strike? His power defied all expectations. Even the third headmaster gasped, wondering if Lufan had truly bonded with a dragon. Yet doubt lingered. Uncle Hai, however, simply smiled, pride gleaming in his eyes. Suddenly, a dashing envoy arrived, carrying a sleek briefcase with an air of effortless coolness. Without seeking permission, he boldly pushed open the door to the room where the school principals had gathered. Then, he introduced himself as an emissary from Longdu. This man, named Seong, level 57 swordman. Without pleasantries, he bluntly declared his purpose. He had come to take Lufan away for investigation. Meanwhile, Lufan had arrived at the location marked by the treasure map. It was a high-tier treasure map, one he had pieced together earlier. After a brief search, he finally uncovered the hidden trove. The treasure revealed itself to be a book. Lufan picked it up and examined it closely. To his delight, it was a passive skill book titled Growth Acceleration. Once used, it would double the experience gained by his pet. Without hesitation, Lufan activated the skill. From now on, to simplify things, Xiaoye would be referred to as Nyx, and this skill was a perfect match for her. Lufan silently hoped that Nyx would level up swiftly with this newfound advantage. Back at the school, Seong coldly ordered Principal 3 to immediately halt Lufan's exam and summon him back. The principal refused. Even if this was a serious matter, the exam could not be interrupted so abruptly, and he would take full responsibility. But Seong sneered, mocking the principal's inability to bear the consequences of defying Longdu's authority. Then, Uncle Hai stepped in, warning Seong to stand down out of respect for their past camaraderie. Yet Seong remained arrogantly defiant, commanding Uncle Hai to stay out of his way. He issued a thinly veiled threat. If Uncle Hai continued protecting Lu Fan, he would provoke the wrath of the Jin family and Longdu's high officials. With that, he shoved Uncle Hai aside and arrogantly repeated his demand for Lu Fan's immediate retrieval. Uncle Hai's voice remained calm, but carried an undercurrent of steel as he warned Xiong not to provoke Lu Fan, because if Lu Fan grew angry, even the Jin family and Longdu's elite would be nothing but dust before him. His declaration was firm and unshakable. Today, no one will take Lu Fan away. Xiong scoffed, dismissing Uncle Hai's words as exaggeration. In response, Uncle Hai seized his wrist in an iron grip, his eyes burning with resolve. Furious, Xiong swore to report this defiance to Longdu's officials. Principal 3 urged calm, explaining that regardless of the circumstances, Xiong could not interfere with the exam's proceedings. Uncle Hai, ever strategic, redirected Xiong's anger by hinting at Lu Fan's secrets that rendered even nobles and officials powerless. After a moment of observation, Xiong finally noticed something staggering. Lu Fan was soloing the nightmare difficulty. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stood before the entrance to the tower's second floor. Originally, he had intended to test his limits without summoning his dragon. But with the new passive skill, he wouldn't waste this chance to level up Nyx. He extended his hand to the side, and a crimson portal swirled open, heralding the arrival of the black dragon Nyx. Back at the school, Xiong jolted in shock upon realizing Lu Fan had dared to challenge Nightmare Mode. Principal 1 added fuel to the fire, revealing that Lu Fan had one-shot a Nightmare-tier monster. Before anyone could react, Lu Fan completed the summoning. A torrent of flames erupted, and Nyx emerged with a deafening roar. The principals and Xiong gaped in disbelief. A real dragon, tamed by Lu Fan. Uncle Hai smiled in satisfaction. Even having seen it before, the sight never failed to awe him. Nyx obliterated the barrier gate with a single strike, reducing the surrounding walls to rubble. Uncle Hai gestured proudly. This was the secret he had alluded to earlier. Principal 3 still couldn't believe his eyes. Lu Fan had truly tamed a dragon. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan effortlessly cleared the second floor. Principal 1 shuddered at Nyx's current strength. Unless one had a third-tier profession transformation, fighting her would be suicide. The others paled, realizing that if Nyx leveled further, she could flatten an entire nation. The scoreboard flickered, updating. Lu Fan now held first place with a staggering 58,550 points. On screen, Nyx butchered the monsters with brutal efficiency. Floor 13 fell without resistance. Principal 3 noted that it wasn't just the dragon. Lu Fan himself had grown significantly stronger. He estimated Lu Fan's attributes now exceeded 100. Even without Nyx, Lu Fan would still dominate the rankings. Uncle Hai smirked at Xiong. Still planning to drag Lu Fan to your superiors? Defeated, Xiong finally admitted his mistake, now understanding why Uncle Hai had dared to defy the Jin family. Uncle Hai dismissed Xiong outright. He would personally send this footage to the Grand Tutor. No more envoys were needed. Xiong stiffened at the title. The Grand Tutor was none other than Uncle Hai confirmed his suspicion, Marquise Tujing. The scene shifted back to Lu Fan, now facing the 20th floor boss. A dark sorceress stood before him, flanked by undead knights. Her name was Dark Sacrifice, her skills irrelevant to mention, because with a single lava blaze from Nyx, the boss and her knights vanished into ashes. Floor 20, cleared. Nyx leveled up to 11, Lu Fan to 16. Beaming, Lu Fan praised Nyx and invited her to conquer the Heavenly Tower together. Uncle Hai corrected them, but immediately urged everyone to turn their attention back to Lu Fan, for in his eyes, to Lu Fan, these were nothing but ordinary monsters meant to be slaughtered without mercy. After a short while, Lu Fan had effortlessly cleared the 70th floor, ascending to level 18 while Nyx reached level 13. Lu Fan had come to realize that the higher the tower's floors, the greater the difficulty. Yet it mattered little to him, for before Nyx's absolute power, even strategy became unnecessary in conquering the tower's trials. The third headmaster never expected Lu Fan to reach the 70th floor in mere minutes. The first headmaster, however, remained skeptical. This year's difficulty had been deliberately heightened. He doubted anyone could clear the 80th floor. But upon witnessing Nyx incinerating the monsters of the 76th floor as effortlessly as roasting meat, a flicker of hope ignited within him for Lu Fan. Nyx continued dominating and bullying the nightmare bosses, her draconic aura of a legendary race forcing even the fiercest monsters to cower in submission. Lu Fan climbed to level 19 and soon conquered the 83rd floor. In the past, prodigies had pushed their limits to exhaustion, only to meet their demise in the grand trial. But Lu Fan was different, perhaps the only one capable of flawlessly clearing all 100 floors. The first headmaster still doubted him, knowing the 99th floor's near impossible challenge. Suddenly, they were stunned as Lu Fan stepped onto the 99th floor. The 99th floor was a realm of undead knights, their hollow armor guarding a desolate throne. Among them stood the world-ender headless knight, wielding the skills of penetration, counterattack, thunder, and beheading. Lu Fan understood now. Every hidden realm bore a theme tied to real history, like the Morning Village. This shattered kingdom was no exception. The headless knights lunged, their massive axes carving through the air toward Lu Fan. Yet he dodged with practiced ease. Without hesitation, he retaliated, surging forward. But the headless knight activated penetration, its spear thrusting in a deadly flurry. Lu Fan parried every strike. In one fluid motion, he leaped and cleaved the knight in two. Yet the creature reassembled, its axe already swinging at Lu Fan's back. He blocked just in time. With a command, he summoned Nyx to strike from behind. She descended like a storm, her crushing blow sending the knight hurtling into the castle towers. The impact triggered a cataclysmic explosion, annihilating the monster instantly. Lu Fan praised Nyx. Her attack had obliterated the foe, but another headless knight charged, its blade meeting Lu Fan's in a shower of sparks. The remaining knights joined the assault, attacking simultaneously from all directions. Lu Fan evaded by vaulting high above. Meanwhile, Nyx gathered an inferno within her maw, the air trembling with heat. "Now!" Lu Fan ordered, and Nyx unleashed her ultimate skill, Lava Blaze. A torrent of dragonfire engulfed the battlefield, its brilliance painting the shattered kingdom in flames. The headless knights erupted into flames, their forms disintegrating into nothingness without a trace. Lu Fan and Nyx reaped vast amounts of experience from the fallen knights, propelling Nyx to level 15. The dragon awakened a devastating new skill, Cataclysm. Meanwhile, Lu Fan himself ascended to level 20. The headmaster stood frozen in disbelief. Never had he witnessed a student truly conquer the nightmare difficulty grand trial. Uncle Hai allowed himself a satisfied smile, though even he was stunned. Today, it seemed, they were about to witness the birth of a new legend. Upon reaching the 100th floor, they discovered a hidden realm known as the Broken Kingdom. 4 headless knight generals stood guard over the secret realm's boss, backed by an undead legion numbering over 500. The boss of this realm was a fallen king, his massive sword gripped tightly in hand. His name was the World Annihilation Emperor, a level 60 nightmare tier entity. Without hesitation, Lu Fan commanded Nyx to assume the Destruction Dragon form. The transformation unfolded in a spectacle of power, revealing Nyx's new draconic visage, wings wreathed in searing flames, radiating overwhelming might. The Black Dragon's destruction form boasted average stats surpassing 2,000, with strength peaking at 1484 and spirit soaring to a staggering 7,200. The third headmaster had never imagined Lu Fan's dragon possessed a third form. Even Uncle Hai was taken aback. Lu Fan still held an ace to overcome this trial. The emperor raised his blade, barking an order for the undead legion to attack. The skeletal horde obeyed, closing in on Lu Fan from all directions. Unshaken, Lu Fan issued his command. Nyx, Cataclysm. The skill detonated the earth, where Nyx landed, unleashing catastrophic destruction and setting the battlefield ablaze with unending flames. Nyx unleashed an inferno from its body before taking flight. Then, it descended directly into the heart of the undead legion. The ensuing explosion immolated the entire legion in an instant. The headmasters and Uncle Hai were rendered speechless. Nothing they had seen so far adhered to logic. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan surged forward to strike, but the four guardian generals intercepted him. Lu Fan dodged their assault, summoning Nyx to his side. The lingering effects of cataclysm erupted once more, engulfing the generals in a cataclysmic blast and reducing them to ashes. Yet again, the headmasters were left in stunned silence. With a staggering 989,120 points accumulated, Lu Fan had undeniably secured first place, and with it, at least 3 legendary rewards, given this year's unprecedented trial difficulty. Having slaughtered all obstacles, Lu Fan stepped forward to face the final boss. The Emperor Boss finally rose from his throne, his imposing figure stirring as he prepared to confront Lu Fan. With a mighty swing, the Emperor Boss brought down his colossal sword, only for Lu Fan to deflect the blow, his arm morphing into draconic claws in a flash of scales and fury. Seizing the moment, Nyx unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, the scorching breath engulfing the Emperor in a blazing tempest. The impact sent the Emperor hurtling backward. Suddenly, a shadowy aura coiled around the Emperor's body, sapping his strength as if his very power were being drained. It was Lu Fan's doing. The Lament Ring, a relic obtained from the hidden realm of Morning Village, had activated its sinister ability. Nyx followed with her second skill, Everything Burns, her draconic wings beating to summon a tornado of fire that erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. The Emperor struggled to withstand the assault, his defenses crumbling as the inferno forced him back step by step. Before he could recover, Lu Fan was already in motion, his blade unsheathed, aimed straight for the Emperor's heart. The strike landed true, piercing deep and driving the Emperor backward with brutal force. The momentum carried them through the air until the Emperor was impaled against his own shattered throne. The fatal blow ended the battle instantly. As the Emperor's lifeless form slumped, Lu Fan's power surged, his level ascending to 22, while Nyx reached 17. The gathered school heads bore witness to history, their disbelief palpable. Uncle Hai mused silently that the school reputation would soon soar to unprecedented heights. With the battle concluded, Lu Fan invited Nyx to return home for Auntie Han's cooking, a thought that made the dragon girl's eyes gleam with anticipation. As rewards for conquering the Heavenly Tower's secret realm, Lu Fan received 3 treasures. First, a rare tier spellbook. Once mastered, it granted the ability Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, a freezing gale capable of encasing targets in ice, slowing and immobilizing them. The second prize was a rare tier ring. Adorned with the Wind Spirit's blessing, it enhanced the wearer's agility by 35%. The third was a legendary Crimson Cloak. It granted damage reduction, having fire and ice-based attacks while boosting the users and their pet elemental prowess by 30%. Lu Fan equipped the items without hesitation before activating his teleportation stone to depart. Emerging from the portal, he intended to leave immediately until a voice called out to him. It was the third school head, accompanied by the other leaders and Uncle Hai. The third head announced his plan to enshrine Lu Fan's likeness on the Wall of Fame, the Academy's highest honor. But the first school head objected, arguing the wall was reserved for fallen heroes. The third head retorted sharply, implying the first head's own name there was a curse rather than glory. As their quarrel escalated, Uncle Hai approached Lu Fan with quiet praise for his performance. Lu Fan reminded him of their agreement. He'd fulfilled his end and now sought Uncle Hai's aid against the Jin family. Uncle Hai assured him confidently. The video of Lu Fan's trial had been sent to the Grandmaster, who'd undoubtedly received it by now. When Lu Fan pressed for the Grandmaster's identity, Uncle Hai cryptically replied, "You'll know when the time is right." Meanwhile, Xiong observed in silence before slipping away. The school heads continued showering Lu Fan with admiration, predicting merchants and academies would soon vie for his favor. His final trial score reached 1,300,000 points, not only first place in the southern province, but the highest in recorded history. Far to the uncharted north, in a level 60 territory, a grizzled old man swigged from a bottle of liquor. His eyes were fixed on a screen replaying Lu Fan's trial. He burst into laughter, delighted by the boy's surpassing talent. This was Grandmaster Jing, ruler of the northern border. A knock interrupted him. A subordinate sought entry. The report laid bare the Jin family's schemes, implicating Chang Feng, a high-ranking Dragon City official, in collusion to recruit Lu Fan by force. Evidence proved Chang Feng's corruption, his alliance with the Jin family sowing chaos. Grandmaster Jing's rage erupted like a storm. To dare poach such a rare genius from the Dragon Kingdom, unforgivable. His fury sent his subordinate trembling. Immediate orders were barked. Strip Chang Feng of all titles and authority. No delays. If he protests, let him come plead his case to me personally, and if the Jin family objects, dispatch the Griffin Legion to greet them. A final command followed. Monitor Lu Fan's chosen academy and ensure he received its finest resources. Grandmaster Jing grinned. A prodigy born in Dragon City, he'd meet this boy himself, once his mission allowed. Elsewhere, Jinzhu answered a call, his face darkening at the news. Chang Feng had been demoted, but the underling offered a silver lining. Another dragon tamer had been found in Zhou City. Jinzhu's daughter was advised to abandon her pursuit of Lu Fan. A sly smile curled her lips. If Lu Fan was beyond reach, this new tamer would make a fine consolation prize. Or perhaps a puppet. Back to the grand examination arena, Hongwu had just emerged from the portal, breathing a sigh of relief. He was grateful to have returned alive, narrowly escaping death. Having conquered the 72nd floor of the Fear Tower, Hongwu swelled with pride, convinced he had secured first place. Yet in his triumph, he failed to glance at the scoreboard, unaware of how far behind he truly was. His eyes landed on the gathered headmasters, still engaged in animated discussion. Their enthusiasm piqued his curiosity. Hongwu assumed they were awaiting his return, ready to shower him with praise for his extraordinary achievement. With unshakable confidence, he approached his headmaster and greeted him. To his surprise, the headmaster responded with mere indifference, as if Hongwu's presence had long faded from memory. Feigning humility, Hongwu inquired about his score of 89,000, subtly probing whether it had earned him the top rank. Instead of applause, the headmaster offered consolation, assuring him that admission to a prestigious academy was still within reach. The words left Hongwu utterly bewildered. The headmaster's lackluster reaction contradicted his expectations. He wondered if this was a deliberate act to keep him grounded. In an odd twist, Hongwu expressed heartfelt gratitude, further confusing the headmaster with his absurd display. A week later, on the day of the grand examination results, Lu Fan and his aunt were met with sheer astonishment. A crowd had gathered outside their shop, offering congratulations and gifts, all eager to forge connections with the rising star. Uncle Hai arrived, explaining the commotion. Lu Fan had claimed first place in the entire southern province. As the situation grew chaotic, Aunt Han ushered Uncle Hai inside for a private discussion. Lu Fan checked the results on his phone. Though his name topped the list, his exact score remained undisclosed to the public. As the provincial champion, he received a reward of 50 million dragon coins, followed by an additional personal gift from his headmaster. The gift was a rare skill book, Roar of the Dragon, capable of unleashing a devastating thunderwave, dealing massive damage and paralyzing foes. Next was a legendary thunder potion, a single-use elixir that permanently boosted lightning attributes by 20%. Lu Fan rejoiced, no longer needing to rely solely on Nyx for magic. Then came the green wind armor, a rare piece that reduced debuff damage by 30%. Lastly, the flashwing boots allowed the wearer to blink 50 meters in any direction, with a 30-second cooldown. Lu Fan accepted the headmaster's generosity with genuine appreciation. Suddenly, Chiu arrived with urgent news. The envoys of the top 10 academies had arrived, and Lu Fan was expected for interviews immediately. Lu Fan was taken aback by the haste, but Uncle Hai clarified that such competition was inevitable for a prodigy of his caliber. No academy would risk losing him. Uncle Hai added that Grandmaster Jing had deliberately withheld Lu Fan's score from public records. Grateful, Lu Fan wished to thank the Grandmaster personally. Chiu then presented Lu Fan with a purple card. Lufan refused, recalling their initial agreement of only 100,000 dragon coins, while the card's value exceeded 10 million. Uncle Hai insisted, explaining it was a token of sincerity from Qin's family for saving her life. With a teasing grin, Uncle Hai remarked that if Lufan couldn't accept a mere card, how would he handle the southern province government's gift, a luxury villa? Aunt Han gasped at the revelation. Without delay, Qiu grabbed Lufan's hand and hurried him toward the academy representatives. Meanwhile, in a forest near Zhou City of the Dragon Nation, Jinzhu and Hongtai were en route to meet another dragon tamer. Hongtai reported that this tamer, level 19, commanded an armored dragon at level 14. They arrived to find a young man standing beside a scorpion-like land dragon. His name was Chen, a level 19 dragon tamer. Without warning, a silver-furred gorilla charged at them. Chen swiftly ordered his dragon to strike with its tail. A follow-up dragon lance strike pierced the gorilla's body, killing it instantly. Chen leveled up to 20, his armored dragon reaching level 15. Jinzhu praised Chen's effortless victory, noting his mastery over the dragon. Kneeling, Chen hoped his performance hadn't disappointed the princess. Confidently, Chen declared that with his armored dragon and Jinzhu's buffs, defeating Lufan would be effortless. Jinzhu vowed to mold him into the greatest dragon tamer in history, promising him a place as her personal retainer in the Tai Kingdom. Chen pledged unwavering loyalty, swearing to crush Lufan and never betray her expectations. As Jinzhu departed, she commanded Hongtai to investigate which academy Lufan would attend. Burning with vengeance, Princess Jinzhu vowed to strip Lufan of any peace. His regret would be her triumph. Meanwhile, at the Qiu residence, Qiu shyly inquired about which academy he should enroll in. Uncle Hai suggested it would be best if Qiu and Lufan could attend the same academy, ensuring they could watch over each other in the future. Lufan agreed warmly. After all, the academy required students to form their own teams, and they had collaborated before. He had no objections to the idea. But Lufan himself hadn't decided which academy to choose. He promised to inform Qiu once he'd done. For now, Qiu vowed silently not to fall behind. With quiet determination, Qiu swore to strive with all his might to enroll in the same academy as Lufan. Lufan couldn't help but smile at Qiu's unwavering resolve. As Lufan pushed open a door to a waiting room, academy representatives stood ready to greet him. Before he could even introduce himself, a portly man clad in priestly robes welcomed him warmly. Already familiar with Lufan's achievements, he praised the boy's astounding performance, only for another envoy beside him to abruptly demand which academy Lufan would pick. The portly man chided the woman for her haste. His Jiangnan Academy was no trivial choice. They offered a 10 million dragon coin scholarship, free potions, and access to a hidden realm. The female envoy scoffed, mocking the paltry resources offered to the southern province's top-ranked student. The portly man's irritation flared as she countered with a 20 million dragon coin annual scholarship, an unrestricted entry to a secret realm closed to the public. The envoys erupted into competitive bidding, each touting their finest resources until their debate devolved into chaos. Lufan, watching the spectacle, grew even more uncertain. Then, abruptly, the envoy from Dragon Capital Academy presented an offer, a quota for the national exam. The others froze in shock. Though Lufan was talented, they doubted his readiness. Other candidates had prepared meticulously, while he hadn't even chosen his second profession. The national exam, it was explained, was a secret realm forged by 23 nations. Every 3 years, each country sent academy representatives under age 25 to compete within it. To maintain stability, only newcomers were permitted. The exam captivated the world's attention, and its rewards were unparalleled. The other envoys despaired at this turn. The portly man accused Dragon Capital's envoy of overreaching, but Miss Guhan calmly clarified. Lufan's record-breaking performance met Dragon Capital's criteria. He had made history. Just then, Lufan received his daily system reward, a divine treasure map. After so long, he'd finally obtained a second one. By sheer coincidence, the treasure lay within a villa in Dragon Capital Academy. As Lu Fan remained silent, Miss Guhan assumed he was unsatisfied. She opened her mouth to negotiate, but Lu Fan cut her off. He accepted her offer, agreeing to join Dragon Capital Academy and requesting her assistance with enrollment. 4 days later, Auntie Han and Lu Fan packed their belongings, preparing to depart for the Dragon Capital. Auntie Han hesitated, reluctant to leave her long-held steamed bun shop. Lu Fan reassured her. They now owned a villa and could live wherever they pleased. Memories surfaced for Auntie Han, the day she'd first met Lu Fan, then just a small child. Suddenly, Chiu and Xiaoman arrived in a sports car. They'd all traveled to the capital via the Chiu family's private jet. Lu Fan was surprised to learn Xiaoman had also enrolled in Dragon Capital Academy. Xiaoman teased Chiu, who'd fought tooth and nail to enter the same academy as Lu Fan, making Chiu blush furiously. Auntie Han recalled Lu Fan's request to Miss Guhan, who'd approved Chiu's enrollment. Miss Guhan wept quietly. Her dream of attending an academy, once impossible, had now come true. Chiu urged everyone into the car. Time was running short. Lu Fan smiled, watching Xiaoman and Chiu banter easily with Auntie Han like best friends. Hours later, they arrived safely in the Dragon Capital, only to accidentally cross paths with Princess Jinju's entourage. Chen, brimming with arrogance, moved to confront Lu Fan, but Hong Tai stopped him. Princess Jinju intervened. Fighting here would see them swiftly deported back to the Tai Kingdom. The tension dissolved with Miss Guhan's arrival. She greeted both groups, noting Lu Fan and Chen's rivalry. Coincidentally, they were dubbed the twin stars of the southern province, with Chen holding the second rank. Lu Fan's shock was palpable. Chen, too, was a dragon tamer. Chen's rivalry. Coincidentally, they were dubbed the twin stars of the southern province, with Chen holding the second rank. Lu Fan's shock was palpable. Chen, too, was a dragon tamer. Lu Fan politely requested permission to rest first, as the long journey had left his aunt exhausted. Miss Guhan granted his wish and instructed him to prepare for the new student orientation the following day. Miss Guhan then introduced the villa area where they would reside. Only the top 30 rankings were permitted to occupy these luxurious villas, and Lu Fan, as the top scorer, was assigned Villa number 1. Though Chen had secured second place in the southern province, his comprehensive ranking placed him at 18th. Thus, he would reside in Villa number 18. Lu Fan suspected Chen had accepted Jinzu's offer to become his loyal subordinate. The idea of them being called twin stars now struck him as utterly absurd. As for Chiu and the others, they would be lodged in the standard dormitories. Miss Guhan offered to escort them there personally. However, Aunt Han asked to stay with Lu Fan instead. She had always lived with him after all. Miss Guhan pondered briefly. There were no explicit rules against it, provided the neighbors raised no objections. Aunt Han sought Lu Fan's opinion, teasing that he might no longer want her cooking. Lu Fan immediately denied it and warmly welcomed her to stay. To everyone's surprise, Aunt Han then dragged Xiaoman and Chiu along to live with them, leaving Chiu flustered and wide-eyed. With little choice, Lu Fan awkwardly extended a polite invitation. Besides, if he ever wanted to invite them on a hunt, he'd save himself the trouble of trekking halfway across campus to find them. Chiu and Xiaoman bashfully accepted. Instead of gratitude, Lu Fan received a sharp warning from Xiaoman. Don't you dare try anything funny with Chiu. Suddenly, the system alerted Lu Fan. The divine treasure map's marked location was none other than Villa number 2. Lu Fan inquired about the occupant's identity, but Miss Ji knew nothing. Her jurisdiction covered only the southern province's affairs. The sole detail she could provide was that the resident was a woman. Lu Fan instructed his aunt to settle into their villa first while he paid a visit to his mysterious neighbor. Delighted by his sudden sociability, Aunt Han encouraged him to bring the girl a gift. She chuckled softly, mistaking his curiosity for romantic interest. Proof, she thought, that her nephew was finally growing up. Lu Fan rang the doorbell, clutching a box of Aunt Han's homemade pastries. He hoped the girl would appreciate the gesture. After a long wait, the door finally opened. Standing before him was a stunningly beautiful girl. She remained silent, her piercing gaze fixed on him, her expression calm yet unnervingly intense. Unnerved by her unfriendly demeanor, Lufan awkwardly introduced himself as her neighbor, expressing hopes for a harmonious coexistence. Silence stretched between them, thickening the air with discomfort. Abruptly, the girl snatched the pastry box from his hands. "Ying," she stated tersely, her only introduction. Grasping for an excuse to enter, Lufan claimed he was parched and asked for a glass of water. Internally, he cringed at the flimsiness of his lie. Anyone would see through it. Yet, to his astonishment, Ying wordlessly stepped aside, granting him entry. Though grateful, Lufan found her silence baffling. Once inside, Ying shut the door behind them, but Lufan had already vanished from her side, leaving her bewildered by his erratic behavior. Meanwhile, Lufan darted through the villa, single-mindedly hunting for the treasure. He flung open a bedroom door, only to find scattered clothes and undergarments on the bed. Clearly, not his target. Next, he checked the adjacent room, a bathroom. The third door revealed what he sought, a luminous green dragon egg pulsing with energy. Just as he'd guessed, the second reward was indeed a dragon egg, a jade dragon egg. Snatching it, he spun around to leave, only to collide with Ying, who held a glass of water for him. Flustered, Lufan excused himself, claiming his thirst had vanished. He promised to meet her properly at the opening ceremony tomorrow. Suspicion flickered in Ying's eyes. She swiftly inspected her villa. Discovering her bedroom door ajar, she concluded Lufan was a pervert. That night, inside Lufan's villa, Nix stared intently at the glowing green dragon egg. Without hesitation, Lufan activated his dragon-taming skill, binding the creature to his will. Success! The egg shattered, birthing a tiny, wide-eyed dragon. Unlike Nix's ferocious debut, this one was docile and adorable, its demeanor utterly disarming. A jade dragon, its skills included Life Spring, healing nearby allies, Jade Light, removing debuffs, boosting attributes by 30% and blocking one attack, and Natural Assimilation, absorbing items to gain their effects as skills. Lufan realized this dragon was a support type. Its spirit attribute exceeded 600, and its abilities were purely defensive. One skill, however, stood out, Jade Dragon Bloodline, which doubled all dragon skills or blood connections. The implications thrilled him. Combined with Nix's buffs, his attack power would skyrocket to 12,000. Nix, rather than welcoming its new sibling, immediately began bullying the hatchling. The feisty Jade Dragon retaliated, sinking its teeth into Nix's thigh. The ensuing ruckus shattered the knight's peace, forcing Lufan to intervene. Scooping up the tiny dragon, Lufan bestowed a name, Fei. Overjoyed, Fei nuzzled him, officially joining the family as Nix's little sister. Nix, however, refused to accept her, and their squabbling resumed. The next day, Chiu inquired about the commotion that had occurred in Lufan's room the previous night. Before Lufan could even answer her, suddenly the academy students erupted into hysteria upon spotting two beautiful girls standing beside Lufan. They lavished praise on Chiu and Xiaoman, declaring them the campus's most dazzling flowers. Their minds wandered, fantasizing about venturing into the secret realm accompanied by beauties like them, even dreaming of becoming their lovers. Some swore they would lay down their lives to protect Xiaoman and Chiu, but one student snapped them out of their delusions, pointing out that Lufan was already by their side. Chiu and Lufan bid farewell to Xiaoman, as those with hidden professions were required to sit in the front row, while Xiaoman, not bearing such a title, had to take her seat elsewhere. As Lufan settled in, his gaze met Hongwu's intense stare. There was something eerily familiar about that figure. Then, it struck him. Hongwu was that passionate martial artist from the Grand Exam, burning with unrelenting determination. Lufan offered him a warm, friendly smile. Hongwu, however, only scowled in return. The memory resurfaced, the first headmaster mocking Hongwu, mistakenly believing he had taken the top spot when, in truth, his score paled in comparison to Lufan's. Seething with humiliation, Hongwu had sworn to find an opportunity to beat Lufan senseless for the disgrace he had suffered in front of the headmaster. Meanwhile, Xiaoman frowned, displeased by the blatant discrimination based on profession types. As Lufan and Chu took their seats, they accidentally noticed Ying already seated in the front row. Awkwardly, Lufan greeted her, Ying merely glanced at him before falling back into silence. They sat beside her, and Lufan explained to Chu that Ying was their neighbor from Villa Number 2. The other students watched in bitter envy as Lufan continued to be surrounded by stunning girls. Just then, the vice headmaster stepped forward, commanding the students to settle down. Vice headmaster Sheng Ming, a formidable thunder mage of level 78, radiated authority. He despised idle chatter and wasted no time in distributing the students' ID cards. These cards would automatically store their personal points. They could be used for various needs within the academy, purchasing potions, weapons, or even gaining access to the secret realm. Lufan inspected his ID card, discovering a staggering total of 13,539 points, allocated based on his final exam performance. One student stood up, questioning the fairness of the point distribution system, given the varying difficulty levels across regions. The vice headmaster explained that scores were adjusted using regional coefficients. For instance, the southern province, known for its brutal difficulty, had the smallest coefficient, 96. However, these points were temporary. Rankings would be updated monthly based on achievements. The top 30 students earned the privilege of entering the blue class, granting them exclusive benefits: access to the secret realm, the ability to exchange equipment and skill books, and the right to reside in the Villa district. Whispers spread among the students. Some had never heard of the blue class, while others already plotted their rise to the Villa's luxury. The vice headmaster made it clear: blue class members couldn't afford complacency. Any student could challenge them, and the challenged had no right to refuse. Worse, defeat meant losing their coveted position. And at the pinnacle of the blue class rankings sat Lufan, the dragon tamer. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. How could a dragon tamer claim the top spot? Some suspected foul play, nepotism perhaps. Chiu sensed the vice headmaster's deliberate provocation, nudging the students to challenge Lufan. Yet Lufan remained unfazed, responding with calm amusement. By noon, the welcoming ceremony had concluded. Lufan invited Chiu and Xiaoman to enter the secret realm for some level grinding. But before they could take a step, Hongwu's voice rang out from behind, issuing a direct challenge. Miss Guhan and the vice headmaster exchanged glances, anticipating an entertaining spectacle. They were eager to witness Lufan's true strength firsthand. Lufan blinked in disbelief. The ceremony had barely ended, and already a challenger stood before him. Hongwu brimmed with confidence, declaring that Lufan had no right to refuse. He sneered, theorizing that Lufan's rank was solely due to his dragon. He would crush Lufan before the beast could intervene. Unperturbed, Lufan accepted the challenge with a shrug. Hongwu added stakes, 200 points if Lufan somehow won. Lufan agreed. Chiu, however, grew anxious, attempting to intervene. Jinju nudged Chen, urging him to seize this chance to observe Lufan's abilities. Hongwu dropped into a battle stance, the signature posture of a martial artist ready to strike. Xiaolan bit her lip in worry, but Chiu reassured her. She would understand soon enough. The moment the fight began, Hongwu channeled energy into his fists and lunged at Lufan with a furious strike. Hongwu unleashed his Qi accumulation strike, a technique that dealt double damage when striking an enemy's weak point. Suddenly, Lufan vanished from his sight, causing Hongwu's attack to whiff through empty air. In the next breath, Lufan materialized behind Hongwu, casually praising the power of the strike, though it had failed to touch him. It seemed he had employed Flash Leap, a blink ability with a 50-meter range. With a mocking grin, Lufan provoked Hongwu, urging him to come at him with everything he had. Infuriated, Hongwu channeled another skill. A swirling vortex of golden energy coalesced around his fists. He hurled the energy forward, unleashing a devastating chi wave straight toward Lufan. With inhuman speed, Lufan darted toward Hongwu, weaving effortlessly through the barrage of attacks. In a flash, he pivoted, aiming a crushing kick at Hongwu's defenses. Reacting swiftly, Hongwu activated Solid as Rock skill. The technique harnessed Qi to form an impenetrable shield, each point of Qi bolstering his defense by 5%. No opponent with a strength stat below 280 could hope to breach it. Unfortunately for Hongwu, Lufan's attributes far exceeded that threshold, amplified by his draconic bond. A single kick shattered the barrier. The impact sent Hongwu hurtling backward, wounds blooming across his body. The observing disciples gaped in disbelief. How could a mere dragon tamer defeat Hongwu with nothing but his bare hands? Lu Fan strode forward, disdain lacing his voice as he derided Hongwu's weak skills, admitting he hadn't even broken a sweat. Jinju murmured to Chen, questioning his odds against Lu Fan. Chen, brimming with confidence, estimated a 70% chance of victory if he received Princess Jiju's buffs. Without ceremony, Lu Fan swiped Hongwu's ID card, claiming his points. He did so with visible satisfaction. After all, they had a prior wager, and Hongwu had been the one to challenge him. Hongwu's eyes widened in shock upon seeing Lu Fan's point total 13,739. The realization struck him like lightning. Factoring in the Southern Province coefficient, Lu Fan's actual exam score stood at 1.3 million. In stark contrast, Chen, the second-ranked disciple, barely scraped 210,000. A bitter laugh escaped Hongwu. How foolish he'd been to think he stood a chance. Later, in the Secret Realm's preparation room, Aunt Han rushed to Lu Fan's side. Fretful that someone had challenged him so soon, Lu Fan reassured her with a calm smile. Salmon remained incredulous. If Lu Fan could trounce Hongwu alone, how terrifying would he be alongside his dragon? Chu, meanwhile, cheered wildly, lauding his strength. Lu Fan gestured for everyone's attention, directing it toward the secret realm he'd selected. Poison Spider Forest, a level 45 realm with Fear class difficulty, requiring a minimum of 5 participants and 45 points for entry. Aunt Han paled. The realm's level dwarfed theirs, but Lu Fan remained unshaken. Xiaoman pointed out another problem. They only had 4. Just as Lu Fan scanned the room for a 5th member, Qiu excitedly nudged him toward a lone figure nearby. Lu Fan's gaze landed on Ying, who happened to be searching for a party herself. Approaching awkwardly, Lu Fan greeted him, earning a startled glance. Ying's eyes narrowed, her expression icy. Misunderstanding still festered between them. Undeterred, Lu Fan extended an invitation. Ying was without a team, after all. As always, conversations with Ying unfolded in stiff, uncomfortable silence. This time was no exception. Ying glared, lips curling in disgust as she spat an accusation. Pervert. Xiaoman, Qiu, and Aunt Han whirled on Lu Fan, demanding an explanation. Flustered, he clarified the misunderstanding. He admitted their first meeting had been unconventional, but swore he wasn't a pervert. With renewed effort, he coaxed Ying to join. Upon learning the realm offered massive express gains, Ying relented. The group cheered. Their 5-man team was complete. Without another word, Ying marched toward the realm's entrance. She paid the required points. Then, tersely, she ordered the others to follow. Lu Fan caught a glimpse of Ying's ID, 8,750 points. A silent realization dawned. Ying was no ordinary fighter. Her strength would be formidable. Inside the realm, Aunt Han gagged at the pungent air. Salmon and Qiu scouted ahead, wary. Only one path cut through the dense, sprawling forest. Together, the party ventured forth into the unknown. After exploring for a while, Xiaoman grew curious as to why Lu Fan had chosen this particular secret realm. Lu Fan had examined all the secret realms, and only this one offered the highest amount of experience. Aunt Han took out the food she had prepared and urged everyone to eat before engaging the monsters. It was a travel biscuit, a special snack that boosted experience gain by 20% for 1 hour. The recipe had been learned from a Life Profession Academy instructor, and many had failed to master it. Yet, Aunt Han succeeded on her first attempt, thanks to her hidden profession, Enchanter Chef. Eagerly, Aunt Han also offered the biscuit to Ying. Ying wondered if the cake Lu Fan had given her earlier was also Aunt Han's creation. Aunt Han confirmed it and promised to make more if Ying enjoyed it. Zhou assured Ying that Aunt Han's cooking was delicious and invited her to visit anytime she wished. Suddenly, Lu Fan sensed movement from behind the bushes. A monster was approaching. He warned everyone to stay alert and prepare for battle. A massive serpentine monster emerged before them. It was a black-scaled python. possessing the deadly skills Poison Fang and Death Coil. Xiaomin immediately stepped forward, drawing her sword. She slashed at the serpent, but due to the vast level difference, her blade failed to even scratch it. Aunt Han wanted to prepare a dish to buff their strength. However, Lu Fan stopped her and swiftly summoned his dragon. Ying glanced at Lu Fan, suspecting he intended to call upon his dragon. Her guess was correct, but this time, it wasn't Nyx. Instead, a small, adorable green dragon hatchling, Fei, appeared. Xiaomin was baffled. Was this the dragon Qiu had mentioned earlier? Fei fluttered up and perched on Lu Fan's head, amusing him with its playful antics. Both Qiu and Aunt Han were stunned. They hadn't expected Lu Fan to possess two dragons. Meanwhile, Ying silently observed. The serpent seized the opportunity to strike Xiaomin while she was distracted, but Lu Fan wouldn't allow it. He ordered Fei to use Emerald Light. The python's attack collided with Fei's barrier, completely nullifying the blow. The sheer force still sent Xiaomin stumbling back. Qi Order rushed to check on her. To her astonishment, Xiaomin found herself completely unharmed. Lu Fan reassured everyone to remain calm. Fei could handle debuffs and injuries, so there was no need to worry. Xiaomin marveled at the dragon's power. Not only could it block attacks, but it also negated debuffs and provided stat-boosting buffs. Yet the serpent gave them no time to retreat, launching another assault. Just as Lu Fan moved to intervene, a streak of crimson light flashed past him at blinding speed. The powerful strike pierced the python's skull, killing it instantly. The attack had come from Ying. She scolded them for wasting time and playing around. They had already become targets for the surrounding monsters. Ying was, in fact, a swordmaster, a hidden profession at level 21. Lu Fan was awestruck by Ying's overwhelming strength. He hadn't realized a swordmaster could be that powerful. Suddenly, a spider lunged from behind Aunt Han. Unnoticed by her, Lu Fan shouted for her to duck. At the same time, Ying commanded her sword to intercept the spider and protect Aunt Han. The blade successfully blocked the attack, but failed to wound the creature. It was a silver-armored spider immune to armor penetration, with skills like Poison Fang and Silver Armor. Ying dashed forward to engage the spider head-on. The monster retaliated fiercely. Lu Fan drew his dagger and joined the fray, leaping high into the air. With a swift slash, he sent the spider crashing to the ground. Ying warned Lu Fan not to let his guard down, and pointed toward the depths of the forest. Dozens of spiders lurked within the shadows, watching them. Ying summoned another sword, ready to face the swarm. However, these were not silver-armored spiders. They were black with crimson markings. These were black web hunters, capable of Poison Fang and Web Bind, a skill that ensnared targets in silk, ensuring death within 60 seconds. Lu Fan and Ying dashed toward the spider, intent on attacking, while Lu Fan's curiosity lingered over the swordmaster profession. Ying explained that a swordmaster could forge her own blade, but she must painstakingly raise its level from the very beginning, starting at level 1. As she dodged an incoming strike, Ying inwardly acknowledged this was hardly the time for detailed explanations about her class. From that brief description, Lu Fan deduced the swordmaster's role was strikingly similar to his own as a dragon tamer. The only difference lay in their focus. Where the dragon tamer nurtured a draconic companion, the swordmaster honed her weapon. Lu Fan's attention snapped back when he spotted the silver-armored spider lunging at Ying from behind. Without hesitation, he intercepted the attack, shielding Ying, then commanded Fei to cast Emerald Light upon her. Empowered by the 30% attack boost, Ying seized the moment and swung her sword, Mountain Shaker, with lethal precision. The blade dealt 20% physical damage to its target while scattering 2% as splash damage to nearby foes. A single devastating strike brought the silver-armored spider crashing down. Gratitude warmed Ying's voice as she thanked Lu Fan for the buff. Silently, Lu Fan marveled at the sword's sheer penetrative force, just as Fei's form shimmered, ascending to level 2. Suddenly, Auntie Han's terrified shriek pierced the air. She stood encircled by monstrous spiders, with Qiu and Xiaomin desperately holding the line. Lu Fan urged Ying to hunt down the black web hunter alone while he rushed to aid the others. But Ying remained motionless, silent, an indescribable emotion tightening her chest. Her gaze traced their coordinated battle, how they moved as one, shielding each other without hesitation. A strange warmth bloomed within her. She'd always scorned teamwork, believing others would only slow her down. Yet here, distraction cost her. A web shot from the shadows, ensnaring her from behind. Luck intervened. The lingering emerald light absorbed the attack, sparing her. Ying sprinted deeper into the forest, drawing the monsters away. Lu Fan shouted for her to stop. It was suicide. For a heartbeat, Lu Fan stood paralyzed, uncertainty clawing at him. Then Chu and Xiaoman's voices cut through. Go! We'll handle these spiders. With Fei's buff, they'd hold the line. Reassured, Lu Fan bolted after Ying. The forest grew thicker, every surface draped in sticky webs. When he finally spotted Ying ahead, the situation was dire. Lu Fan ordered Fei to renew Emerald Light on Ying, but Ying refused. She gritted out, determined to face the spider alone. Too late, the monster unleashed web bind, its threads coiling around Ying. The curse would kill her in 60 seconds. Focus! Lu Fan's voice snapped Ying from panic. He barked instructions, mimic his movements, then activated dragon transformation. Scales rippled over his arm, morphing into a draconic claw. With a roar, he tore into the black web spider. The beast staggered, wounded deeply, and Ying's sword, freed from the web, clattered to the ground. Ying's breath hitched. Despite their mere one-rank difference, Lu Fan's draconic strength rivaled Mountain Shaker at full power. She snatched up her blade and joined the assault, capitalizing on Lu Fan's opening. That gulf in power didn't breed envy. Instead, an unspoken safety settled over her, a feeling she couldn't name. Together, they felled the spider. Fei, now level 3, nuzzled Lu Fan's hand in delight. Ying's was somber. Once, she was treated as deadweight, saved out of pity. Lu Fan understood. Before he could reply, Chu, Xiaoman, and Auntie Han arrived. The silver-armored spiders were defeated. Auntie Han beamed. She'd leveled up after years of stagnation. Lu Fan grinned at their report, then turned to Ying. No matter how strong Ying are, they'll never let Ying fight alone. Ying stiffened, as if struck by revelation. The doubts in her heart began to dissolve. Auntie Han asked why Lu Fan ever buff himself. He shrugged. Don't need it. Fei's area healing magic washed over them, painting Lu Fan's hair emerald. Xiaoman laughed at the sight, and soon the group's banter echoed through the woods as they pressed onward. Ying felt it again, that unfamiliar, comforting warmth. Having a team wasn't as terrible as she'd imagined. Deeper into the journey, Xiaoman frowned. Their path had dead-ended at a cliff's edge. But Lu Fan and Qiu peered downward and froze. Below sprawled a cavernous maw, the lair of the Hidden Realm's boss spider and its legion of minions. The swarm of spiders began scaling the cliff, advancing menacingly toward Lu Fan and his companions. Lu Fan calmly assessed the boss's status with his appraisal eye. The creature possessed terrifying abilities. It could devour its own minions to restore 5% of its health and unleash mass frenzy, commanding all underlings to focus on a single target while boosting their stats by 15% for 60 seconds. Qiu warned Auntie Han against looking down. The gruesome sight was too much for a non-combat profession. Yet Auntie Han refused to be a burden. She was determined to learn, no matter how harsh the reality. Her eyes flickered toward the spiders, but even the mere sight of them made her shudder. If she couldn't endure this, she truly would become deadweight. Just as Chu predicted, Auntie Han's stomach revolted. She doubled over, retching violently, while Lu Fan could only offer an awkward chuckle at his aunt's distress. Ying suggested clearing out the spider minions first, but Xiaoman hesitated. Other teams had taken at least 4 days to execute such a strategy. Auntie Han paled. She'd only packed 1 day's worth of rations. Sheepishly, she proposed roasted spider meat as a last resort. Qiu recoiled in disgust before she even finished speaking. Unfazed, Lu Fan raised a hand with unwavering confidence. There was no need to mimic others' tactics. The group exchanged puzzled glances. What was he planning? Without ceremony, Lu Fan summoned Nyx. Xiaoman's jaw dropped. This was the real dragon Qiu had mentioned. Ying, too, was stunned. The sheer dominance of a true dragon's presence was overwhelming. Nyx shifted into destruction dragon form and tore through the spider minions like paper. Against absolute power, strategy was irrelevant. Annihilation was the only answer. Lu Fan unleashed Cataclysm, reducing the horde to ashes in an instant. Auntie Han gaped at Nyx's transformation, while Xiaoman murmured praises, comparing it to a legendary dragon. Ying corrected her. This power likely surpassed legend. Lu Fan ordered Fei to buff Nyx, and the loyal spirit obeyed eagerly. Fei cast Emerald Light, and Lu Fan layered it with dragon encouragement, amplifying the dragon's attack power by 30%. Nyx's aura surged violently. A single bombardment obliterated the remaining spiders, leaving only scorched earth behind. Lu Fan instructed Chu and Xiaoman to guard Auntie Han, while he and Ying engaged the boss. Chu nodded in agreement. Ying unsheathed her twin blades, falling into step beside Lu Fan. They leapt off the cliff, weaving past the dwindling swarm. Lu Fan called Nyx to shield their advance, and the dragon obeyed without hesitation, carving a path toward the boss. Meanwhile, Fei reached level 4. Nyx's wings formed a protective barrier as they pressed forward. Lu Fan glanced back at Churup. Chiu waved him off. She and Xiaoman could handle the stragglers. The boss was Lu Fan's priority. Reassured, Lu Fan and Ying charged ahead, their resolve unshaken. But the spider boss wasn't idle. It spat a glob of thick venom, narrowly dodged by both. Lu Fan countered by casting Emerald Light on Ying. The boss retaliated with a tangled web, ensnaring them for 6 seconds. Lu Fan's cheek bore a shallow cut from the attack. He smirked. Nyx, burn it all. The dragon's answer was burning all things. A cataclysmic fire tornado erupted, devouring everything in its path. Ying's eyes widened. This power, it could erase a nation. As the inferno purged the remnants, Fei ascended to level 5, gaining Jade Blessing, a skill that layered 3 draconic auras, tripling attack potency. Suddenly, Fei began to glow. Lu Fan blinked in confusion. The light intensified, lifting Fei into the air. Then, transformation. A humanoid form emerged, adorned with emerald wings. She had the delicate features of a young girl, her long green hair mirroring Nyx's, yet radiating an ethereal grace. Like a healing angel, descended from the heavens. Fei, with newfound confidence, unleashed her newly acquired abilities. She bestowed upon Ying the Jade Blessing and Emerald Light, granting her both enhanced strength and a protective shield against attacks. Ying, seizing the opportunity, lunged at the boss monster. This time, her blade pierced through its thick hide with startling ease. Shock flickered across Ying's face. Moments ago, her strikes had been futile, yet now they carved effortlessly into the monstrous flesh. Her wide eyes turned toward Fei, brimming with awe. Meanwhile, Fei beamed with delight, basking in her master's silent praise. Observing this, Lu Fan had an idea. What if Jade Blessing were cast upon Nyx? The thought alone spurred him to action, but before he could act, the wounded boss lashed out in a desperate attack. Yet, the party narrowly evaded its fury. Following Lu Fan's command, Fei swiftly channeled Jade Blessing onto Nyx. Empowered, Nyx unleashed Burning All Things for the second time, engulfing the monstrous spider in a raging inferno. The flames seared deep, leaving the creature grievously wounded, its monstrous form writhing in agony. Sensing victory within reach, Lu Fan, Ying, and Fei dashed forward, their movements synchronized for the final strike. Lu Fan vaulted onto the wolf spider boss's back, his dagger gripped tightly in hand. With a fierce cry, he executed Dragon Fang's strike, driving the blade straight into the beast's skull. Ying and Fei followed suit, their combined assault sealing the monster's fate. The spider boss let out one last shuddering breath before collapsing. Its reign of terror ended forever. As the dust settled, Lu Fan felt his power surge. His level now 23. Nyx rose to level 16, while Fei, still growing, reached level 7. Ying suddenly grew curious about the total score Lu Fan had achieved in the grand exam. Lu Fan replied nonchalantly that it was 1.3 million. Ying frowned. With his current strength, that number seemed far too low. But Lu Fan merely shrugged. He had conquered all 100 floors of the Heavenly Tower. That was the maximum score. With the battle over, Fei clung to her master affectionately, earning a jealous glare from Nyx. Lu Fan, ever the leader, urged the group to descend the hill. As they walked, Ying silently reflected. Though their exam scores were close, the gap between their true abilities was as vast as heaven and earth. Salmon eagerly rummaged through the treasure chests. Most contained gear suited for a swordsman, and Xiaoman, shameless as ever, claimed them without hesitation. Upon exiting the secret realm, they formally invited Ying to join their team as a permanent member. She agreed without hesitation, and the group chatted amiably on their way home. Back at Lu Fan's residence, Aunt Han prepared a grand feast to celebrate Ying's induction into their ranks. That evening, Aunt Han held nothing back, stuffing everyone to the point of discomfort. Nyx gorged herself into a drowsy stupor, while Fei had already dozed off mid-meal. In the following days, Lu Fan and his dragonkin continued their relentless leveling. Between battles, they settled back into the rhythm of campus life. Then, 2 days before the freshman evaluation, Fei had reached level 14, Nyx level 19, and Lu Fan, now a formidable level 25. Fresh from another secret realm conquest, Aunt Han, still unaccustomed to the grotesque environments, wrinkled her nose in distaste. Meanwhile, Xiaoman, ever the opportunist, dove straight into looting the reward chests, despite Lu Fan and Ying doing most of the work. Yet neither Lu Fan nor Ying minded. Instead, they congratulated Xiaoman on obtaining the venomous spider set. The set granted its wearer the ability to ensnare foes in webbing for 60 seconds, poisoning them for 5% damage every 5 seconds. Exhausted but satisfied, they decided to return and rest. Tomorrow's evaluation demanded their full strength. No sooner had Lu Fan stepped out of the portal than Miss Guhan intercepted him. The vice principal was summoning him. Something important awaited. On his way to the principal's office, Lu Fan caught fragments of other students assessing someone's strength with 73 Hong. Miss Guhan mistook his silence for unease, but the truth was simpler. Lu Fan had no idea what the term meant. With a knowing smile, Miss Guhan clarified. The students, inspired by Lu Fan and Hongwu's high-stakes duel, had devised this new system to measure power. Their battle had become the benchmark. Lu Fan was now the pinnacle, 100 Hong, while Hongwu languished at 1 Hong, reduced to scraping by as a cleaning service worker to avoid starvation. Later, the vice principal delivered grim news. This year's national exam would be held in the Kingdom of Tai. Originally scheduled 5 months away, the date had been abruptly moved up to just 2 months. The reason is Jin family's eldest son was poised to achieve his 3rd profession transformation within a month. Lu Fan saw through the ploy at once. Tai was rigging the timeline to thin the competition. Few rivals would reach the 3rd transformation in time. The vice principal's grim nod confirmed it. Most contestants still lingered at the 2nd transformation. The Jin heir would dominate unchallenged. The gap between the 2nd and 3rd transformations was vast, Lu Fan realized. The vice principal sighed, lamenting the blatant unfairness. He urged Lu Fan to withdraw. Worse, the Dragon Capital Academy had monopolized victory for years. This time, every rival school would target them ruthlessly. But Lu Fan's resolve didn't waver. This was his chance to rise to the top. He would compete, regardless of the odds. The vice principal's frustration melted into admiration. He pledged to marshal every resource to support Lu Fan's defiance. With a final encouragement, he reminded Lu Fan to shine in tomorrow's freshman evaluation. Dawn broke over the academy's grand stage, where the vice principal addressed the crowd. The rules for the evaluation were simple. A 2v2 team battle. First place would claim 5,000 points, second with 3,000 points, and third with 2,000 points. Students were ordered to form pairs and register by afternoon. The matches would begin at dusk. Amid the chaos, Lu Fan and Qiu reunited with Ying and Xiaoman. A brash male student intercepted Ying, barely finishing his plea to team up before her icy refusal cut him off. Xiaoman merely arched an eyebrow at the fool before herding the group toward registration. Lufan proposed splitting into two teams, himself with Qiu and Ying with Xiaoman. Next day, the arena roared as the evaluation commenced, fans cheering for their favorites. At the center, Chen with his armored dragon dominated, his latest victim sent crashing beyond the ring's edge. A flash of his Dragon Lance strike sealed another victory. The crowd erupted. 28 consecutive wins. Chen's legend grew with each bout. Cool as ever. Obviously, moments before the match, Lufan was busy combining several intermediate treasure maps into a high-level one, while Ying watched his antics in utter bewilderment. Then, he merged 3 high-level treasure maps into a divine treasure map, and succeeded. The location marked on the divine treasure map led to a hidden realm known as the Flying Dragon Cemetery, a perilous domain for those between levels 45 and 60. Soon after, the announcer invited Lufan's and Ying's team to enter the arena. Seizing the moment, Lufan proposed a wager to Ying. He would defeat both opponents alone, without her or his dragon's assistance. In return, if he won, Ying would have to reveal all the characteristics of a swordmaster. Without hesitation, Chen seized the initiative, lunging at Lufan with lightning speed, his spear gleaming as he thrust it forward. Arrogance dripped from his voice as he declared he would crush Lufan and finally step out of his shadow. Lufan paid no heed to Chen's taunts. Instead, he reminded Ying that it was too late to back out of their bet before blinking straight toward the armored dragon. In one swift motion, he struck one of its fangs with his dragon claws, snapping it clean off. Chen's pride burned at the insult. Lufan had outright declared he wouldn't even rely on Ying or his dragon. Unfazed, Lufan responded lazily, calling it a small debt and sarcastically advising Chen not to mind them. He even mocked Chen, implying he didn't need his full strength to deal with them. Jinju, who had long harbored resentment toward Lufan, seethed further at his blatant disrespect. Chen, too, was incensed. He immediately commanded the armored dragon to attack. Lufan remained relaxed as the beast charged. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his beloved dagger. To him, the dragon's asymmetrical fangs were an eyesore, so he leaped and shattered the remaining one, fixing its appearance. The audience gasped. To Lufan, this fearsome dragon, which had crushed countless participants, was nothing more than a plaything. Jinzu snapped Chen out of his daze, urging him to fulfill his promise and defeat Lufan. Obediently, Chen obeyed, thrusting his spear with renewed fury. The armored dragon unleashed a sweep, its massive tail whipping toward Lufan with crushing force. Yet Lufan dodged effortlessly, perching atop the dragon's broken fang with infuriating calm. He taunted Chen again. He wasn't even worth taking seriously. Jinju's patience finally snapped. She invoked a dark spell, one that racked the armored dragon with agony but drastically amplified all its attributes. Lufan's eyes narrowed in recognition. Jinju had used this very skill on her own subordinates before. Witnessing the situation, Ying jolted in shock and immediately moved to assist Lufan. But Lufan halted her. He had seen this skill before and remained confident in overcoming it. Jinju then ordered Chen to command his dragon to finish off Lufan. Of course, Lufan did not surrender so easily. He invoked the dragon magic he'd mastered earlier. The skill, Ice Dragon's Wrath, summoned a colossal blue dragon that unleashed a frigid breath toward the armored dragon. In an instant, the armored dragon was encased in ice, rendered immobile. Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized Lufan could wield both physical and magical skills simultaneously. Lufan smirked, declaring that high attributes alone were insufficient to defeat him. Without hesitation, he lunged at Jinju, whose shock left her frozen mid-reaction. Yet Chen intercepted the strike just in time, barking at Princess Jinju to retreat. He then commanded the armored dragon to attack from behind, its draconic breath searing toward Lufan. Anticipating this, Lufan activated Flash Leap and Blink, vanishing only to reappear behind the beast. Another dragon magic surged forth from his fingertips. The skill, Blue Dragon King's Roar, unleashed a devastating tidal wave of lightning. The electrified onslaught struck the armored dragon with brutal force, crushing it into defeat. The audience erupted in awe. None could believe Lu Fan had withstood a direct physical assault from a dragon, let alone conjured rare draconic spells, without ever summoning his own dragon. Chen stood paralyzed, his arrogance shattered like glass, unable to reconcile the chasm between their strengths. From the start, Lu Fan had been puzzled by Chen's reliance solely on Dragonlance strike. Now the truth dawned. It wasn't restraint. Chen had no other skills. Lu Fan coldly demanded their surrender. Chen's fury ignited. This upstart had barred his path to becoming the supreme dragon tamer, even dared mock Princess Jinzhu. Snarling, he urged the girl to channel her dark magic into him. He would fight to the death. Jinzhu consented without hesitation, her cursed energy twisting into Chen's veins. Rather than panic, Lu Fan could only pity Chen's idiocy for pledging loyalty to such a master. Chen's body mutated into a four-armed monstrosity, muscles grotesquely bulging as his stats skyrocketed. He leaped at Lu Fan. Dragonlance strike aimed to obliterate him, but Lu Fan felt no hatred, only sorrow for the fool before him. Activating Wind Spirit's Whisper, his agility soared by 35%, his movements becoming a blur too fast for the eye to follow. Then came Thunder fused with Dragonfang Strike, slashing relentlessly through Chen's flesh. The blows left Chen grievously wounded, his body convulsing under crackling electricity. Princess Jinzhu paled. Chen, her last hope, had fallen so easily, and Lu Fan hadn't even needed his dragon. After Chen's defeat, Lu Fan approached the weakened Princess Jinzhu. Seeing him advance, the princess staggered back, hurling threats despite her helpless state. Hearing her defiant tone, Lu Fan, unimpressed by her arrogance, slapped her hard, again, silencing her pride with a sharp crack. He coldly declared the strike a debt owed to her elder brother, daring her to collect it whenever she wished. Though inwardly, Lu Fan doubted that brother possessed the skill to challenge him. His actions sparked fierce debate. Some accused him of humiliating a defeated foe. Others praised him for putting the haughty princess in her place. The vice principal promptly called for order, officially announcing Lu Fan and Ying as the victors. He then instructed Miss Guhan to summon Lu Fan to his office. Moments later, Lu Fan stood before the vice principal, who admitted surprise at his audacity. Striking a royal princess of Tai was no small matter. But that wasn't why he'd been summoned. The principal and vice principal had reviewed Lu Fan's performance and now requested his withdrawal from the school's evaluation event. Lu Fan stiffened, assuming they disapproved of his earlier conduct. The vice principal swiftly corrected him. Far from displeased, they were impressed. His rare dragon magic had caught their attention, and the academy wished to allocate a secret, high-level Secret Realms resources exclusively for him. The Realm Hunter Guild handpicked several elite-level realms for Lu Fan's consideration. He studied the options carefully. The staggering prices gave him pause, but the vice principal assured him the school would win the auction for his sake. Dragon Capital Academy spared no expense for national exams. They pledged to fully support Lu Fan's needs. After deliberation, Lu Fan selected the Flying Dragon Cemetery, a level 55 nightmare difficulty realm with a two-person entry requirement. The next day, during the freshman evaluation match between Lu Fan's team and Feng Pavilion's, the vice principal announced Lu Fan's withdrawal. Whispers erupted among the students, unsettling Xiaoman. Qiu, however, urged her to ignore them. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Ying trekked through the forest toward the Flying Dragon Cemetery. He apologized for pulling her from the event, but she dismissed his concern. The realm's rewards and experience far outweighed the competition. If anything, she should be thanking him for inviting her. Suddenly, a red-haired young man perched on a tree branch called out, beckoning them to follow. Lu Fan demanded his identity. The man grinned. Black Rat, a Realm Hunter Guild member. Without delay, he urged them onward. Along the way, Black Rat marveled at Dragon Capital Academy's resources, casually probing their levels. Lu Fan answered plainly. Hearing they were only level 25, the man paled. Something was terribly wrong. He yanked out his phone, intent on verifying with the academy. A mistake here could be fatal. Just then, a monstrous shriek split the air. A tree behind Black Rat exploded as a beast attacked. They barely dodged, sprinting away from the danger zone. Lufan whirled, unleashing Blue Dragon King's roar. The spell obliterated the level 50 avian monster in one strike. Black Rat gaped. Who defeats a level 50 beast with a single blow? Lufan reassured the man once more that levels were irrelevant and firmly instructed him to lead them to the hidden realm. At last, the Black Rat revealed the direction to the hidden realm, guiding them with silent certainty. After a brief journey through the wilderness, their destination loomed before them, a sight beyond imagination. There, in the heart of the forest, stood a colossal crimson portal, its eerie glow leaving Lufan and Ying utterly spellbound. With its duty fulfilled, the Black Rat prepared to take its leave, only for Lufan to raise a hand, halting its retreat. Lufan extended an offer of friendship and a proposal. The Black Rat would become his informant. The Black Rat's beady eyes flickered with confusion, its whiskers twitching as it weighed the unexpected proposition. Lufan clarified his intent. He sought not the hidden realm itself, but its location, and he was willing to pay handsomely for such knowledge. With a cunning smile, he explained the loophole. While the Hunters Guild forbade trading secrets of the realms, mere coordinates broke no rules. The Black Rat's hesitation deepened, its mind racing. After a tense silence, Black Rat named its price, 100,000 dragon coins, a friend's discount. Without flinching, Lufan agreed. The Black Rat's shock was palpable, but a deal was struck. As the Black Rat vanished into the shadows, Lufan and Ying stepped through the portal, only to find Ying already waiting on the other side, arms crossed. Before Lufan could assess their surroundings, the ground trembled violently. Ying's first thought, an earthquake, but the truth was far worse. A thunderous stampede echoed. A pack of dragons was charging toward them. Rotting corpse dragons. Their abilities were lethal. Pack bite, marking prey to summon the horde, and corrupt breath, weakening attacks by half. Lufan swiftly signaled Ying to prepare for battle, his voice low but commanding as the rotting corpse dragons closed in. In one fluid motion, Ying unsheathed her Mountain Shaker sword and cleaved through the first dragon, its corpse collapsing in a heap. Another beast lunged at Lufan, jaws gaping wide mid-flight, but Nyx answered his call. The summoned dragon gathered searing flames in her maw and unleashed a draconic breath, reducing the monster to cinders. Not to be outdone, Ying activated Armor Break, her blade ignoring 32% of the enemy's defense. The strike pierced a dragon's skull, killing it instantly. But in her fervor, she misjudged the terrain. Her leap sent her plummeting toward a cliff's edge. Desperate, she willed her heavy broadsword to intercept her fall, but a surviving dragon dove after her, its maw dripping venom. Panic flashed in Ying's eyes. Her sword wouldn't reach her in time. Lufan refused to let her fall. Dagger in hand, he vaulted toward the pursuing dragon and executed Dragon Fang Strike, splitting the beast in two. His free hand shot out, grasping Ying's wrist just as she slipped. Though startled, relief warmed her gaze. He'd come for her. With a grunt, Lufan drove his sword into the cliffside, slowing their descent before they could crash against the rocks below. As they steadied themselves, a new threat rumbled beneath the hill. Something massive. The earth split. A monstrous figure emerged, its hollow gaze locking onto them. Instinctively, Lufan shielded Ying. Sensing the danger, Lufan immediately called upon Nyx again, his command cutting through the chaos as the bone-clad titan rose to its full height. The dragon's eyes narrowed. The titan before them was no ordinary foe. It was a skeleton dragon, its bones radiating ancient malice. The bone dragon immediately lunged toward Nyx, its jaws widening menacingly. Without hesitation, it swallowed Nyx whole, the poor creature still alive. At the same time, Lufan and Ying had already ascended the hill, watching the scene unfold. Ying's breath hitched in panic as she witnessed Nyx being devoured by the monstrous beast. Information flickered before them. This was a berserk bone dragon, a creature armed with terrifying abilities. Bone armor enhancing its defense, bone blade assault, firing sharpened bones in all directions, and bone storm, a devastating tail sweep capable of cleaving through entire areas. Lufan reassured Ying with calm certainty Nyx would be fine and urged her to retreat for now. Without hesitation, Lufan advanced to confront the bone dragon, though Ying remained uneasy, her heart pounding at the sheer danger the beast posed. With a determined command, Lufan summoned Nyx, ordering her to shift into her destruction form. Suddenly, an inferno erupted from within the bone dragon's maw, flames roaring violently, a sign of Nyx's transformation. Nyx's enlarged form burst forth with overwhelming force, shattering the bone dragon's jaws in an instant. Ying could only stare in stunned silence, witnessing Nyx's terrifying new form for the first time. Lufan then called upon Fei, requesting the Emerald Blessing to bolster his strength. Side by side, Lufan and Nyx launched their assault. Nyx slashed with her draconic claws, while Lufan struck with his signature Dragon Fang strike. Though their attacks wounded the bone dragon, the beast refused to fall. Enraged, it prepared to unleash Bone Storm, its tail coiling for a devastating sweep. But before the attack could land, a blade suddenly pierced through the bone dragon's skull. Lufan turned in shock to see Ying descending, her sword gleaming with deadly intent. She offered a half-hearted excuse. She had come to repay her debt, promising to reveal all the traits of a swordmaster. Delighted, Lufan welcomed her assistance, and the battle resumed with renewed vigor. Ying began her explanation. As a swordmaster gains a new sword every 5 levels. The weapon in her hand was her strongest yet, the Scythe of Calamity, an epic tier armament. Its ability, Sinful Burst, allowed her to alternate between fire and dark elemental attacks. Each kill permanently increased its attack power by 0.1%, and her current bonus stood at 8.9%. With a swift motion, Ying activated Sinful Burst, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion upon the bone dragon. Lufan finally understood. Swordmasters didn't rely on skills, but on the unique powers of their ever-growing arsenal. He then instructed Fei to bestow the Emerald Blessing upon Nyx, amplifying her strength. Empowered, Nyx gained 3 consecutive attack enhancements. With a roar, she unleashed Earth Shatter, splitting the ground beneath the bone dragon. The beast plummeted into the fissure, its reign of terror ending in an instant. As the dust settled, Lufan rose to level 26, while Fei reached level 15, unlocking new transformations. Yet Ying stood somber, her expression clouded with doubt. Had her presence even mattered in the battle? Sensing her turmoil, Lufan comforted her, reminding her of their growth and Fei's newfound power. Ying's spirits lifted, curiosity sparking as she wondered what abilities Fei had gained. Fei now possessed 2 new forms: Eternal Guardian form, granting Life Pulse and Eternal Guard, and Spirit Light form, allowing her to shift into spectral energy, wielding Spirit Shield and Spirit Impact. Lufan praised Fei's growth, prompting an affectionate hug, though Nyx watched with a jealous glare. Eager to move forward, Ying urged them to continue their exploration. But before they could take another step, a barrage of fireballs rained down upon them. They barely evaded, scrambling for cover behind a massive tree, scanning for their unseen attackers. Peering through the foliage, they spotted the culprits, a pack of dragonkin, another fearsome species lying in wait. After preparing everything, Lufan and Ying advanced to face the dragon monsters, followed closely by Nyx and Fei. Fei activated her transformation skill, Soul Light, shifting her form into that of a radiant spirit. She then cast Soul Shield, a formidable ability that enhanced all of the target's attributes by 200%, absorbed up to 10 layers of incoming attacks, and retaliated with the accumulated damage. Empowered by Fei's buff, Nyx's stats skyrocketed insanely. His strength, once a mere 4,000, now surged to a staggering 26,000. The dragon monsters wasted no time, hurling blazing fireballs toward Nyx. Yet, every attack was effortlessly absorbed by Fei's Soul Shield. After enduring 10 layers of assault, Fei unleashed a devastating counterattack, releasing all the accumulated energy in a single, overwhelming strike. The force was so immense that the dragon monsters were instantly defeated, collapsing like swatted flies. Ying was stunned. She had never imagined that dragons could be this unpredictable. Even with her Scythe of Calamity, She couldn't rival the destructive power of a support-type dragon like Faye. It was terrifying. After running a considerable distance, the group was abruptly confronted by the sudden appearance of a boss. A massive silver-scaled dragon with razor-sharp spines and vicious crimson eyes loomed before them. This was the Steel Dragon, a fearsome foe capable of wielding skills like Rapid Storm, Steel Thrust, and Steel Reinforcement. Without hesitation, the Steel Dragon shot forward, aiming straight for Nyx. Ying panicked, ready to rush to Nyx's aid, but Lufan calmly urged her to stay composed and not act recklessly. Faye then activated Emerald Dragon Lineage, doubling the potency of all her skills. She followed up with Soul Impact, a technique that gathered 1 layer of energy per second, maxing out at 60 layers. Lufan further amplified their strength with Dragon Inspiration, boosting all attributes by 30%. The buff sent Nyx's stats soaring. His strength now reached an astonishing 34,000. Faye and Nyx launched a combined assault. Faye fired Soul Impact while Nyx slashed at the Steel Dragon with his draconic claws. The attack severed the Steel Dragon's arm and left it grievously wounded. Enraged, the Steel Dragon turned its fury toward Lufan. Ying, refusing to be a burden, summoned all her swords. Determined to assist Lufan in any way she could, she swung her Scythe of Calamity straight at the Steel Dragon's head. Yet, the attack barely scratched it. Thanks to Steel Reinforcement, all incoming damage was reduced by 50%. Ying gritted her teeth in frustration, but Lufan remained unfazed, smiling as if it were nothing. He understood her determination to contribute. Meanwhile, the Steel Dragon opened its maw, ready to devour Lufan whole. Lufan called for Faye's buff and countered with Dragon Fang Strike, finishing off with the Steel Dragon defeated. Nyx leveled up to 20, unlocking a new skill, Intimidation. As usual, Faye immediately glomped on Lufan in her adorable way, sparking Nyx's jealousy. Ying mused that at Nyx's current level, he could probably one-shot the Steel Dragon now. Lufan simply laughed and urged them to continue their journey. Suddenly, Ying burst into laughter. Puzzled, Lufan asked her why. She admitted she had remembered something Xiaoman once said. Mimicking Xiaoman's mannerisms and speech, Ying put on a playful act, surprising Lufan. He hadn't expected her to joke around like this. Ying confessed that perhaps she felt comfortable around him. Lufan, in turn, complimented her beautiful voice, recalling how enchanting it was when they first met. Ying blushed in embarrassment, but Lufan continued his flattery, praising her stunning appearance. As they relaxed, Nyx could be seen teasing Faye as usual. Some things never changed. Lufan's curiosity was piqued as he noticed Ying acquiring a new sword upon reaching level 25. Ying confirmed it with a faint smile, unsheathing a blade radiating a soft pink aura. The sword, named Myriad Blossom, was of superior tier, capable of splitting into 1,000 blossom blades, each dealing 10% of the original sword's attack power. Ying wondered silently whether maximizing its upgrades could rival even a single strike from Nyx's devastating blows. Lufan reassured her, with the sword fully leveled, few students in the academy would stand as her equals. Ying merely laughed in response, her amusement light yet knowing. Suddenly, Nyx and Faye called out to Lufan, their voices urgent as they stumbled upon something peculiar. There, strewn across the ground, lay several lifeless bodies, adventurers by the look of their gear. After a brief inspection, Lufan deduced their fate, an ambush by monsters. Instinctively, he drew his weapon, and just in time, a shadowy figure lurked behind the thickets, its gaze predatory. The creature emerged, revealing itself as a draconic subspecies, a bronze dragon armed with the skills Bronze Armor and Defense Barrier. Before they could react, another monster slithered into view, a three-headed elemental dragon, its trio of maws crackling with the simultaneous power of fire, ice, and lightning magic. Ying's eyes widened at their cunning. These beasts had coordinated their assault flawlessly. The three-headed dragon began chanting, its elemental spells coalescing into a lethal storm. Nyx lunged without hesitation, striking one of its heads, but the blow glanced off harmlessly. The bronze armor's buff had fortified its ally, rendering the attack futile. Ying gritted her teeth. Eliminating the bronze dragon first was imperative, yet Lu Fan steadied her with a calm gesture. He urged her to stay back, whispering for her to focus on leveling Myriad Blossom. He had a plan. With Faye and Nyx at his side, Lu Fan advanced. His Dragon Fang strike roared forth, amplified by Faye's buffs. But the elemental dragon retaliated, unleashing a triad of spells. Lu Fan barked an order. Nyx unleashed her new skill, Intimidation. A suffocating aura erupted from her, paralyzing foes with fear, stunning them within its radius. The three-headed dragon stiffened, crippled by stun and fear. Unfortunately, Ying too faltered under Nyx's oppressive aura. Lu Fan urged her to endure a little longer. Seizing the opening, he drove his Dragon Fang strike into the bronze dragon, felling it in one decisive blow. Nyx followed, her claws rending the three-headed beast apart with savage precision. The monsters fell, their reign of terror ended by her fury. Nyx's strength surged, her level ascending twice to 22. Lu Fan and Ying too felt their power grow, each gaining 2 levels. Yet, despite the victory, Ying's disappointment lingered. She had contributed nothing. Lu Fan suggested they return to camp to rest, his tone gentle yet distant. That evening, Ying prepared the provisions Auntie Han had packed earlier. But Lu Fan was nowhere to be found. A gnawing fear gripped her. Had he abandoned her, deeming her a burden? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Fan whispered an apology into the night wind. He had no choice. The divine treasure map demanded his pursuit. As he arrived at the site, 2 colossal dragon eggs loomed before him. Their shells trembled. Fissures spider-webbed across the surface, something stirring within. The eggs hatched abruptly, as if they had deliberately waited for Lu Fan's presence. From within the 2 eggs emerged 2 dragons, newly born yet radiating immense power. These were no ordinary beasts. They were Dragon King souls, level 70 of Nightmare tier. Their abilities were vast, wielding skills such as Elemental Dragon Breath and Soul Assault, among others. As always, Lu Fan remained composed, summoning his beloved dragons to prepare for the impending battle. The newly born Dragon Kings advanced, their hostility palpable as they launched their assault. The deafening roars of the dragons echoed across the land, reaching even Ying's location. The sheer force of the sound startled her. Yet she hesitated, believing herself unworthy of aiding Lu Fan, certain she would only become a burden. Memories of her time with him flooded her mind, leaving her torn and uncertain of what to do. Meanwhile, Lu Fan found himself overwhelmed by the relentless attacks of the 2 dragons. Frustration gnawed at him. How could these newly born bosses push him to such limits? They were even more dangerous than the world-ending emperor from the Grand Trial. Nyx unleashed Lava Inferno, engulfing the larger dragon in searing flames. But Lu Fan failed to notice the silent strike approaching from behind. Just as the attack was about to land, a barrage of swords pierced the dragon's body, sending it crashing to the ground, saving Lu Fan in the nick of time. Shock flashed across Lu Fan's face as he recognized the attack. He had never expected Ying to come to his aid. Ying snapped him out of his daze, urging him to focus. She would stand by his side in this battle. Gratitude and warmth swelled in Lu Fan's heart at her selfless act. Without delay, he commanded Faye to cast Life Pulse, healing their allies in an instant. He then bolstered Nyx with Emerald Blessing and Emerald Light, enhancing her strength. Empowered, Nyx tore into the Dragon Kings with ruthless precision. Lu Fan joined the fray, unleashing the arcane might of Blue Dragon King's roar. Yet the dragons refused to fall easily. Cornered, they activated Apocalypse Fall, sacrificing their very life force to unleash a cataclysmic strike. The devastating attack crashed upon Lu Fan and his allies, threatening to annihilate them. Just as all seemed lost, Faye invoked Eternal Guardian, a barrier that absorbed damage proportional to the caster's vitality. Miraculously, it shielded them from certain doom. Ying, her voice trembling with relief, thanked Faye, believing she had glimpsed the end of her life. Lu Fan, equally shaken, expressed his gratitude as well, tenderly ruffling Faye's hair in boundless affection. Nyx ascended to level 23, while Lu Fan reached level 29. However, Nyx sulked at Lu Fan's praise, feeling as though her master's favor had shifted. Sensing her displeasure, Lufan quickly showered her with compliments, soothing her wounded pride. Once the brief drama subsided, Lufan turned to Ying with sincere remorse, apologizing for leaving her behind. He had only intended to search for something, never anticipating such a deadly encounter. Ying dismissed his worries, recalling his past words to her. No matter how strong Lufan became, he would never let his comrades fight alone. After a brief moment, a treasure chest materialized before them, a reward for conquering the secret realm. With a mix of anticipation and curiosity, Lufan reached out and opened the gilded chest. Inside, he discovered 3 rare treasures. The first was the soul wings of the dragon, a legendary tier item that granted the wearer the ability to fly and wield high-tier dragon magic. The second prize was the Dragon Rider's Peak, an epic tier artifact that allowed its user to ride dragons, enhance their attributes, and convert normal attacks into ranged damage. The third reward was the late Dragon Bone Flute, also epic tier, capable of summoning the soul of the twin Dragon King, though it could only be used 7 times. Lufan couldn't help but lament the limited uses of the flute, a flaw in an otherwise magnificent item. Just then, Ying directed his attention toward Fei, who seemed to be doing something unusual. To their surprise, Fei was using Life Spring, a healing skill, without being commanded. The area around her began to rejuvenate, leaving Lufan slightly bewildered. Soon, they realized Fei was healing the giant sacred tree within the secret realm. The tree, which had withered from their earlier battle, slowly began to revive, its branches stretching anew. Then, from its rejuvenated bark, a single seed emerged, unintentionally triggering a hidden quest. Lufan picked it up, examining the seed of the flying dragon's sacred tree, a quest item that required him to slay the Dragon King. He praised Fei, acknowledging that without her, they would never have discovered this hidden quest. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He retrieved the late Dragon Bone Flute and instructed Fei to consume it using her unique skill. Noticing Ying's confusion, Lufan explained, Fei possessed natural assimilation, an ability that allowed her to absorb items and transform them into personal skills. Without hesitation, Fei devoured the flute and succeeded. Now she could summon the 2 dragon bosses they had just defeated. Eager to test her new power, Fei summoned them. The dragons materialized, but their levels had scaled down to match Fei's current strength, level 18. Ying, suddenly reminded of the rapidly passing time, urged Lufan to return immediately. However, Lufan insisted she go ahead, promising to follow shortly. As one might expect, Lufan had other plans. He intended to retrieve the treasure marked on the Divine Treasure Map. Several hours later, he finally returned to his room. There, he began lecturing his dragons like a stern teacher guiding his students. He rambled on, while Fei and Nick simply stared at the blue dragon egg in silence. Lufan expressed his desire to hatch it, instructing the 2 to be kind to their future little sibling. Confidently, he activated his dragon taming ability, but nothing happened. A heavy silence filled the room as they exchanged confused glances. Lufan quickly checked the system and realized there was a slot limit for dragon tamers, and a new slot hadn't been unlocked yet. He surmised he would need to reach level 30 and advance to his second profession to expand his capacity. With a sigh, he abandoned the idea for now and dismissed his dragons to rest. The next morning, someone knocked on Lufan's door unusually early. It was Chio and Xiaoman, both women with urgent news. As soon as Lufan opened the door, Chio informed him of the recent Feng Pavilion incident. Rumors were spreading. They accused Lufan of withdrawing from the new student evaluation out of fear of them. Still half asleep, Lufan responded with nothing more than a lazy shrug. But inwardly, he smirked. If they wanted a spectacle, he'd give them one. Borrowing Chio's tablet, he prepared to clap back at the Feng Pavilion's post Game On. In a training arena, several individuals could be seen honing their skills. Among them was a disciple named Su, a forbidden sorcerer of the hidden combat class, who was intently studying a posted notice. He then reported its contents to his leader Jiang, who remained silent and unresponsive at that moment. 2 fellow trainees practicing with them abruptly took action, launching an attack against Jiang. In a flash, Jiang activated his skill, and countless spectral figures materialized around him. The 2 assailants froze, startled by Zhang's sudden severity, for this was meant to be nothing more than a routine spar. Yet the shadows struck true, felling both disciples in an instant. It was then revealed that Zhang bore the rare title of Shadow Warrior, another hidden combat class profession. Su, undeterred, pressed the notice from Lufan into Zhang's hands, urging him to read it himself. To their surprise, Lufan had openly countered Feng Pavilion's challenge by daring all its members to face him alone at once. With unwavering confidence, Zhang ordered Su to reply to Lufan's post, demanding he meet them at the arena after the finals the next day. Su, however, paled. Zhang truly intended to confront Lufan head-on. As it happened, Feng had already planned to engage Lufan and had instructed Su to rally every member of Feng Pavilion. His goal was simple: to prove to Lufan that the top rank was earned through genuine combat, not by relying on insider influence. Meanwhile, Auntie Han cautioned Lufan against overconfidence. Lufan, lounging lazily, admitted he held little interest in Feng Pavilion's antics. Together, they devised a plan. Lufan would disguise himself to observe Feng Pavilion's matches firsthand, assessing their strength. Upon arriving at the arena, Lufan's disguised figure lingered in the shadows, silently scrutinizing the battles below. After a brief assessment, he rose, intent on departing. Lufan expressed his utter boredom, declaring the matches completely uninteresting, as he decided to leave in search of fresher air. Elsewhere, the vice principal urgently reported Lufan's audacious challenge to fight Feng Pavilion alone to the principal. With a dismissive wave, the principal delegated the matter to Ms. Guhan, deeming it too trivial for his attention. But the vice principal fretted. What if Lufan, blind to his own limits, unleashed chaos? The principal shrugged off the concern. His true worry lay with the emissary from Dragon Capital, arriving soon to evaluate Lufan as a national exam candidate. The evaluator, he revealed, would not be Xiong but Changfeng, the very man Grandmaster Jing had once expelled for his past dealings with Lufan. The vice principal's face drained of color. The implication was clear: Changfeng might seek vengeance. The principal, however, merely ordered him to secure more resources to accelerate Lufan's second profession awakening. "I'll watch his match," he added, eyes gleaming. Such entertainment shouldn't be missed. The vice principal could only stand in stiff silence. Back at the Dragon Capital Academy arena, disciples fell one after another. One of the defeated disciples warned the others not to approach the gate, their voice trembling as they insisted that the figure inside was undeniably a master. Indeed, it was Lufan. Boredom had driven him to open a challenge room, wagering points to pass the time. Yet his opponents proved disappointingly weak. A waste, he sighed, regretting not leveling up in the secret realm instead. Just then, the arena door slid open, revealing a slender silhouette. The silver-haired girl stepped forward with graceful poise, her voice sweetly inviting as she expressed her desire to train alongside Lufan. Lufan returned the greeting by addressing her as senior sister. Noting his impeccable courtesy, the senior sister gracefully offered him the first move. But Lufan declined, insisting she take the initiative instead. She agreed, and in an instant, a blazing spear materialized in her grasp. Lufan's eyes widened. This was no ordinary opponent. An overwhelming aura of fire enveloped her, radiating an almost palpable intimidation. Then, like a flash, she darted behind him, poised to strike. The senior sister warned him she was unlike any ordinary student and demanded he unleash his full strength. Gritting his teeth, Lufan barely managed to block her attack. The sheer force sent him hurtling backward, skidding across the ground. His mind raced. Just what level was this woman? To his surprise, she praised him for enduring her strike, but her tone turned stern. If he continued holding back, she would teach him a lesson. Understanding her intent, Lufan steeled himself. This time, he would fight seriously. The battle resumed, a relentless exchange of blows. The senior sister moved with effortless grace. Lufan began to falter. Nearby, students watched in awe. The woman who had just entered Lufan's training room was extraordinary. Most lasted mere minutes against her. Yet here she was, still fighting. Eventually, The Feng Pavilion match concluded. Su informed the others that Lu Fan had been observing them. Jiang, brimming with arrogance, taunted Lu Fan, daring him to face the Jiang Pavilion head-on the next day. Xiaoman blinked in confusion. Lu Fan had already vanished. Aunt Han swiftly pulled out her phone to call him. Meanwhile, in the arena, Lu Fan struggled desperately against the senior sister's onslaught. His disguise's hat and sunglasses sent flying. He hadn't anticipated her strength. With a flick of her fiery spear, she caught the fallen hat. A smirk played on her lips as she commended him, adapting to her attacks in just 15 minutes. But she chided him for his pitiful stamina. Lu Fan frowned. She could have ended this in 2 strikes. Why did it feel like guidance? Closing the distance, she teasingly nudged him, urging him to reveal his handsome face. Then, a ringtone interrupted. Apologizing, Lu Fan answered. After the call, he bowed again. His aunt was looking for him. Gathering his courage, he asked for the senior sister's number. The senior sister couldn't help but laugh in amusement, teasing Lu Fan for his audacity in asking for a woman's phone number during their very first encounter. She refused. If he wished to see her again, he'd have to open this training room once more. As she departed, Lu Fan stood bewildered. She was neither teacher nor student. He was certain. Suddenly, 100 points reflected in his account. Her concession, proof she had only sought to mentor him. Heart pounding, he sprinted out, scanning the halls. But she was gone. Just then, Aunt Han's voice rang out as she approached with Chu and Xiaoman in tow. Xiaoman tilted her head curiously, wondering aloud about this mysterious senior sister Lu Fan kept mentioning. Lu Fan could only sigh, defeated. The next day, the arena buzzed. Feng Pavilion members stood assembled. They waited, convinced Lu Fan would flee. Su urged Jiang to be patient. Then, a member spotted him entering. The pavilion shifted into combat stances, faces grim. They would not underestimate him. But Lu Fan seemed utterly unconcerned, casually biting into a piece of bread as though he had just woken up and hadn't even had time for breakfast. With an air of indifference, he gestured for them to begin quickly, muttering something about having more important matters to attend to. Jiang sneered at Lu Fan's peculiar way of entering the arena, but Lu Fan paid him no mind. After finishing his bread, Lu Fan commanded them to begin the battle immediately, urging them to attack all at once. One of the burly men, incensed by Lu Fan's arrogance, lunged forward, eager to finish him off, but Jiang stopped him with a sharp gesture. Done with pleasantries, Jiang coldly declared a wager of 7,000 points. Unfazed, Lu Fan drew his card and bet his entire fortune, 17,000 points. Panic rippled through the Feng Pavilion members. Even pooling all their points together, they fell short. Jiang silenced them with a raised hand, deep in thought. Finally, he agreed, staking every last point the Feng Pavilion possessed. A pleased smirk curled Lu Fan's lips as he urged them to begin. Expecting Lu Fan to summon his dragon, Jiang immediately ordered Su to bind him with his magic. Then, he barked at his comrades to attack Lu Fan simultaneously. Weapons gleamed in their grips as they awaited the final command. Jiang's voice thundered across the arena order to attack Su, swiftly cast Binding Lock. Chains of shimmering magic shot toward Lu Fan. The spell coiled tightly around his body, immobilizing him and sealing his skills for 5 full seconds. Seizing the opportunity, the Feng Pavilion members swarmed him, yet Lu Fan shattered the binding lock effortlessly, as if brushing off a cobweb. With a confident smirk, he parried Jiang's dagger strike. In a flash, he seized Jiang by the collar and slammed him into the ground like a rag doll. Jiang collapsed, powerless to react. Su and the others gaped in shock. Worse yet, Lu Fan had dismantled Binding Lock without breaking a sweat. Undeterred, Su cast Stiffness, a hex that slowed movement and attack speed by 75% for 10 seconds. The other mages joined in, hurling spells at Lu Fan in unison. Yet not a single scratch marred his skin. With Jiang's head beneath his boot, Lu Fan mocked their weakness despite their bravado. Su's confidence shattered. His spells, useless. And he was no ordinary mage, but a rare, hidden-class combatant. Lu Fan chuckled, explaining that his dragon's power rendered their petty magic irrelevant. Jiang, seething at the insult, unleashed his signature technique, Thousand Shadows Strike. The Feng Pavilion members cheered, rallying behind him, while Su remained paralyzed in disbelief. But Lu Fan, impatient, decided to end this. Raising his hand, a crimson portal tore open above him. From it emerged a colossal dragon, its scarlet wings wreathed in blazing fire. Nyx had arrived. Her mere presence shattered the enemy's morale, sending them crumpling to their knees. One mage, trembling, fumbled for his phone to record the horror. The scorching aura choked the Feng Pavilion members, stealing their breath. Su and the others trembled. This was no ordinary dragon. Compared to Nyx, Chen's resembled a mere lizard. Lu Fan leaned over Jiang, taunting him to stay conscious after all his earlier boasts. Nyx unleashed intimidation. The roar didn't just crush the Feng Pavilion. It echoed across the entire arena. Students screamed, fleeing in terror, some begging Lu Fan for mercy. Zhang, stricken by fear and stun, willed his body to run, but it refused. Defeat was inevitable. Overwhelmed, he collapsed, unconscious. With victory secured, Lu Fan happily claimed his spoils, 13,000 points from the Feng Pavilion. Praising Nyx, he recalled her, eager to leave for his next agenda. It turned out Lu Fan had opened the point arena to meet his senior. As he spoke to Aunt Han on the phone, the senior arrived, greeting him curiously and asking if Lu Fan had been waiting for her. Lu Fan admitted it freely, stating that sparring with weaklings bored him, but facing someone above level 70, now that excited him. The senior stiffened, shocked that Lu Fan knew her level. Then it dawned on her. Lu Fan had set the entry requirement, level 70 minimum. Then it dawned on her. Lu Fan had set the entry requirement, level 70 minimum. Meanwhile, up in the arena, the vice principal was checking on the students who'd passed out cold. None of the students had serious injuries, and the vice principal actually gave Lu Fan props for knowing how to hold back. Over in the level 70 training zone, things were heating up. The senior girl felt like Lu Fan had tricked her, so she challenged him to guess who she really was. Based on her level and strength, Lu Fan figured she must be a teacher. That guess made the senior burst out laughing. She then pulled out her flaming spear, ready to start their training session. Without warning, she went straight for the attack, leaving Lu Fan wounded. He was totally confused by her sudden aggression. The senior chewed him out, warning him not to get cocky just because he'd improved so fast. But Lu Fan cleared up the misunderstanding. He just wanted to train, and was even willing to pay with points. The senior laughed and turned down the money, saying she'd take some of Aunt Han's cooking as payment instead. Lu Fan didn't argue and drew his sword, ready to get started. They traded blows. Lu Fan's reflexes and movements kept getting faster. The senior promised that if he could beat her, she'd give him a weapon. But Lu Fan refused. Even if his sword's stats were kinda weak, he really needed its special effect. So the senior asked what he wanted as a reward. Without hesitation, Lu Fan said he was after a level removal enchantment. The senior paused mid-attack, stunned that Lu Fan had no idea how rare that item was. Then she lunged forward, deciding to teach him a harsh lesson. Lu Fan panicked, but it was too late to back out now. By the end of the session, Lu Fan had gotten his butt thoroughly kicked. That evening, back at home, Lu Fan was sprawled out in pain. Aunt Han assumed he'd gotten wrecked by someone from the Feng Pavilion. Chiyu checked her tablet and saw Lu Fan was all over the school's trending news. The video of him wiping the floor with the Feng Pavilion had netizens going wild in the comments. Ying had a feeling the Feng Pavilion members would start fanboying over Lu Fan like he was some kind of celebrity now. But Lu Fan didn't care. He just wanted to stay focused on his goals. The next few days were spent grinding in the secret realm. Finally, Lu Fan hit level 30 and felt a crazy power surge through his body. Aunt Han, still feeling queasy, managed to congratulate him anyway. They all headed to the class advancement hall so Lu Fan could pick his next profession. As soon as Lu Fan and his crew stepped out of the secret realm, all the students immediately locked eyes on him. They swarmed around him in no time, totally eager to get his autograph. Turns out, Ying was right. These guys were hardcore Feng Pavilion fans who'd now switched to being Lu Fan stans. With no other options, Aunt Han racked her brain and came up with a plan. She'd have Lu Fan go undercover. Once disguised, They finally moved freely without hassle, making their way to the job change hall. Shelman couldn't help but feel jealous, secretly wishing a bunch of hot guys would chase after her like that too. Chiu had a feeling Lufan was about to make history. No dragon tamer in recorded history had ever reached a second job change before. When they arrived, Lufan told them not to stress. He'd make the right call when the time came. Swiping his student card, Lufan accessed the job change system. The system kicked in, and a bright white aura wrapped around his body as the process began. Lufan could sense multiple dragon tamer job options flashing through his mind. First up was Dragon Priest, a support-focused role specializing in buffs and healing. Next was Dragon Spellcaster, all about summoning dragon magic and unleashing his tamed dragon skills. The third option is Flame Dragon Warrior, a close combat beast with the ability to transform into a massive dragon form. Just as Lufan was weighing his choices, he suddenly noticed a fourth, unexpected option. Dragon Rider, a class built for dragon-mounted combat, syncing with his dragon to boost skills while riding. Lufan was instantly hooked. This path had zero restrictions, letting him grow in any direction he wanted. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Aunt Han was pacing nervously, totally worried about Lufan's decision. Chiu reassured her to trust him, and sure enough, Lufan soon walked out like it was no big deal. Everyone was dying to know which job he'd picked. Lufan motioned for them to head back first, promising to spill everything later. On the way, he casually dropped his choice, sparking a mix of reactions from the group. What he didn't notice was that his senior had been waiting for him the whole time. Lufan greeted her and asked why she was there. To his surprise, his senior acknowledged Aunt Han like they were old friends. She then cut to the chase. She needed to borrow Lufan for a bit and wanted permission. Aunt Han agreed without hesitation. And just like that, the senior grabbed Lufan's hand and whisked him away. Next thing he knew, they were hopping into a car headed who knows where. Lufan asked where they were going, playing it cool. His senior smirked and said she was buying him a gift, one he'd been dreaming of. Turned out, it was that enchantment level removal item. They finally arrived at the Tianhua auction house, just as the auction was about to kick off. The senior mentioned that the item he was looking for was in this auction house. Lufan almost backed out of bidding for it, since he didn't have enough cash on him, but the senior promised she'd lend him the money, no problem. Lufan swore he'd pay her back. The auction finally started, with the host giving a quick welcome speech before diving right in. No beating around the bush. The first item up for grabs was the exact one Lufan was after. Lufan was shocked when the bidding price shot up crazy fast. The senior schooled him, saying he shouldn't give others any room to outbid him. Just as she was about to place a bid herself, out of nowhere, Princess Jinju swooped in with a whopping 3 billion bid, way higher than expected. They hadn't expected Jinju to even show up at this auction. The senior knew who she was, including the messy conflict between her and Lufan's group. The senior vowed to help Lufan win, even if it meant going broke, and countered with 4 billion. Of course, that ticked Jinju off, and she started looking around to see who dared challenge her. Hong Tai calmed Jinju down, reminding her they had 5 billion and could still fight back. But then the senior suddenly upped the bid to 5 billion, laughing like it was no big deal. In the end, Lufan and his senior walked away with the win. Princess Jinju could only fume, realizing, yet again, that Lufan was behind her frustration. She stormed off, swearing she'd get her big brother to settle the score. After waiting around for a bit, a stunning woman in a sharp formal outfit showed up with the auction item. Turns out, the senior knew her well and immediately ran over to hug her. She then introduced Lufan as her junior. The woman introduced herself as Miss Du, the owner of the auction house and also the senior's sister-in-law. The senior told Lufan to go ahead and check out the item they'd just won. Lufan inspected it. This item could remove level restrictions from any gear or item. Miss Du asked if they had any new items to register with the auction house, but the senior said she was fresh out. Jokingly, the senior nudged Lufan to figure out how he'd pay her back, making him feel like he'd been scammed. Curious, Lufan asked about the item registry they'd mentioned earlier, and the senior showed him. The secret to the senior's wealth is she'd registered tons of new items with the auction house. The auction house paid a flat 3% of an item's value up front, just for listing it. Registering new items was basically free advertising for the auction house. Plus, the items could still be sold later. Lufan pulled out the Dragon King soul wing he'd gotten from the Flying Dragon Cemetery and asked what it was worth. Miss Du was floored. He had a top-tier rare item and the commission alone would be 60 million. Then Lufan casually mentioned he had something even rarer. He pulled out his blue dragon egg. Miss Du and the senior were speechless. Miss Du instantly realized Lufan was the dragon tamer from the southern province. Even Lufan Sr. was shocked that he had another dragon egg besides Nick's. Miss Du quickly corrected herself, saying not every item could just be priced like that. Lufan thought the egg couldn't be listed, but Miss Du got way too excited and kind of pushed him to register it anyway. As a trade-off, Lufan got to pick any item he wanted every month for free. Meanwhile, the senior still couldn't believe Lufan had another dragon. She was just glad she'd choose the right person to bet Lufan agreed to the deal and handed over the wings and dragon egg for registration right away. Then he decided to grab an enchantment removal item as this month's freebie, so he wouldn't owe his senior anything. The senior was low-key annoyed that Lufan paid her back so fast. It happened so quickly she didn't even get to charge him interest. From now on, Lufan made a mental note to actually show up and claim his monthly rewards. He glanced at the auction house's info board, which was updating in real time. Sure enough, people went nuts when they saw a dragon egg listed. Everyone freaked out, bombarding the staff with questions or calling their connections as soon as possible. Lufan hadn't expected Miss Du to move this fast. They needed to bail before things got wild. Just as predicted, crowds swarmed the auction house to catch a glimpse of the egg. The senior then offered to drop Lufan off on her sleek sports bike. She sped through the streets like a maniac, surprising Lufan with her extreme side. Mid-ride, she asked how many dragons Lufan actually owned. He admitted to having 3 and told her to watch the road instead of grilling him. Lufan fired back, asking about her real identity and when he'd get the full story. But she refused to spill yet. He still had to deal with a special envoy sent to judge Lufan's worthiness as a dragon rep. She warned him the envoy was high level and would probably make things difficult. Lufan just smirked, telling her the envoy should pray if they wanted to mess with him. The senior cracked up at his confidence. Then Lufan grabbed her hand. Next thing she knew, he'd activated dragon wings and yanked her into the sky. After flying for a while, they finally reached the senior's house. Lufan walked her to the door before saying goodbye. The senior waved him off, telling him to head back home already. Secretly, she was pretty happy about the whole thing. Then it hit her when she'd left her motorcycle back on the road. By the time Lufan got home, he was exhausted from the long-distance flight. He pulled out that blue egg, getting ready to hatch it. He warned the others to play nice and not cause trouble. Using his abilities, Lufan started the dragon taming process. The egg glowed brightly, tiny cracks slowly spreading across its surface. Nyx was too busy snacking to care much about the egg. Meanwhile, Faye was super curious, watching closely as her new sibling was about to arrive. Out of nowhere, a constellation appeared in the air, filling Lufan's room with a dazzling light show. They were all mesmerized. And just like that, an adorable light blue baby dragon popped into existence. It was a starry sky dragon, a powerhouse with star-based abilities that could wreck stuff in close combat. Lufan was thrilled to have a melee-type dragon. He cradled it like his own kid. He couldn't even imagine how strong this dragon would get after leveling up. Its stats already topped Nyx's when she was born. Turned out this little troublemaker was just as mischievous as Nyx though. It kept bugging her while she was trying to eat. Lufan figured it was time to give the new dragon a name. After some thought, he decided on Astra. Nyx clearly wasn't a fan. She grumbled in protest. Lufan promised to come up with something better next time. He tried asking Astra what he thought of the name, but Astra didn't even care. He'd already dozed off. Over in a sandy region of the Tai Kingdom, skulls on spikes lined the area, making the whole place look straight out of a horror movie. A guy stood there, phone pressed to his ear as someone on the other end spoke. This was Jinhan, older brother to Princess Jinju, and one of Tai's top players. He let out an annoyed sigh after hearing his little sister got bullied in the Dragon Kingdom. Now he was heading there to deal with the guy responsible. His buddy reminded him about the national exams coming up soon. Jinhan knew, but that just meant he'd kill two birds with one stone, settle the score and scout info on Dragon Kingdom's representatives. Lufan spent his days training with his senior. He also made sure to level up his dragons, especially Astra, who'd already hit level 11. Along with Chu and the others, they kept grinding through secret dungeons. Thanks to that, Xiaoman, Ying, and Chu all reached level 30. They were pumped and ready to unlock their second professions. With Lufan and his dragons clearing the dungeon, they wrapped things up for now. In front of the class change hall, where the group had just finished their profession transitions, Ying had become a sword dancer, inheriting skills from her previous swordmaster class. Chiu chose the Holy Light Judge path, specializing in offensive abilities. Xiaoman, who'd just completed her change, looked absolutely thrilled. She'd landed the rare and hidden Water Ripple Swordsman class, an insanely lucky break. Now, she could channel water elements directly into her blade. With this upgrade, Xiaoman could finally keep up with the team instead of feeling like dead weight. She got seriously annoyed, though, when Lufan teased her about her promotion from liability to knight. Out of nowhere, Lufan got a call from the school. The envoy had arrived. The setting switched to the academy's reception hall, where Lufan sat in the front row with Miss Guhan. Miss Guhan quickly filled him in. The envoy was a level 76 third-tier shield knight. The vice principal and a hooded figure stepped onto the welcome stage. Lufan's jaw dropped when he spotted the Brahma staff, the top-ranked auction house treasure, in the hooded person's hands. He turned to Miss Guhan, demanding to know who the mystery figure was. She explained it was the academy's headmaster, though nobody really knew their identity. Even their voice was disguised. Suddenly, the envoy strutted in, flanked by guards. The guy acted all high and mighty, demanding the evaluation start immediately. The vice principal greeted him politely. But the envoy blew him off, insisting he'd only deal with the headmaster. The vice principal stood his ground, announcing Lufan as this year's representative. The envoy wasn't happy. They'd rejected his recommended pick after all. So he straight up disrespected Lufan right to his face. He walked up to Lufan, mocking his low level and saying he'd get wrecked in a fight. Then, without warning, he drew a dagger and lunged at Lufan. Turns out, this was the same envoy Lufan had gotten fired before, and the guy was out for revenge. Just as things escalated, the headmaster raised the Brahma staff. A magic circle flared to life. The entire reception hall got swallowed by its glow. Next thing they knew, they were teleported straight to the academy's battle arena. Lufan summoned Nyx, swearing he'd wipe the floor with this guy. But the envoy didn't flinch at the sight of Nyx. He just activated his shield skill, ready to tank her attack. Nyx let out a dragon roar that could inflict negative status effects on anyone caught in its path, but the envoy quickly ducked behind his massive shield, which blocked all those nasty debuffs like it was nothing. The vice principal couldn't help but feel skeptical about Lufan. The level gap between them was just too huge. The envoy mocked Lufan, saying his dragon's roar might scare his classmates, but it was useless against someone like him. Just as the guy was busy bragging, he suddenly dropped to his knees out of nowhere. He got hit with a fear effect, which totally confused him, since his shield was supposed to be immune to fear. Lufan clapped back, sarcastically asking if the envoy planned to judge him while kneeling like that. Pissed off, the envoy activated a skill to break the fear effect and forced himself back up. He lunged at Lufan, but the guy just stood there, completely unfazed. With a casual wave, Lufan summoned two portals, green and blue, calling forth Faye and Astra. The vice principal jolted in shock as two more dragons appeared out of thin air. The envoy barely managed to block Astra's claw strike, his arms shaking from the impact. Lufan kept taunting him, pointing out how the envoy couldn't even land a single hit. Now facing three dragons, the envoy started sweating bullets. The vice principal couldn't deny it anymore. Lufan was downright terrifying. But Lufan just shrugged it off, saying he only had 3 dragons. Then he snapped his fingers. Faye got the hint and summoned 2 more Wyvern Kings, just like that. Both the principal and vice principal were speechless, struggling to believe what they were seeing. Even the principal had to admit he was starting to be impressed. Lufan smirked and asked the envoy if he now met the requirements to be the Dragon Kingdom's representative. Without waiting for an answer, Lufan ordered all his dragons to attack at once. Nyx led the charge, throwing a devastating punch straight at the envoy. The vice principal's skepticism turned into sheer panic. One hit from Nyx would have ended the envoy, but at the last second, the envoy dodged by hopping onto his mount. The principal couldn't resist mocking the envoy, who'd been all talk but was now running for his life. Lufan joined in, sarcastically complimenting the envoy's impressive mount. Fed up with the humiliation, the envoy snapped and prepared to counterattack. He and his mount charged straight at Lufan, full speed. The envoy swung his blade with all his might, only for it to bounce right off the barrier Faye had put up around Lufan. Lufan laughed, telling him he'd need one more hits like that just to break the shield. Finally, it sank in. The envoy stood no chance against a guy with multiple dragons at his command. Lufan began chanting the Blue Dragon King's roar, fully intending to crush the envoy without mercy. While the envoy was distracted, Astra blurred forward, appearing right in front of him. Astra's claws slashed hard, sending the envoy stumbling back. Then, Lufan's lightning strike hit dead on, knocking the guy clean off his mount. Lufan kept taunting him, asking where the big, tough envoy who promised to teach him a lesson had gone. All he saw now was a powerless, desperate man. As the envoy lay there, Lufan gathered another lightning spell, right in front of his face. The magic hit the envoy again, sending a thick cloud of smoke billowing around the arena. The envoy was seen sprawled helplessly on the ground, completely defeated. With a mocking grin, Lufan apologized to the envoy for accidentally killing his supposedly impressive mount. The vice principal suggested the envoy just call it quits and admit Lufan's strength, but the envoy's arrogance made him snap at the vice principal to shut up. When the vice principal tried to reason with him again, the principal stopped him. The principal knew the envoy was about to lose, and it was gonna be embarrassing. Desperate, the envoy lunged forward with a wild, incoherent scream. Lufan dodged every sloppy attack like it was nothing. Then he delivered a brutal kick straight to the envoy's gut. The envoy went flying backward like a rag doll. Calm and confident, Lufan declared the fight over, but he'd be waiting if the envoy ever wanted a rematch. With a chilling, murderous aura, he made it clear there'd be no mercy next time. The envoy passed out cold right after. The panicked vice principal rushed to check on him. Meanwhile, the principal couldn't help but wonder just how much of his real power Lufan had used. Lufan admitted honestly, not even 1%. His dragons hadn't used any skills and barely moved. The principal, amused, just walked away from the arena. Something about the principal felt way too familiar to Lufan. The scene shifted to the snowy northern border of the Dragon Nation. The envoy had no choice but to acknowledge Lufan as the Dragon Nation's representative. Grandmaster Jing burst out laughing, imagining the envoy signing the agreement in tears. He then ordered one of his subordinates to prepare a griffin. He was heading to the Dragon Capital Academy. He left his duties to his underlings, planning to return in 2 days. Back in Lufan's room, he was examining a hidden realm located in Tidal Bay, about 3,000 kilometers away. He told his agent he'd changed his mind about going there. Suddenly, the system gifted him a divine treasure map. Lufan was pumped. It'd been ages since he got something this valuable. But out of nowhere, a massive fireball came crashing toward his villa. The explosion tore through the place, reducing it to rubble. The attack came from some mysterious man floating in the air like it was no big deal. The guy pulled out a teleportation stone from his hand like he was about to dip out of there. But Lufan showed up, calling all his dragons and zooming straight at the mysterious man. He slashed at him with dragon claws, messing up his teleportation and revealing who he really was. Lufan recognized the guy. It was that old man from the welcome ceremony during the evaluation thing. Chu told the other students to report everything to the school authorities as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the old man wasn't about to let Lufan walk away. He hit him with some restraining magic, tying him up. Then he went full kamikaze mode, trying to take Lufan down with him in a suicide blast. Chiu and Ying immediately rushed to help. Lufan struggled to break free, but it was useless. Dude was locked in tight. so he yelled at Fei to throw up a shield and protect everyone nearby. Everyone was freaking out, super worried about Lu Fan, just when things looked hopeless and the old man was about to explode. Suddenly, the school principal's Brahma staff stabbed him from behind. The guy dropped dead on the spot, hitting the ground hard. The principal and Lu Fan just stared at each other, both shook by what just went down. Lu Fan regrouped with his crew, and Aunt Han immediately started fussing over him. Meanwhile, Chu and the others grilled him about who the attacker even was. Lu Fan admitted he'd seen the guy at the evaluation ceremony before. Vice Principal explained the man was actually a respected teacher at the academy. Nobody saw this betrayal coming. Chiu and Aunt Han called out the academy's weak security and demanded a full investigation. The vice principal promised to look into it and keep them updated. The next day, inside the principal's office at the Capital Dragon Academy, the principal was debriefing someone about the whole mess. That someone turned out to be Grandmaster Jing, who just asked for alcohol instead of reacting to the report. Which, of course, annoyed the principal big time. Grandmaster Jing told him to chill. He already had a plan. He was going to take Lu Fan up north with him, away from all the assassins. The principal doubted Jing had time to actually train Lu Fan, though. But Jing had been watching Lu Fan's progress and figured he didn't need hands-on teaching anyway. Plus, he swore he'd keep the kids safe. Over at Villa Number 2, Lu Fan was in the middle of some kind of transaction with a secret nature agent. Ying asked if Lu Fan was planning on going somewhere far away. Lu Fan made it clear he wasn't going anywhere until the school finished their investigation. Ying told him to give everyone a heads up if he ever decided to leave, and Lu Fan nodded like he got the message. Out of nowhere, a bell rang from outside the door. Lu Fan rushed to open it, asking about the investigation results, thinking it was the vice principal. Instead, Grandmaster Jing greeted him and told him not to worry. He wasn't some bad guy. Though his words didn't exactly match his actions, considering he was carrying an unconscious guard over his shoulder. Lu Fan freaked out and pulled out his sword, assuming this was another assassin coming for him. But then Chiu suddenly called the guy Uncle Jing. That's when it clicked. This was the Grandmaster Jing that Uncle Hai had called his teacher. Lu Fan immediately apologized for the misunderstanding and thanked him for helping settle the Jinzhou situation. Chiu teased Grandmaster Jing, joking how the famous Griffin hero wasn't even recognized by the guards. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was totally hyped, realizing this was the legendary guy who'd fought an entire monster army solo. Grandmaster Jing cut to the chase and said he wanted to take Lu Fan up to the northern border. Lu Fan was still confused about what he meant. Grandmaster Jing explained he'd already gotten the principal's permission, and besides, Lu Fan could train there while staying out of danger. Ying and Chu weren't thrilled. The northern border was uncharted territory, and anything could happen. But Grandmaster Jing argued that was exactly why it was the perfect training spot. Lu Fan wanted to go, but he was worried about leaving his friends behind. Ying and Chu promised they'd look after Aunt Han and told him not to stress about it. So Lu Fan finally agreed to go with Grandmaster Jing. Grandmaster Jing was pumped and said he hadn't misjudged Lu Fan after all. Lu Fan said he'd grab some dinner first and then go say goodbye to his senior. Later, Lu Fan opened the training room like usual, waiting for his senior to show up. Sure enough, she arrived a little later and greeted him. She mentioned she'd been pretty busy lately and told him to hurry up and start training. But Lu Fan broke the news. He was heading to the northern border. His senior pinched his cheek and said it was a good idea. He'd learn a lot more there. Lu Fan blushed and promised he'd come back safe. Then he said he should get going since everyone was waiting. Out of nowhere, his senior hugged him from behind. She slipped a bracelet onto his wrist as a good luck charm. As she walked away, she wished him well and casually asked him to bring her back an unmelting ice. Lu Fan called after her, but she was already gone. All that was left in his hand were a few strands of her hair. Lu Fan finally headed back, buying some takeout when someone approached him from behind. It was Jinzhou's older brother, giving him a not-so-friendly greeting. Lu Fan tensed up and asked who the guy was. The guy smugly introduced himself as Jinzhou's brother and said he was here for revenge. He made it clear he wasn't letting Lu Fan walk away without paying for what happened to his sister. Lu Fan just straight up dropped his food on the floor like it was nothing. He pulled out his dagger without hesitation and told Jinhan to go fetch Jinzhou for him. Jinzhu showed up, expecting to see her big brother teach Lu Fan a lesson. Jin Han ordered Lu Fan to surrender and take a few slaps from Jinzhu. Then maybe he'd let him go. Lu Fan just laughed at Jinzhu, calling her out for not telling her brother the whole truth. That taunt set Jinzhu off, and she immediately begged her brother to attack Lu Fan. Jin Han summoned his pet monster. A creepy purple slime oozed forward, launching poison attacks. Lu Fan dodged like a pro, though no way he was getting hit by that. He figured if he took down Jin Han directly, the summoning spell would break. But Jin Han wasn't giving him an opening. He commanded his shadow creature to strike instead. Out of nowhere, Grandmaster Jing's King Griffin smashed into the shadow beast like a wrecking ball. Grandmaster Jing moved crazy fast, and dude was pissed at the Jin family. He landed right in the middle of the fight, gripping his spear like he meant business. Jin Han recognized the voice and the ride, but he still had doubts. Grandmaster Jing didn't hesitate. He straight up stabbed Jin Han with that spear. The spear went clean through his body. Yeah, that was not a minor injury. Grandmaster Jing asked if Jin Han knew who he was, but Jin Han was too busy trying to summon another shadow creature. Too bad for him. The King Griffin had that thing pinned down in seconds. Jinzhu got humiliated again, and now she was freaking out about her brother's fate. Finally, Jin Han realized who Grandmaster Jing really was. But before he could react, Grandmaster Jing shoved the spear deeper and ended him on the spot. Lu Fan was low-key horrified, watching the Grandmaster kill a guy like it was nothing. But Grandmaster Jing explained, abyssal summoners could use shadow creatures to bring their masters back to life. Jinzhu was full-on sobbing now, terrified for her brother. Sure enough, Jin Han crawled out of a shadow creature like some kind of horror movie scene. Desperate, Jin Han warned Grandmaster Jing that he couldn't be killed. He was an official representative of the Tai Nation. Grandmaster Jing reminded Jin Han that Lu Fan was a representative too, so killing him now wouldn't even matter. Jin Han finally put the pieces together about Lu Fan's real identity and admitted he messed up. Grandmaster Jing straight up threatened them to leave Lu Fan alone, then killed Jin Han's shadow beast for good measure. Jin Han grabbed his sister and bolted. No way they were sticking around. Before leaving though, Jin Han muttered something about revenge at the national exam arena. Lu Fan couldn't help but mock him for still running his mouth after literally dying once. Way back to Villa, Lu Fan suddenly remembered. His groceries were still spilled all over the ground. On the night of the farewell, everyone was chatting and drinking happily, with Xiaoman keeping Grandmaster Jing company. Meanwhile, Chu and Aunt Han still couldn't bring themselves to accept that Lu Fan was leaving. The next morning, Lu Fan and Grandmaster Jing finally set off for the northern border, riding on the back of a king griffin. Once they arrived, Lu Fan spotted an eerie blood-red moon in the sky, sparking his curiosity, so he asked the Grandmaster about it. Jing promised to explain everything once they reached the camp. At the camp, Jing laid out the situation. They had 114 exploration routes, and every member needed solid riding skills to participate. Their mission is to investigate that mysterious red moon, but it wasn't as simple as it sounded. So far, they hadn't even been able to get close to it. However, with Lu Fan's dragon by his side, Jing was confident they'd uncover something groundbreaking. Lu Fan pointed out the exploration route closest to the blood moon. He asked for permission to take that path, since his divine treasure map also marked that location. Jing hesitated, warning him how dangerous it was, but Lu Fan insisted. Eventually, Jing agreed and pulled out a special item to hand over to Lu Fan. It was a legendary tier bow, ridiculously powerful. The bow could fire magic arrows with multiple built-in abilities. Lu Fan wasn't sure about accepting such a gift, but Jing made it clear, no bow, no mission. Grateful, Lu Fan thanked him and vowed to make it worth his while. Suddenly, one of Jing's subordinates showed up with a military uniform. They handed it to Lu Fan and told him to gear up. The mission started tomorrow. Lu Fan quickly threw on the uniform, already itching to get moving. Jing took him around to scout the area and get a feel for things. He found it odd that Lu Fan wasn't riding his dragon. Lu Fan explained that his black dragon hadn't hit level 30 yet. Out of nowhere, a flock of bird monsters swooped down, blocking their path. These were owl demons, creatures that could shoot poisonous feathers. One of them lunged at Jing while he was casually sipping his drink. Just as Lu Fan moved to help, Jing told him to worry about himself. With a single swipe, the king griffin crushed the monster instantly. Jing warned him that with reflexes like that, he'd have been dead already on Route 78, which was way riskier. That's when it hit Lu Fan. Up here in the north, he'd have to go all out, no holding back. Soon, they reached their destination. A massive red eye, reptilian and dragon-like, stared back at them. No one knew what it really was. They couldn't even inspect it properly. The thing was so enormous that the king griffin froze in fear at the sight of it. Lu Fan tried scanning it through his system, but even that couldn't identify it. That's why the exploration team existed, to map out deadly, uncharted territories like this. Jing remembered their first expedition swarmed by owl demons. Suddenly, the giant eye snapped open, but it didn't attack or move afterward. Still, Jing could feel it was alive. The thought of it suddenly stirring sent chills down his spine. Then, Lu Fan spotted a squadron of griffins flying toward them. Jing admitted they used to be part of the griffin unit, but not anymore. Now, they were fallen corpses, level 65 undead beasts risen after death. A monster's fallen corpse suddenly attacked Lu Fan, but he managed to block the strike just in time. He turned to Jing and asked what their next move should be. Jing admitted those things were a pain to deal with, and that he wasn't exactly thrilled about killing them. King Griffin then unleashed its Ice Net ability, trapping the targets for a solid 5 seconds. The monsters got caught in the ice net, completely freezing them in place. Jing quickly signaled Lu Fan that it was time to bounce. Once the ice wore off, the monsters could only watch helplessly as the two disappeared into the distance. The next day, Lu Fan approached Jing with a bold plan. He wanted to fight on the front lines this time. The team waiting for them consisted of 3 people: an old man, a scruffy-looking guy, and a woman. The old man, named Lu Fei, was the team leader and formally reported their arrival to Jing. The scruffy guy, who seemed a little unsure of himself, asked what mission Jing had for them. Meanwhile, the young woman with a major attitude just stood there in silence, not saying a word. Jing then introduced Lu Fan as their newest team member. The team's expressions were full of doubt, but the scruffy guy, Liu, at least gave Lu Fan a friendly welcome. Lu Fei straight up asked Jing if he was joking, sending some college intern into the most dangerous exploration route. Jing told Lu Fei to ignore Lu Fan entirely, even in dangerous situations. Lu Fei agreed, though he had serious reservations. He ordered Lu Fan to follow them to the meeting room. The arrogant woman, on the other hand, was pissed and already saw Lu Fan as dead weight. Inside the meeting room, they carefully planned the expedition to avoid any disasters. They had 4 days to finish the mission before a snowstorm hit. Lu Fei assumed that with Lu Fan as a new member, they'd only need to cover 100 miles. But the smug woman, Shen, snarked that babysitting Lu Fan the whole way would slow them down. Lu Fei cut the chatter and told everyone to prep the griffins. They were leaving in 15 minutes. Lu Fan admitted his pet level wasn't high enough to ride one. Shen immediately refused to let him hitch a ride with her. But Lu Fan told them not to worry. He could fly even without a mount. Seeing him soar with rare gear, Shen wondered if his family had some special connection to Jing. But suddenly, Shen warned them to stay sharp. They were about to hit a dark cloud. Lu Fan got separated from the team, lost in the stormy black clouds. Then, out of nowhere, 2 strange figures came rushing at him from behind. A pair of massive black lion monsters with glowing red eyes lunged straight for Lu Fan. The lion monster went straight for Lu Fan, attacking him head-on. Lu Fan somehow managed to block the monster's assault, still holding his ground. But the monster wasn't backing down. It swung its massive claws for another strike. Out of nowhere, an attack came from the side, hitting the monster hard. It was Shen's eagle making its move, and Shen immediately told Lu Fan to get out of there. Liu quickly buffed Lu Fan, who was ready to charge back into the fight. But Shen stopped him, reminding the rookie that team orders came from Captain Lu Fei. Then, a terrifying roar echoed from the distance, freezing everyone in place. Liu realized what was coming and yelled at the team to fall back. Now, Lu Fan, still confused, scanned the area, trying to figure out what was happening. A gigantic whale monster emerged from behind, its sheer size dwarfing everything. Captain Luffy barked at Luffy to run, no hesitation. Liu was losing it, panic setting in as the nightmarish whale monster loomed closer. Meanwhile, Luffy was stuck between the lion monster and the whale, both closing in. The whale monster opened its jaws wide, sucking in everything in its path. Luffy was about to summon his dragon, asking Captain Luffy for permission. Luffy shot him down, ordering the team to retreat instead. But the whale monster was gaining fast, ready to swallow them whole. Luckily, it stopped chasing once they crossed out of the dark cloud zone. Luffy finally started understanding monster behavior. Each one had its own territory. The second that whale monster hit the black mist, it dropped dead like a fly. Captain Luffy called for a landing, telling everyone to take a breather. After touching down, Luffy set up an emergency tent while Shen fed her griffin. Shen complained about how slow their exploration was going, clearly frustrated. She snapped at Luffy, calling him deadweight and warning him to be more careful. Luffy stayed quiet, letting her rant without firing back. She kept going, telling him he should just go back to camp and handle logistics instead. But Luffy stayed calm, asking Shen to give him another chance. He'd learned a lot. Liu stepped in to mediate, and Captain Luffy told Shen to drop it. Luffy trusted Grandmaster Jing's judgment, and that was that. He ordered everyone to get some rest. Even so, both Luffy and Shen still had their doubts about Luffy's skills. Suddenly, Shen's eagle let out a warning cry. Something was coming. Shen immediately went on alert, telling the team to stay sharp. Seconds later, massive chunks of ice came rolling straight at them. Luffy and the others dodged to the side, barely avoiding the falling debris. Liu threw up a shield of protection, covering the team, but he got separated from Luffy in the chaos. Now alone, Luffy quickly checked his surroundings. What he saw wasn't good. A pack of level 80 Yeti monsters, each with deadly skills. Luffy yelled out for Luffy, trying to make sure he was still alive. Meanwhile, Shen told him to keep his voice down so he wouldn't attract more monsters. But there was no response from Luffy. They assumed the worst, that he hadn't made it. Their new plan was to escape the pack of Yeti monsters surrounding them. Just as Captain Luffy was about to explain their next move, Shen suddenly froze in shock. A Yeti monster lunged at them, attacking without warning. Luffy managed to pull Shen out of harm's way just in time, but the force of the attack sent them both crashing to the side. Captain Luffy ordered Shen to go find Liu and get him to safety, while he held off the monsters as long as he could. Shen immediately took off, following orders, though she couldn't help worrying whether Luffy would survive. Before she could even leave the area, a loud crash made her turn back to check what was happening. She saw Captain Luffy struggling badly, completely overwhelmed by the Yeti's relentless attacks. Other Yetis started chasing after Shen, leaving her with no choice but to keep running. She called for her mount, but the sound only drew even more monsters toward her. The creatures were now zeroing in on the noise she'd just made. Shen quickly drew her sword, ready to buy as much time as possible. Meanwhile, Luffy had finally found Liu, who was clearly injured. A whole group of Yetis surrounded them, but Luffy didn't hesitate. He just pulled out his weapon like it was no big deal. Liu urged him to get out while he still could. There was no way he could take on level 80 Yeti monsters. One of the Yetis hurled a massive chunk of ice straight at Luffy, but Luffy deflected it easily with a Dragon Fang strike. Then he followed up with a Nyx Dragon Aura attack. The force of it sent the giant Yeti flying backward. Liu couldn't believe his eyes. Somehow, Luffy was actually holding his own against them. Luffy casually told Liu to stay put while he handled the rest. Another Yeti lifted a huge block of ice and chucked it right at Luffy. But Luffy activated Astra's Dragon Aura. The attack sliced through the massive ice chunk like it was butter. Liu wondered if he was dreaming. How was a level 32 dragon tamer going toe-to-toe with level 80 Yetis? Just then, Shen arrived, carrying an injured Captain Luffy, and they were both stunned to see Liu and Luffy still alive. Their shock only grew when they realized Luffy was actually fighting them off. While Luffy was distracted, a Yeti tried to ambush him from behind. But a massive sword from Luffy's skill suddenly pierced through the Yeti's body, saving him at the last second. Shen insisted they needed to escape now, but their griffin could only carry 2 people. Lufan brushed it off like it was nothing. He'd just finish off the Yetis, and they'd all be fine. Shen told him this wasn't the time for jokes, and that they needed to retreat immediately. Lufan wasn't kidding. He even offered to heal them, but the Yetis attacked again before he could. Shen tried to argue, but Lufan shut her down, telling her to stay quiet. He ordered her to tend to the others' injuries, while he pulled out the legendary arrow Grandmaster Jing had given him. Even Lu Fei was surprised Jing would hand over something that was valuable to him. Shen knew Grandmaster Jing could suppress an entire nation with that bow, yet she can't believe he'd just given it to Lufan. Lufan told them to go ahead while he wiped out the remaining Yetis. They didn't argue this time, though Captain Lu Fei did tell him to be careful. Once they were gone, Lufan drew the bowstring back, curious to test its full power. Shen couldn't help worrying about Lufan being left alone, but Liu reassured them. He'd seen Lufan fight, and he wasn't worried. Lufan took aim at the Yeti right in front of him, and fired. The Yeti monsters weren't about to give up that easily. They hurled massive chunks of ice straight at Lufan. Lufan adjusted his aim and fired at the incoming ice boulders. He shattered them to pieces, but the Yetis seized the opening to rush him. Seeing the relentless Yetis, Lufan decided to switch things up with a wide-area attack. The move launched 12 magic arrows, each striking a Yeti dead-on. Finally, Lufan called out Nyx and Astra to clean up the remaining monsters. Astra unleashed his star attack, its power scaling with his strength. He blasted one of the Yetis, obliterating it instantly and leaving behind a twinkling star mark that could explode any second. Lufan recalled Astra and went back to wielding his legendary bow. He took aim at the star mark Astra had left behind. The arrow, twisting like a serpent mid-flight, hit the mark dead center. A colossal explosion followed, the shockwave so intense even his teammates felt it. The blast sent them tumbling straight out of the sky. Once the dust settled, Griffin was spotted helping dig the exploration team out of the snow. Miraculously, everyone was alive and without serious injuries. Lu Fei gaped at the massive crater where the Yetis had once stood, now flattened. Lufan praised Astra for a job well done, then left the rest to Nyx. He ordered her to scout the area, but Lu Fei suddenly called out to him. Lufan was confused why the whole team had regrouped. Lu Fei asked about the girl beside him, and Lufan introduced her as his companion. Nyx then shifted into her black dragon form, ready to clear the surrounding zone. The team stared at Lufan in shock. They'd just realized he was the legendary dragon tamer from the southern province. Lufan was baffled how they knew him, until Lu Fei mentioned Grandmaster Jing wouldn't stop talking about him, calling him a top candidate. Even Shen, who usually couldn't care less about others, recognized Lufan from the rumors. Lufan brushed it off, saying he was just a deadweight who knew nothing about the North. Lu Fei admitted he'd mentored plenty of reckless kids, but Lufan was calm and responsible. Shen actually apologized sincerely for looking down on him earlier. Lufan didn't mind. He was just happy to have a solid team. After wiping out the remaining monsters, Nyx finally hit level 30. She unlocked a new skill called Perception. The ability could detect any hidden or disguised enemies nearby. Leo suddenly had a realization. He guessed Lufan could now ride Nyx. Lufan confirmed it, pulling out his dragon saddle to give it a try. Lu Fei had no clue about the quality of Lufan's saddle and suggested using a high-end griffin saddle instead, but Lufan straight up refused. Shen agreed with Lu Fei's take, pointing out that their own saddle would boost their dragon's stats by 10%. But Lufan explained that his saddle was custom-made for dragons, giving a whopping 100% stat boost plus some unique effects on top of that. His teammates were speechless. Everything Lufan had seemed to defy common sense. Lu Fei and the others couldn't wait any longer and urged Lufan to hop on Nyx. They were dying to see what she could do. Lu Fei felt kinda embarrassed about pushing his own saddle earlier. Shen agreed, admitting she'd thought Lufan would slow them down, but now it looked like he'd be carrying them instead. Lufan thanked Nyx for always protecting him, but from now on, they'd be fighting side by side. He strapped on the saddle and climbed onto Nyx's head. The power surge was insane. His stats skyrocketed like he could take down a whole country by himself. Even his skills transformed, adapting to the dragon he was riding. Luffy and Shen were in awe, staring at the world's only dragon rider, like they were witnessing history in the making. Leo couldn't help but feel jealous and a little sorry for himself. Compared to Luffy, he was basically an ant. Luffy and Nyx shot into the sky as the next wave of monsters approached. Luffy told Nyx to use her perception skill. Nyx's eyes glowed red, sending out a wave of light that scanned the area. Sure enough, a bunch of camouflaged butterfly monsters were hiding nearby. Luffy and the others were impressed. Nyx made detecting hidden enemies look easy. Luffy knew these things were dangerous and immediately ordered everyone to fall back. These monsters, called snow moths, had camouflage skills and could drain their enemies' blood. But dangerous didn't mean much to Luffy. He and Nyx charged straight at them. Luffy gathered black dragon aura into his dagger. With a single slash, he sent out a red energy wave that wiped out several snow moths. The team couldn't believe it. These deadly monsters were like toys in Luffy's hands. But then, the snow moths ambushed the other team members. Out of nowhere, another red energy slash cut through the moths. It was a long-range attack from Luffy, perfectly synced with Nyx. Then, Nyx unleashed her dragon breath, burning the remaining snow moths to a crisp. With the snow moths finally defeated, Luffy couldn't stop praising Luffy's insane strength. Liu got pumped. With Luffy around, they didn't have to worry about snow moth ambushes anymore. Shen scolded him for relying too much on Luffy. Luffy confidently assured them they could keep exploring without worrying about the coming storm. Luffy checked the sky and predicted the storm would hit by tomorrow. They were worried they wouldn't make it back to camp in time if it arrived early, but Luffy told them not to sweat it. He could handle whatever came their way. He promised he'd get everyone home safely, even through the blizzard. After a moment of thought, Captain Lu decided to trust Luffy's word. Luffy and the others pushed forward on their journey, cutting down every snow moth that crossed their path. After slaughtering thousands of snow moths, Luffy finally got his hands on the item his senior had been hoping for, unmelting ice. He signaled the rest of the group to move closer, assuring them the area was now secure. Battling the freezing blizzard, they struggled to keep up with Luffy, who was leading the way. Liu couldn't help but wish he had even half of Luffy's skills. With that, he'd easily earn a gold badge. Shen rolled her eyes and told him to stop daydreaming about nonsense. Both Liu and Shen suggested heading back soon. Their food supplies were running low and their stamina was fading fast. Luffy agreed. Nyx was shivering from the cold and starving. Before turning back, Shen decided to set up a marker signal first. She planted a device into the ground and activated it. The marker emitted a rotating red light, like a beacon cutting through the snowy air. Luffy explained that these signals marked explored locations, and soon a construction team would set up a temporary outpost there. Once the signal was active, they finally began their trek back to camp. But what they didn't expect was the sudden appearance of a fallen corpse, a former Griffin Force soldier, watching them from the shadows. Back at camp, Luffy immediately gathered the team to brief them on their next steps. Luffy approached Shen, asking if she knew any experts who could process the unmelting ice. As he spoke, a lucky bracelet dangled from his wrist. Shen, assuming Luffy wanted to gift the ice to a lover, mentioned an old craftsman named Old Man Zhu. Without wasting time, Luffy thanked her and headed straight there. Turns out, Shen also had a piece of unmelting ice, worn as a pendant around her neck. For a moment, it looked like she was lost in thought, missing someone who never came back. Arriving at a blacksmith's workshop, a burly man promised Luffy he'd craft the most beautiful accessory from the ice. Out of nowhere, Jing showed up, surprised that Luffy had come here right after his mission. Jing then handed Luffy a bronze badge as a reward for saving the entire team. Luffy couldn't help but feel proud of his achievement. Jing had also heard reports from Luffy and Leo about Luffy riding his dragon, and wanted to see it for himself. He got a good sense of Nyx's power when he saw her devouring meat like a starved beast. Then, Grandmaster Jing decided to show Luffy something special. He handed him a file containing intel on explorations in other nations. Inside was an image of a giant skull, lying among bones that didn't look like they belonged to any normal creature. Even massive construction equipment looked like tiny ants next to it. There was also video footage from an expedition that Jing wanted Lu Fan to see in person, so he told him to follow. The more Lu Fan learned, the more fascinated he became. This world was full of secrets waiting to be uncovered. The video showed a massive skull just lying on the ground, with 6 bones sticking out from its back. 2 scientists had arrived to examine the bizarre remains. Next, the 2 scientists pointed out someone they called Master Charles, who was exploring a church-like building in the distance. A mysterious sound echoed from the church, making them worry about the expedition team that hadn't returned from inside. Out of nowhere, a figure resembling an angel, holding a sword, started approaching them. They recognized the man as one of the missing team members who had gone into the church earlier, but instead of greeting them, the guy suddenly lunged with his sword, trying to cut them down. The video cut off there. Jing explained that anyone who got close to that church or the skull had mutated into monsters. Lu Fan noticed similarities to the fallen corpses created by the blood moon's effects. Jing confirmed it, and scholars theorized that something called the ancient gods was leading them. Lu Fan wasn't buying the idea of gods that would harm humans. It didn't add up. He suspected something else was hiding in the shadows. Jing agreed, warning that they'd need to be extra careful on their next expedition. Lu Fan then asked what happened to the researchers' families from the video. Jing revealed they'd killed everyone except Charles Morgan, who was also a national exam participant representing his country. The angel monsters didn't just spare Charles, they gave him something called the essence of the holy mountain. That item unlocked a hidden profession for Charles, one even the scholars knew nothing about. It was called Holy Priest, with no records or data explaining its powers. Jing warned Lu Fan to watch out for Charles during the national exam. He'd likely be his final opponent, but Lu Fan was confident he'd win no matter what. 2 days later, Lu Fan visited the blacksmith to pick up his accessories. Of course, he didn't leave empty-handed. He gave old Zhu some expensive alcohol as thanks for the hard work. Shen and Liu showed up to fetch him, ready to head out on their next expedition. The group set off in high spirits, though Shen and Liu were low-key jealous of Lu Fan's new bronze badge. Lu Fei bragged about packing enough supplies for 15 days, planning to explore as far as possible. But something felt off to Lu Fan. The marker signals they'd set up earlier were missing. Turned out, the markers had been knocked to the ground, which Shen blamed on a recent storm. Lu Fan's gut told him otherwise. The eerie silence felt like a trap, waiting to snap shut. Liu, ever the patient one, moved ahead without hesitation. Lu Fan tried to warn him about a possible ambush. And sure enough, invisible monsters lunged at Liu from the side. They were surrounded. Lu Fan had cleared these monsters before, but now they were back in full force. He reminded Lu Fei about the holy mountain puppet controlling them. Then, a fallen corpse spoke up, confirming their existence. Liu stared at the corpse in shock. He knew that face. It was Liluo, Shen's fiancée, the one who never came back. And now, she was greeting Shen like no time had passed at all. The swarm of monsters started closing in on Lu Fan and the others, their eerie presence sending chills down everyone's spines. Lu Fei quickly explained how Liluo had vanished after the Blood Moon exploration mission, never expecting he'd end up as a fallen corpse. Shen collapsed to the ground, completely shattered when she realized her fiancé was already dead. She admitted how much she missed Liluo, begging him to come back with them. To everyone's surprise, Liluo stepped closer, whispering that he missed Shen too. Without hesitation, Shen pulled him into a tight hug, but Liluo just stood there, cold and unresponsive. A dark aura suddenly radiated from Liluo as he gripped Shen hard, telling her they should stay together, forever. He tried forcing Shen to serve their soon-to-awaken god, which terrified the poor girl. Liluo promised they'd have eternal life if they just devoted themselves to his deity. Shen pleaded with him, desperate for Liluo to stop this madness. Out of nowhere, Lu Fan snapped Shen out of it. Turns out she'd been trapped in Liluo's hallucination skill the whole time. Liluo then gave them an ultimatum: swear loyalty to his god, or die right here. Lu Fan immediately planned to fight through the monsters and make a run for it. Liu suggested fixing the signal marker so the construction team could track their location, but Lu Fan just calmly told everyone to relax. There was no need to run. He was gonna slaughter every last one of these things like he always did, pulling out his legendary bow. No way was he letting all those military points go to waste. Liluo didn't waste time either, ordering the monsters to attack. Lu Fan drew his bowstring, charging up a massive area of effect shot. Liu quickly activated his shield skill, covering the whole team. Lu Fan unleashed a barrage of magic arrows, hitting every monster in sight, including Liluo. While Liluo was distracted dodging the arrows, Lu Fan slipped behind him and called for Nyx. The dragon emerged in a blaze of fiery aura, and Lu Fan hopped right onto her back. He gathered Nyx's draconic energy into his sword and swung with everything he had. The slash cut Liluo down instantly. Not stopping there, Nyx unleashed her dragon breath, torching the remaining monsters in the area. They burned to ashes without a trace. The sheer power of the attack left the rest of the team stunned. Liluo crumpled to the ground, completely bewildered about how things had gone so wrong for him. Shen rushed over to Liluo's defeated body, her heart breaking at the sight. It hurt even more, knowing her fiancé's soul wasn't even his own anymore. Suddenly, dark energy seeped out of Liluo's body, dispersing into the air before vanishing completely. Liluo finally regained his true self, weakly touching Shen's face and urging her to leave. He managed to whisper one last crucial piece of info about some ruins before his strength gave out and he slipped away for good. Shen completely broke down, sobbing hysterically as she clung to Liluo's lifeless body. In those final seconds, it really felt like Liluo had come back to her, and Lu Fan confirmed it. He really had. In those final seconds, it really felt like Liluo had come back to her, and Lu Fan confirmed it. He really had. Seeing how weird Liluo's situation was, they decided to head back to camp. Besides, Shen needed some time to cool off anyway. Out of nowhere, that creepy dark aura from Liluo earlier suddenly reappeared, trying to make a run for it. Lu Fan didn't waste time. He pulled out his dagger, ready to chase after the dark energy. He took off after it, hoping it might lead him to some new clues about the blood moon. The dark aura vanished the second Lu Fan's attack hit it, dropping something weird, a purple crystal called Fallen Corpse Essence. Lu Fan picked it up, figuring they could study it back at camp. Lu Fei wasn't too sure about keeping something like that around, worried it might mess with the rest of the team. Lu Fan reassured him the crystal was safe with him, but they needed to hand it over to Grandmaster Jing as soon as possible. After that, Lu Fan suggested they hold a proper burial for Liluo. A little later, Shen stepped up to lead the ceremony. She prayed for Liluo's soul, hoping she'd find peace in the afterlife. Once it was over, Shen stood up and thanked everyone for being there. She even managed to smile, saying she felt better now and was ready to keep moving forward. Lu Fei was glad to see Shen holding up strong. He gave the order to head back to camp. As they left Liluo's resting place behind, her pride badge stayed behind as a reminder. The next morning, Lu Fan reported everything that happened and handed the crystal over to Jing. Lu Fan had a theory. Ordinary monsters couldn't just become servants of the ancient gods because they weren't smart enough. That meant the ancient gods didn't pick just anyone either. They'd only go for humans with real potential. So you couldn't just become a servant by having a crystal. You had to actually be chosen. The ancient gods themselves had to acknowledge you. Jing remembered some secret organization that claimed to be divinely blessed. They were super aggressive about spreading their beliefs and recruiting followers. Based on Lu Fan's theory, that group might actually be underlings of the ancient gods. Then it hit Lu Fan. He asked about the population up north, which was pretty much just their camp. Next, he brought up the missing soldiers. Jing went pale, immediately catching his drift. Lu Fan confirmed it. Those soldiers only had two options left. Either they were dead, or they'd turned into fallen corpses. He suggested putting together an elimination team to deal with them. Jing felt a pang of sadness, thinking about what his men had been through, but Lu Fan tried to cheer him up, saying the Griffin troops would have understood. Jing was stuck on what to do with the cursed crystal, but Lu Fan's idea is to use it for experiments. Jing wasn't sure what to test it on. No way was he using humans. Lu Fan shrugged and planned to try it on his dragon. Jing wasn't buying Lu Fan's ridiculous idea. If those dragons were really affected, they'd be done for. Lu Fan quickly calmed Jing down, clarifying that he wasn't talking about Nix at all. That statement threw Jing for a loop, leaving him wondering what Lu Fan actually meant. They reached an open field area to run their little experiment. Lu Fan let Jing know he'd be using his summoned dragon for this. He called Fei over and told her to summon 2 more dragons using her skills. Fei did as she was told, raising her hand as 2 more dragons materialized out of nowhere. Finally, Jing connected the dots and realized what Lu Fan had been hinting at earlier. Lu Fan signaled Jing to get his weapon ready, just in case things went south. He handed Fei the crystal and ordered the Flying Dragon King's soul to swallow it. Without hesitation, Fei tossed the crystal straight at the dragon, and just like that, the dragon gobbled it up. Then, out of nowhere, something crazy happened. A dark aura started oozing out of the Flying Dragon King's soul's body as it let out a deafening roar. Jing saw the dragon beginning to turn into a fallen corpse and raised his weapon, ready to finish it off. But Lu Fan told him to hold on a little longer. The 2 dragons started transforming at an insane speed. Lu Fan told Fei to try controlling them since she was their master. Fei pushed herself to the limit, wrestling for control over the dragon's consciousness. Seeing them resist even harder, she cranked her magic up to max power. Suddenly, both dragons morphed into black-scaled beasts, fallen corpse demon dragons. And then, shockingly, they bowed to Fei, proving they hadn't lost their minds. The whole experiment just confirmed Lu Fan's theory. Jing couldn't help but feel lucky about scoring 2 new dragons. Meanwhile, Fei, being her usual clingy self, immediately went in for a hug with her master. Grandmaster Jing decided to move forward with the exploration mission, with the next stop being the church. The next day, the team set out toward their destination. Lu Fan warned everyone to stay sharp. Then, out of nowhere, his system pinged him about a divine treasure map location nearby. Shen suddenly spotted something up ahead. A snowy mountain stood under the sunlight, its icy surface reflecting the light in a way that looked almost unreal. They picked a spot to set up a temporary camp. Once they landed, they noticed a massive chain nearby, and Lu Fei couldn't help but wonder what the heck it was holding down. Just then, Lu Fan's system notified him that he'd reached the divine treasure map's marked spot. He scanned the area and found a snow mound shaped like a dragon egg. Sure enough, when he checked, there it was, a gorgeous, shimmering purple dragon egg. Lu Fan wasted no time storing it away, planning to hatch it later. Out of nowhere, Lu Fan felt something lying next to the egg, sending a jolt of curiosity through him. He ended up finding a mysterious box, which he picked up and inspected closely. Turns out, inside was an epic-tier magic book called Dragon Language Resonance. This spell could boost both Lu Fan and his dragon's abilities by a whopping 100%, which was insane. Lu Fan was beyond satisfied with this unexpected gift and immediately stashed the book away. Shen and Liu called out from behind, urging him to get back to the mission while asking what he was up to. Of course, Lu Fan played it cool, brushing it off like he was just checking something random. Lu Fei warned the team to stay sharp since the Northern Territory was vast and full of weird, unpredictable dangers. He had a hunch that the giant chain they spotted might lead straight to the Blood Moon. The team suspected it was restraining some massive entity, maybe even an ancient god itself. Lu Fan suggested following the chain to investigate, and Liu backed him up, hyping everyone to move. But Captain Lu Fei reminded them again about the potential unseen threats lurking around. Lu Fan asked Lu Fei for permission to scout ahead, and surprisingly, Lu Fei gave him the green light. Without wasting time, Lu Fan summoned Nix in her destroyer form. The moment Nix appeared, flames swirling around her, it left Lu Fei and the others in awe. As usual, they decided to wait there, telling Lu Fan to come back immediately if things got dangerous. Lu Fan and Nix took off, flying straight toward their destination. 2 hours later, suddenly the system flashed a warning. They'd just entered the fallen corpse ruins area. Lu Fan wondered if this place had something similar to what they'd seen at the church. Out of nowhere, Nix froze and let out a fierce roar, which wasn't like her at all. Lu Fan knew something was off. Nix never acted this way unless there was real trouble. After scanning the area, he spotted a massive coffin wrapped in the same chains they'd been tracking. He tried using the system to analyze it, but it came up blank. No info, no clues, nothing. Then, a bone-chilling feeling crept over Lufan, like something was watching them. A towering black figure lurked beneath the giant coffin, its gaze locked onto Lufan and Nyx. Nyx went wild, roaring uncontrollably, and Lufan struggled to calm her down. Seeing Nyx so agitated, Lufan knew this thing was bad news, especially since the system couldn't even detect it. He wasn't about to take any stupid risks. The shadowy figure rushed toward them. They'd been spotted. Lufan ordered Nyx to retreat, but the thing chased them, moving even faster than she could. Lufan wasn't just going to roll over, though. He activated Whisper of the Wind, boosting his agility by 35% for a speed burst. Thanks to their synchronization, Nyx's speed skyrocketed too. Eventually, the creature couldn't keep up and gave up the chase. Lufan thanked his lucky stars he'd switched to the Dragon Rider class. Otherwise, they'd have been toast. Back at camp, Liu noticed something flying toward them just as they were setting up tents. He was relieved to see Lufan return safely, though something felt off. Liu asked if Lufan had found anything new out there. Lufan quickly filled them in on the terrifying black figure that had chased them, something way too dangerous to mess with. He urged everyone to teleport back to camp as soon as possible, throwing the whole team into panic mode. Liu couldn't believe it. Lufan, who never backed down from a fight, was actually running away this time. After returning to camp, they immediately reported everything they'd encountered to Grandmaster Jing. Jing ordered them to explore the area further. Otherwise, they'd end up wiped out like what happened to the Morgan family. Lufan stressed how dangerous that shadowy figure was. Someone even unsettling enough to make Nyx uneasy. Jing agreed. If even dragons were afraid of this thing, he'd mark the area as forbidden territory. Without delay, Jing canceled all missions for exploration teams heading there. Then he handed them a new assignment, assisting scholars in researching the fallen corpse ruins. Jing praised Lufan's performance. In less than a month, he'd led the team to multiple discoveries. As a reward, Jing gave Lufan a silver badge, an honor straight from the Griffin troops. Lufan panicked, trying to refuse the promotion. He'd just arrived, and this would stir up too much drama. But Jing insisted, making it clear Lufan would lead his own team after graduating from the academy. Lu Fei and Shen looked thrilled for him, while Liu could only sulk, green with envy. Seeing their genuine support, Lufan finally accepted the badge without hesitation. Jing then told Lufan to stick around a little longer. The Grandmaster actually wanted him to stay, but time wasn't on their side. Rushing to his bookshelf, Jing pulled out a volume. He handed Lufan a book packed with info on the national exam. Then he told him to start prepping for the big test. Lufan admitted he didn't want to leave the region, but he couldn't ignore his main goal either. Confidence flashed in his eyes. He knew he'd dominate the upcoming competition. Meanwhile, over in Tai, Jinhan was grinding levels to get ready for the national exam. Jinzu worried her brother's abyssal crawler wouldn't evolve in time, but Jinhan just smirked, creepily assuring her he'd level up by devouring a few living souls. Out of nowhere, a family, husband, wife, and baby, spotted Jinhan training and kindly invited him to rest at their place. Sadly, their hospitality got them slaughtered instead, as Jinhan harvested their lives for power. Chen, witnessing the brutality, warned Jinhan not to harm civilians. Jinhan ignored him and butchered the family without remorse. Chen stood there, silent, swallowing the injustice. Jinhan mocked him for being a useless deadweight, with zero progress. Chen stayed quiet, too crushed to respond. Elsewhere, in Heng, a group of participants was gathering. One of them, Kiran, proposed an alliance with 3 other competitors for the national exam. Wei Ji, a muscular woman representing the Han nation, agreed. Her country had already arranged this. Another guy, Yasan Lai from the southern nation, was just as confident they'd clinch the top spots. Over at a snowy volcano, guards urged their young master to hurry up and depart. Then a dude with a massive axe showed up, demanding they escort him instead. Back in the Star Nation, Charles Morgan boasted absolute confidence that no way he'd lose this year's exam. 2 days later, Lufan was buried under paperwork, cramming every detail from Jing's book. His entire exploration team, plus Grandmaster Jing himself, showed up to cheer him on. Jing even offered to personally escort him back to the Dragon Nation's capital. With calm determination, Lu Fan assured them he'd take first place. As soon as Lu Fan arrived at the academy, he headed straight to the principal's office to meet with him. The vice principal greeted Lu Fan and introduced the two people standing behind him. They were guards sent by the academy to ensure Lu Fan's safety during his trip to Tai country. The principal himself would be joining Lu Fan, and they'd be leaving the next day on a private jet. The vice principal reminded Lu Fan to get some proper rest and told him to ask for anything he needed. Hearing that, Lu Fan casually requested a slot expansion scroll without hesitation. His relaxed demand shocked the vice principal so much that he spat out the tea he was drinking. The vice principal guessed Lu Fan had gotten a new dragon, but Lu Fan just said he wanted it as a precaution. Apologetically, the vice principal explained they didn't have any extras of that item in stock. Lu Fan didn't make a big deal out of it. He just asked the guards to let him go somewhere. Lu Fan eventually returned to Aunt Han and the others at Villa Number 2, and Aunt Han was visibly overjoyed to see him back. She immediately invited him for dinner, and the table was filled with delicious dishes she had cooked herself. She urged Lu Fan to share stories about his experiences in the northern region. On that warm night, they talked for hours while enjoying the amazing food spread out before them. Suddenly, Lu Fan remembered someone very important to him. He pulled out his unmelting ice accessory, deciding to visit his senior before his departure. Shaman, who accidentally spotted the gorgeous necklace, started teasing him about it. Lu Fan quickly excused himself, telling them he had somewhere to be. Lu Fan went to the private training arena, unlocked a room, and waited for his senior to arrive. After waiting for a long time, he figured she wasn't coming that day. He considered asking Miss Du from the auction house for his senior's phone number. In the end, he decided to call Miss Du and ask about his senior's whereabouts. Miss Du told him his senior had gone back home due to some family matters. She then instructed Lu Fan to come by because his senior had left something with her. A few hours later, Lu Fan arrived at Tianhua Auction House, where Lu Fan was still guarded by bodyguards. Lu Fan complimented the auction house's growing popularity, and Miss Du credited it all to him for registering the dragon egg. He initially thought about registering his newly acquired dragon egg, but didn't want to take any risks, so he changed his mind. Miss Du promptly handed over the item his senior had left for him. Lu Fan inspected it and found a red dagger and a spellbook inside. The Flame Meteorite Sword, a legendary tiered dagger, could amplify fire attacks, absorb fire attribute damage, and release it. When Lu Fan picked it up, the dagger felt incredibly light, almost as if it had been forged specifically for him. Miss Du confirmed it was. His senior had paid close attention to his fighting style and designed this weapon just for him. Next, Lu Fan checked the red spellbook using his system. Magma Burst Skillbook. It could summon a magma pool to trap enemies, dealing massive damage over time. There was also a letter left behind, which Ms. Du jokingly called a love letter for Lu Fan. In it, his senior apologized for missing his championship win at the national exam. She hoped he liked the gifts this time and joked that he'd have to pay her back someday. She promised to return soon, treat him to a meal, and train together afterward. She also threatened to punish him if he didn't take first place in the national exam, making Lu Fan smile awkwardly as he read it. Miss Du, curious about what was on his mind, noticed him deep in thought. Lu Fan thanked her for delivering the gifts. Then, he asked Miss Du if she had a pet expansion scroll. Miss Du apologized to Lu Fan with deep regret, explaining that she didn't have the item he was looking for. She clarified items like that were only meant for hunters and summoners, and hardly anyone even searched for them anymore. Lu Fan quickly dropped the idea of hatching another egg and decided to focus on leveling up Astra instead. Miss Du promised to keep an eye out for any other items he might need and save them for him. Lu Fan thanked her before saying his goodbyes and heading out. On his way home, he gave up on finding a pet expansion scroll since he was leaving the next day anyway. His training up north had only earned him experience and contribution points, so he planned to level up Astra during the early stages of the national exam. Out of nowhere, Ying was waiting for him outside his door and greeted him. She noticed a hint of restlessness on Lu Fan's face. Curious, Lu Fan asked why she was standing outside alone, and Ying admitted she'd been waiting for him. She wanted to spar with him to see how much stronger he'd gotten. Lu Fan agreed. He'd been itching to test out his new weapon anyway. Once they reached the training arena, Lufan immediately studied the Magma Burst book and pulled out his dagger. Not one to back down, Ying drew all her trusted swords. She was genuinely curious about how much Lufan had improved after his northern training. Without hesitation, Ying lunged at him, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. Lufan braced himself, countering with his red dagger. He channeled the dragon sword aura into his blade, slashing hard to block Ying's assault. Ying followed up with Evil Surge, but Lufan dodged it effortlessly. The lightweight dagger made his movements even more active. Five-sword combo forced him to stay sharp. She then used Mountain Shaker, a wide-range physical attack. But Lufan leaped out of the way just in time. Ying admitted she always felt like she was playing catch-up with him, yet she felt safer when she was by his side. Sincerely, she told him she believed he could take first place in the national exam. Confidently, Lufan promised her he would. The next day, Aunt Han and the others saw Lufan off, cheering him on and wishing him luck. He told them not to worry and said his goodbyes. Soon, they arrived at the airport, where a private plane from the academy was waiting. During the flight, Lufan silently vowed to make the most of this opportunity and rise to the top in Dragon Nation. A few hours later, they landed at their destination. The vice principal mentioned that an overseer from the Dragon Country was already waiting for them, which made Lufan curious. He explained that every nation sent not just representatives but also overseers to ensure all rules were followed. This particular overseer had been handpicked by the Dragon Country's highest authorities, so Lufan needed to show respect. Suddenly, the bodyguards dropped to their knees in salute, and the vice principal warned Lufan to watch his manners. Lufan was still confused by their sudden change in attitude. The overseer told everyone to stand and skip the formalities. He was an elderly man flanked by 4 of the Dragon Country's top bodyguards, and he greeted Lufan warmly. The vice principal was totally caught off guard when he saw the Dragon Nation's overseer personally coming to greet them. The vice principal then introduced Lufan to the overseer, who noticed Lufan looking a little awkward in the whole situation. The overseer laughed and praised Lufan for already having a dragon at such a young age. The overseer was convinced Lufan would become a real hero when he returned, though Lufan thought the guy was laying it on way too thick. The overseer, referred to as Mr. Han, mentioned he knew Grandmaster Jing well and told Lufan to seek him out if he ever ran into trouble. As they got into the car, Mr. Han asked Lufan to tell Grandmaster Jing to find him directly if he ever couldn't help Lufan himself. Curious, Lufan asked the vice principal who Mr. Han really was, and the vice principal dropped his full name, Han Feibai. That's when it clicked for Lufan. Mr. Han was one of the 3 great elders who held the highest decision-making authority in the Dragon Nation. Lufan never expected that taking the national exam would lead him to meet someone as big deal as Mr. Han. During the car ride, Lufan couldn't shake his curiosity and finally asked the vice principal about something bugging him. He admitted he couldn't sense any powerful aura from Mr. Han and wondered if his own level was just too low to detect it. The vice principal laughed at that, explaining that Mr. Han was just an ordinary guy, a level 40 chef of all things. Lufan straight up didn't believe what he was hearing. The vice principal went on to explain that out of the 3 great elders, only one was a combat type who'd reached the 5th tier. The other 2 were weak support class professionals. But Mr. Han had 4 bodyguards known as the Legendary Swords, who'd willingly sworn loyalty to him despite his weak profession. Finally understanding, Lufan realized he couldn't underestimate these guys, even if their professions seemed weak on paper. Soon, one of Lufan's guards announced they'd arrived at their destination. A huge crowd was already swarming the entrance of the exam building. The second reporters spotted Lufan as the Dragon Nation's representative, and they rushed over for interviews. They tried to swarm him, but Lufan's bodyguards smoothly cut them off before things got out of hand. A little annoyed by the chaos, Lufan quickly ducked inside the building. By that evening, Lufan and the vice principal had made it to the meeting hall. At first, Lufan wanted to explore the area, but reporters were still camped outside. Then, he spotted a familiar face in the distance. It was Jin Han, the older brother of Jinju, the princess Lufan absolutely couldn't stand. Jinhan noticed Lufan's glare too, locking eyes with him. Out of nowhere, an overseer from Tai Nation saw Mr. Han and immediately went to greet him. The Tai overseer introduced himself respectfully, and it turned out everyone knew Mr. Han and his legendary bodyguards. Lufan politely offered Mr. Han a seat, and soon, whispers about their connection spread through the room. Then, the Tai overseer kicked off the welcome ceremony with a few short speeches. The participants got hyped, hearing about the delicious food Tai Nation had prepared for them. But the vice principal wasn't buying it. He warned Lufan that Tai's cuisine was unconventional. When the food covers were lifted, the dishes were nothing like what anyone expected. Even Lufan thought it had to be some kind of insult. He questioned why a national specialty was just cheap, fast food, and Mr. Han confirmed it. Tai Nation was seriously lacking in food resources. Lufan sighed. Even his Aunt Han's home cooking blew this out of the water. Then it hit him. He'd actually brought some of his aunt's food from home. One of the other participants, Andre, was already fuming. He called out the terrible quality and tiny portions, saying it was downright embarrassing. Jinhan coldly told him to leave if he didn't like it. That set Andre off, his combat aura flaring up in anger. A small scuffle broke out until the Tai overseer and Andre's own supervisor stepped in. Andre threatened Jinhan, telling him to stay out of his sight during the exam unless he wanted to get wrecked. Jinhan shot back with the exact same threat. Andre's supervisor tried to calm him down, but Andre, still raging, told him to give his portion to a dog instead. Then, an incredible smell hit Andre's nose, nothing like the garbage Tai Nation served. His eyes landed on the spread on Lufan's table, steaming dumplings and other mouth-watering dishes that instantly grabbed his attention. Lufan explained it was his aunt's cooking. She'd worried he wouldn't adjust to Tai's food, and turns out she was totally right. He noticed Andre staring, clearly starving and eyeing the food like it was treasure. Lufan invited him over, casually throwing shade that this meal was way better than whatever Tai Nation had tried to pass off as food. Andre happily accepted Lufan's offer, feeling grateful as he thanked him. He grabbed one of the dumplings he'd been eyeing, hesitating for a second, hoping it wouldn't taste as bad as the food from Tai country. The moment he took the first bite, his brain short-circuited from the explosion of flavors, like a volcano erupting in his mouth. It was way more complex and delicious than he expected. Lufan invited him to sit and eat together, and Andre, totally pumped, thanked him again. Lufan also offered some food to Uncle Han and the vice principal, making sure no one was left out. Jinhan, meanwhile, was getting more annoyed hearing Andre straight up praise the Dragon Country's cooking. Everyone dug in happily, with Andre not shutting up about how amazing Aunt Han's food was. Jinhan felt humiliated and started plotting something against Lufan. But the Tai country supervisor shut him down, telling him to cool off. A second later, the supervisor got everyone's attention. He showed them the full map for the national exam competition, explaining the setup. Each section had its own terrain and monsters matching their natural habitats. Proudly, he announced they'd combined 9 different zones to create the biggest battlefield in history. Points were based on how rare the monsters were, meaning the tougher the monster, the higher the score. Then he dropped another rule: mission points. Every zone had random missions, and finishing them would give bonus points. But they had to complete one before grabbing another. No stacking missions. Strictly one at a time. Lufan already had a hunch about what Tai country was planning for him. Uncle Han just laughed, loving the wild new rules, while Lufan knew this was going to be a bloodbath for points. Kiran asked about the skull symbol on the map. The overseer explained it marked the Dark Towers. Each zone had one, moving randomly, and they were packed with dangerous monster armies. Even worse, each tower was led by a boss, a demon of the 9 realms. The students freaked out, protesting since those demons had nearly wiped out Tai country once. The vice principal clarified to Lufan that they were ancient monsters Tai country had sealed away. 50 years ago the seal broke, and it took 5 level 4 heroes to lock them up again. It had been a close call. Kiran asked if the demons in the towers were weakened. The supervisor, way too excited, said they were at full power. No nerfs here. The students thought Tai country had lost it, putting something that deadly in an exam. Andre agreed, saying they'd need at least 10 people of their level to stand a chance. Lufan raised his hand and asked how many points they'd get for taking one down. The others laughed, telling him the demons were just there to add pressure, not to be beaten. But the overseer answered anyway. The points would be insane, way higher than anything else. Wrapping things up, he wished everyone luck before ending the meeting. The students started heading out. Lufan and Uncle Han said their goodbyes, planning to rest up. Uncle Han was seriously curious about what Lufan would do next. Back in his room, Lufan brainstormed strategies for the exam, still unsure what move to make. Then, his phone buzzed. He checked it and found a ranking prediction the experts had put together. Lufan couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw himself being compared to Jin Han in the media. He thought the so-called professional outlets were just spouting nonsense without any real substance. Then, he noticed someone below him creeping close to his position, definitely someone to keep an eye on. The next day, the national exam officially kicked off, with all the candidates lined up on the welcoming stage. The host instructed the participants to look up at the sky. A glowing blue portal appeared, the gateway to the secret realm of the exam. In an instant, the portal sucked in every participant, marking the start of the international competition between nations' representatives. Lufan stood there, completely confident that he'd claimed the top spot. Meanwhile, Aunt Han and the others watched Lufan's match from their TV screens. So did his teammates, who were stationed up in the northern region. Even Grandmaster Jing tuned in, curious to see how Lufan would perform. Mr. Han and the vice principal didn't want to miss out either, so they watched from the VIP lounge. After teleporting into the secret realm, Lufan found himself in the middle of a freezing, snow-covered wasteland. Lucky for him, this was the northern region, a map he knew like the back of his hand. He checked his location using the wrist device provided to all participants. The screen showed him smack in the center of a vast, empty tundra. A mission point blinked in the far corner of the map, and he immediately decided to head there. Without hesitation, Lufan summoned both Nyx and Astra at the same time. He ordered Astra to team up with Nyx to help level him up faster. But Astra just lazily curled up on his shoulder and dozed off, leaving Lufan frustrated at having a pet that wouldn't listen. Shaking his head, he set off with Nyx toward their destination. Meanwhile, Jin Han had been dropped into a desert zone, another familiar battlefield for him. He activated one of his signature skills, Abyss Entangler, to scout the area. The ability had a 2-hour cooldown, but could revive him if he died. Before his shadow creature could even take a few steps, a sword suddenly pierced through it. The attack came from Musashi, a samurai representing his nation. Jin Han was pissed. They were supposed to be allies, and now Musashi had just killed his shadow. Musashi sheathed his sword, casually wondering if he'd get points for taking out Jin Han's summon. To make up for it, he offered to help Jin Han take down Lufan instead. Jin Han tried to walk away, but Musashi kept following him like a lost puppy. Finally, Jin Han reminded him of their original plan. He'd handle Lufan, while Musashi dealt with the Black Dragon. Then, Jin Han dropped a bombshell. The Dark Tower automatically attacked anyone who got too close. That sent Musashi into a panic since he only had one life, while Jin Han could revive himself. Smirking, Jin Han cast a spell, hitting Musashi square in the chest. The spell was Abyss Contract, linking their lives together. Now, if Jin Han died, he'd revive. But so would Musashi. But if Jin Han bit the dust, Musashi would go down with him too. Musashi made a promise not to betray Jin Han, and in return, Jin Han swore he'd lift his curse once the exam was over. Their plan was simple: grab a mission first, let the Dark Tower wipe out the other candidates, and then make their move afterward. Musashi spotted a mission marker in the distance and decided to go for it. But that marker was a trap. Only he knew where the real one was hidden. Musashi couldn't help but wonder what kind of trap mission Jin Han was talking about. Jin Han just shrugged it off, saying it was an impossible mission anyway. 5 hours later, the temporary scoreboard popped up, showing Charles in the lead with 20,000 points, followed closely by Andre at 18,000. Meanwhile, Lufan was sitting at a measly 23rd place with only 257 points to his name. People weren't holding back. Everyone had something nasty to say about Lufan's performance, while the vice principal seemed lost in thought. But Mr. Han just casually poured himself some tea, not a single worry on his face. He relaxed, like he was watching some drama on TV, completely unfazed. Turns out, Lufan hadn't been wasting time killing monsters along the way. He was laser-focused on finding the Dark Tower. A flying lion monster ambushed him head-on, but Lufan just dodged and kept running, leaving them all behind. He didn't have time to waste fighting every monster in his path. There were only two ways to score big: take down an ancient beast or eliminate another player. Suddenly, Lufan noticed a fight up ahead. His wrist device buzzed, notifying him of a mission marker nearby. Some guy was busy battling a Yeti, completely absorbed in the fight. After he killed the Yeti, the guy considered grabbing the mission for himself, but then he felt it. An overwhelming presence bearing down on him, sending chills down his spine. And there she was, standing right behind him, Nyx. The guy nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw her. Lufan casually walked towards him. The guy recognized him, the dragon tamer from the southern province. As Lufan approached, the guy raised his weapon, ready for a fight. But Lufan didn't even glance his way, just strolled right past him. That arrogance pissed the guy off. His country had been humiliated by Grandmaster Jing before, and now he wanted payback. A quick check confirmed Lufan was only level 32, ranked 23rd, easy prey, or so he thought. Without warning, the guy attacked from behind, trapping Lufan in a water prison technique. The watery cage held Lufan tight, or so it seemed. Smug, the guy moved in for the kill, but then a massive claw swiped him sideways. Nyx wasn't about to let some nobody hurt her master. The force of her attack sent the guy flying like a rag doll. He crashed to the ground like an ant getting flicked off a table. Pure terror gripped him. This was a real dragon's power. One strike, and his arm was already broken. Lufan admitted he wasn't interested in cheap shots. Those 5,000 points weren't worth his time. He spared the guy's life, then shattered the water prison like it was nothing. The guy could only gape at the sheer gap between their strengths. But pride still burned in him. He swore he'd kill Lufan and become a hero for the southern nation. Then Nyx roared, and the guy crumpled like a scared child. She leaned in, dragon breath heating his face as he stared death in the eyes. Lufan suggested, calmly, that maybe the guy should back off and let him take the mission. Turned out, the mission required slaying the demon of the 9 realms. Lufan just stood there, silent, like he already knew exactly what the Tai Kingdom was plotting. Out of nowhere, a Yeti monster appeared, ready to attack Lufan, but Lufan didn't even flinch. The monster turned out to be the Icefield Yeti King, a level 75 boss. The guy nearby was pretty convinced Lufan was about to get wrecked this time, but shockingly, the Yeti boss launched a brutal attack at that guy instead, forcing him to dodge in panic. The monster closed in, now standing right in front of him. Just as he was drowning in fear and despair, a crimson glow flashed from behind the Yeti boss. It was Lufan's move, his dagger charged with Nyx's aura. The strike sliced off one of the Yeti's arms, making it scream in agony as green blood splattered everywhere. Nyx then dashed forward, ready to deliver the final blow. One hit from her was all it took to permanently take down the Yeti boss. The fight ended way too fast. Lufan thought it was a cakewalk. This boss was nothing compared to the fallen corpse. The guy finally realized the true power of the dragon. A level 75 boss, gone in one hit. If that attack had landed on him, he'd be 6 feet under for sure. Lufan walked toward him with a sharp glare and dead serious expression, making the guy's fear skyrocket. The man started begging for mercy, but Lufan just walked right past him like he was nothing. Confusion hit him. Why hadn't Lufan killed him? He turned around and noticed the mission point Lufan had taken earlier. That's when it clicked. This was a trap set by the Tai nation for them. Suddenly, he remembered Lufan asking about the Demon of the 9 Realm before, and wondered if Lufan had actually planned to kill it. Meanwhile, in the VIP room, the vice principal watched as Lufan accepted what seemed like an impossible mission. He immediately protested, demanding answers from the Tai Nation overseer about the fairness of the exam. Aggressively, he insisted they remove the mission, calling it an underhanded trap. But the overseer shut him down, saying he had no right to complain since he wasn't even a Dragon Nation overseer. Mr. Han calmly stepped in, telling the vice principal to sit back down. Han had seen this coming. The Thai nation was cowardly, and Lu Fan getting this mission wasn't a coincidence. He also knew about the corruption and monopoly happening behind the scenes. The vice principal couldn't understand why Mr. Han wasn't taking action when this was so unfair to Lu Fan. But Han wisely said that sometimes people who play dirty end up trapped by their own tricks, and no trick works against absolute power. Besides, this impossible mission was exactly what Lu Fan wanted. Han told the vice principal to trust him. Finally calming down, the vice principal turned back to the screen, keeping his eyes on Lu Fan, and what he saw next completely blew his mind. Lu Fan and Nix finally reached the Dark Tower. Flying above it, they scoped out the scene. Chains binding a massive structure, swarms of monsters flying around. Pumped up, Lu Fan motioned to Nix, ready to wipe out every last one of those monsters. As Lu Fan approached the Dark Tower, the bat monsters immediately detected his presence and prepared to attack. To Lu Fan, these monsters were nothing more than easy experience points waiting to be claimed. He signaled Nix to join him in wiping out the entire horde without hesitation. Lu Fan woke up the little dragon Astra, ready for battle, though the drowsy creature clearly wasn't fully awake yet. Without wasting time, Lu Fan ordered Nix to switch to her destroyer form. Nix made quick work of the monsters, crushing them like they were nothing more than ants. Suddenly, another wave of enemies appeared, this time level 75 burrow demons. Lu Fan was thrilled at the endless waves of monsters, knowing he could wipe them all out with a single skill. Nix unleashed her lava inferno, engulfing the entire area in scorching flames. Lu Fan didn't just stand by, he slashed from a distance using Nix's sword aura, instantly obliterating the remaining monsters. Spotting yet another swarm approaching, Lu Fan decided he wasn't about to waste time picking them off one by one. He activated Dragon Inspiration, boosting all his and his dragon stats by a solid 30%. Nix prepared her Cataclysm skill, her body surrounded by raging, superheated flames. Meanwhile, Lu Fan summoned his legendary Dark Serpent Bow, with Astra hovering close behind him. Nix unleashed Cataclysm straight into the monster horde. Lu Fan followed up with his Dark Serpent Bow's special attack, firing magic arrows shaped like serpents with a 500% damage boost. The combined assault triggered a massive explosion right above the Dark Tower. The monsters were completely annihilated, their bodies burning and dropping like flies. Lu Fan fired another round of magic arrows without pause. The arrows shot through the crowd of monsters before slamming straight into the Dark Tower itself. Nix amplified the attack by layering her Cataclysm skill over Lu Fan's arrows. The resulting combo was downright apocalyptic, as if divine punishment had rained down on the monsters. Just like that, Lu Fan and Nix had cleared every single monster outside the Dark Tower. Lu Fan's points skyrocketed by 22,758, shooting him straight from rank 23 to rank 1. He leveled up to 33, and even Astra hit level 12 just by flying around. Everyone was talking about Lu Fan's sudden jump to first place, acknowledging his bold, frontal strategy as pure genius. The vice principal finally understood what Mr. Han had meant. To Lu Fan, this mission wasn't a disaster, but a blessing. Mr. Han couldn't help but praise the sheer destruction Lu Fan and Nix had unleashed. And that wasn't even considering the other dragons Lu Fan hadn't summoned yet. The vice principal offered to bring tea, but Mr. Han refused. Tea could wait, but missing even a second of Lu Fan's rampage was unthinkable. Meanwhile, National Supervisor Tai overheard their conversation and quietly started scheming. He was convinced Lu Fan would die fighting the ancient boss monster, leaving them to just collect his corpse afterward. The spectators muttered among themselves. The boss was about to emerge, and Lu Fan still hadn't fled. Suddenly, the chains binding the Dark Tower shattered. Lu Fan knew what that meant. A stronger wave of monsters was coming. Sure enough, shadowy figures of different monster types began rushing toward him. But Lu Fan had a plan. Lure them all out and wipe them out in one move. The new monsters included two-headed ogres, wandering pavilions, and demon scouts, all level 75. As soon as they emerged, Lu Fan motioned for Nix to clean them up the same way as before. But Astra suddenly charged forward, eager to fight, making Lu Fan smirk at the little dragon's enthusiasm. That smirk turned to shock when he realized Astra intended to take them on alone. The level gap between him and the monsters was way too big. Astra didn't hesitate. He just charged straight ahead, plowing into the monsters like it was nothing. Lufan freaked out and yelled for him to fall back, but Astra completely ignored him, like he hadn't even heard. Panicking, Lufan told Nyx to back Astra up, hoping she could at least cover him. The two-headed ogre noticed Astra closing in and didn't waste time. It barked orders at the other monsters, and just like that, they all turned to swarm Astra. Meanwhile, Lufan, still riding Nyx, was torn between frustration at Astra's recklessness and sheer curiosity. Part of him wanted to see what Astra was really capable of. Maybe it was time to let the wild dragon follow his instincts. Then Astra activated Star Radiant Scales, a skill that let him absorb and then unleash all the damage he took within 6 seconds in a brutal AoE blast. He moved like lightning, cutting through monsters left and right without mercy. The two-headed ogre tried to smash him with a heavy swing, but Astra was too fast, dodging and countering with a devastating punch. The hit sent the ogre flying backward like a ragdoll. Lufan hadn't expected this untamed dragon to be such a combat prodigy. Maybe helping him wasn't even necessary. Even without orders, Astra's insane battle instincts made him wield his skills like a seasoned warrior. Then he released all the absorbed damage in one explosive burst, obliterating every monster surrounding him. Not done yet, Astra unleashed Star Shatter, a massive, star-based AoE attack that scaled with his strength. Lufan grabbed Nyx and bolted, not wanting to get caught in the blast radius. The magical energy radiating from Astra grew brighter and more intense by the second. Then, boom! The entire area detonated, wiping out the two-headed ogre. Every other monster near Astra was vaporized, leaving nothing behind. Once the dust settled, Astra casually flew back to Lufan like it was just another day. Lufan couldn't help but praise his insane skills and flashy fighting style. Astra, soaking up the compliments, got a little smug. Lufan just laughed awkwardly at his dragon's sudden ego boost. Out of nowhere, an explosion rocked the area from the direction of the Dark Tower. A boss monster, the Black Mountain-Horned Beast, a level 80 frog, emerged, eyeing Lufan and his dragons like prey. But Lufan wasn't scared. He was hyped. Boss meant express and bonus points. He rallied Astra and Nyx, and the trio charged straight at the beast. The frog boss didn't wait. It lashed out with a whip-like tongue attack. Nyx countered with Lava Explosion, while Astra activated Star Surge, boosting his stamina as the fight went on. Lufan followed up with a slash from his Black Dragon Aura Sword, cutting deep into the boss. The frog staggered, but wasn't down yet. It retaliated with a horn strike, firing like a bullet toward Lufan. Astra stepped in, catching the attack barehanded like it was nothing. Nyx seized the opening, blasting the boss point-blank with another lava explosion. The frog boss leaped into the air, dodging at the last second, but Lufan had predicted the move. He drove his dagger into its body mid-air. Astra wasn't done either. He ripped off one of the boss's horns and hurled it like a spear. The horn impaled the frog's skull, killing it instantly. Lufan's points and levels shot up, and Astra leveled up to 13. With 51,000 points, Lufan now holds the top rank. Meanwhile, Inspector Tai quietly slipped out of the VIP room, his expression unreadable. The Vice Principal and Master Han, though, were pumped, amazed by Lufan's insane performance. Inspector Tai, however, was baffled. How was Lufan taking down monsters that hadn't even been weakened? He ordered all field officers to investigate, convinced there had to be cheating involved. He swore he'd expose Lufan's fraud to the public once he found proof. An hour later, the officials reported back to the Thai country supervisor that everything was running smoothly with 0 issues. The supervisor was pissed and didn't buy the report for a second. He doubled down, ordering his team to check everything again. No shortcuts this time. The crew immediately got to work. Ironically, the trap mechanism designed by Thai country itself ended up scoring points for Lufan instead. The Thai country supervisor decided to cheat by secretly powering up the ancient boss monster in the Dark Tower. The rest of them just crossed their fingers, hoping Jinhan could at least keep up with Lu Fan's insane point gains. The overseer walked back into the room and caught the audience buzzing about something. Mr. Han suddenly locked eyes with him, grinning like he wanted to personally thank him. Seeing that look, the overseer glanced at the screen and nearly choked in shock. The powerful Dark Tower monsters had been wiped out effortlessly by Lu Fan alone. With Astra still perched on his shoulder, Lu Fan ordered Nyx and Astra to keep hunting. Soon enough, they reached the new boss's territory, along with its army. The boss, a knight-type monster, looked terrifying, gripping a massive sword. Facing a level 85 boss, Lu Fan had no choice but to summon Fei. The monster army charged at him in unison. Lu Fan commanded Fei to shift into eternal form, her body instantly shrouded in green energy. Fei activated two skills at once, Emerald Light for shielding and Emerald Blessing to boost their next attack. Now, they were ready to take on whatever stood in their way. Lu Fan sliced through monsters left and right with his dagger. Astra, still hyped up, went wild on the monsters without needing orders. He triggered Starlight Scale armor again, absorbing every hit the monsters threw at him. Lu Fan coated his dagger with Nyx's aura but suddenly paused, remembering something. He pulled out his Dragon Resonance spellbook. Now that he'd hit level 35, he could finally learn it. Without hesitation, he mastered the spell, which doubled magic power when casting the same spell consecutively. Feeling stronger than ever, Lu Fan could now resonate perfectly with his dragons. He immediately teamed up with Nyx for a combo attack using his new skill. Extending his hand, he chanted dragon language magic, and Nyx, using lava explosion, a bright red light flared. The spell was active. A massive fireball, blazing like a mini-sun, formed huge, scorching and blinding. The boss and its minions froze, stunned by the spectacle. Nyx unleashed the spell straight at them. The sight of the boss and its army drowning in a sea of flames was downright horrifying. Even Lu Fan couldn't believe the sheer power he'd just unleashed. That single attack melted the boss, leaving it helpless. Nyx shifted into World Destroyer form and lunged forward, aiming to finish the fight. But shockingly, the boss mustered its last strength to block her strike. Just as Lu Fan moved in for the kill, Astra blasted the boss with a devastating attack, obliterating it for good. And, of course, Astra couldn't resist trash-talking, telling the boss to go back to hell. The boss shattered into pieces, thanks to Astra's final hit. Lu Fan praised him, while low-key roasting him for that epic kill steal. Astra leveled up to 15, sensing something different in his body. And yep, he'd unlocked his transformation skill. Lu Fan quickly checked Astra's status and transformation skill attributes, curious about the changes. Meanwhile, Astra himself was still confused about his new, more mature form. Astra's strength stat had hit a whopping 4,000, which was even higher than Nyx's at the same level. Then, Astra unlocked two new transformations, Stellar Radiance form, boosting strength by 500% for 1 minute, and Galaxy form, which could block all physical attacks. Lu Fan was itching to test Astra's new power, but he suddenly realized no monsters were showing up anymore. Sensing something off, Nyx activated her perception skill to detect any camouflaged enemies. Nothing showed up, so instead of waiting around, Lu Fan decided to hunt them down himself. They moved toward the center of the Dark Tower, where a glowing purple doorway stretched open in front of them. Inside the Dark Tower, the atmosphere was pitch black, but Nyx stayed sharp, keeping her perception skill active. The echo of their own footsteps told Lu Fan the place was massive. Suddenly, purple torch flames lit up on their own, revealing a long hallway with no end in sight. Lu Fan chose to follow the hallway, warning his dragons to stay alert for monster ambushes. They walked for a while, but still found nothing. Then, Lu Fan felt something coming from the far end of the hallway. At the end of the hallway, Lu Fan was shocked to see a massive, eerie throne carved with ancient demonic symbols. Sensing monster auras around him, Lu Fan called them out, telling them hiding was pointless. Slowly, a terrifying dark energy gathered above the throne, forming into something sinister. Lu Fan could feel deep hatred radiating from it, hatred for humans. The dark energy took shape, becoming the ancient demon of the 9 realms. a massive, single-eyed monster with writhing tentacles. The boss monster, Earthshade Demon, had average stats reaching 35,000. It immediately attacked Lufan, fueled by rage after being sealed away for so long, now forced to serve humans. As it struck, it vowed to wipe out every last human, leaving none alive. But its cruel words didn't match reality. Lufan easily blocked the attack with Faye's shield. Lufan drew his dagger, coating it in Nyx's aura, and ordered Faye to summon 2 more dragons. 2 fallen corpse dragons appeared and lunged at Earthshade Demon. The demon recoiled, sensing something deeply unsettling about them. Ignoring its threats, Lufan fired off a combined lava explosion spell at it, but Earthshade Demon turned into mist, dodging the attack effortlessly. Lufan was stunned and immediately started strategizing another approach. The demon vanished, and even Nyx's perception skill couldn't track it. Out of nowhere, Earthshade Demon reappeared behind Harriet with his sword. Smirking, Lufan decided he wouldn't let it hide anymore. Suddenly, streaks of starlight shot through Earthshade Demon's body, preventing it from turning to mist again. It was trapped, unable to escape. The attack came from Astra's new form, and Lufan signaled him to keep going. Beautiful constellations of light surrounded the ancient demon, sealing its movements. Then Astra appeared, now in his galaxy form. Earthshade Demon was shocked. It hadn't even sensed Astra's presence until now. Even so, the Earthshade Demon wasn't about to give up that easily. It lunged at Lufan with its massive claws. Lufan dodged just in time and signaled Faye to unleash her soul light. He leaped onto Nyx's head, ready to surround the Earthshade Demon with all 5 of his dragons. Lufan and Faye pulled off a combo spell, dumping every buff they had onto Nyx. Thanks to his Dragon Bloodline passive, Dragon Inspiration, and all of Faye's stacked buffs, Lufan's and Nyx's stats went absolutely insane. Then Lufan unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks on the Earthshade Demon. The demon got wrecked, hard, desperate. It tried taunting Lufan's dragons for bowing to some lowly human. Of course, the provocation fell flat. Lufan had always treated them like family. But the boss kept yapping, throwing out more insults at the dragons. Astra, who'd had enough of its mouth, shot Lufan a look like, "Let's shut this guy up." Lufan caught the hint and pulled out the legendary Dark Serpent bow. Astra charged up his signature Star Dragon magic. Seizing the moment, the Earthshade Demon rushed in for an attack. Nyx wasn't having it. She blocked the strike with a brutal counterpunch. Meanwhile, Lufan gathered energy for his magic arrow. Faye stacked even more attack buffs on top of everything. After a full 3-second charge at max power, Lufan let loose the most devastating shot yet. Astra timed it perfectly, layering his Shattering Star spell right into Lufan's attack. The combined blast slammed into the Earthshade Demon, setting off an explosion so massive it shook the battlefield. The Vice Principal couldn't believe his eyes. Neither could TIE Overseer, who just stood there, stunned. Seeing the situation spiral, TIE Overseer decided it was time to execute his backup plan. But then, his jaw dropped. The Earthshade Demon was still standing. Sure, it was battered beyond belief, barely holding together. Lufan smirked and warned it. The attack wasn't over yet. Had it even noticed the 2 missing fallen corpse dragons? Finally, the Earthshade Demon realized, but it was too late. Both fallen corpse dragons came crashing down with Doomfall, sacrificing their vitality to deal a ridiculous 2,000% damage. The Earthshade Demon, stubborn to the end, tried to block the insane hit. The clash of power sent out a shockwave that ripped through the area, ground shaking, rocks obliterated. After that massive collision, the Earthshade Demon was left completely powerless. Lufan moved closer to the boss monster, readying his bow, with his dragons trailing behind him. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The Earthshade Demon, which had seemed weak just moments ago, was now standing rigidly. It felt an overwhelming surge of power flooding into its body. Lufan was confused. He was sure he had already defeated it. He wondered if this was the Earthshade Demon's second form and quickly used the system's analysis ability to check. The stats of the Earthshade Demon were skyrocketing, reaching an average of 100,000. The Vice Principal sensed something was off, and so did everyone watching. He asked Mr. Han for his opinion on whether they should evacuate Lufan immediately. But Mr. Han just casually sipped his tea and reminded the vice principal to trust Lufan. The vice principal warned Mr. Han about the Earthshade Demon's stats hitting 100,000. Still, Mr. Han refused to intervene, promising he wouldn't let someone as talented as Lufan die here. Seeing his confidence, the vice principal decided to put his full trust in Lufan. Turns out, the Earthshade Demon's sudden power boost was the doing of the TIE Overseer. He had ordered his subordinates to manipulate the ancient boss monster's stats, convinced Lufan wouldn't survive this time. Little did he know, Mr. Han was already aware of his schemes. Back in the battle, Lufan smirked at the Earthshade Demon for celebrating too soon. He planned to finish it off before it grew even stronger. Lufan commanded Fei to summon 2 more fallen corpse dragons. Realizing Lufan was setting up a deadly combo attack, the boss lunged to stop him, but Lufan already had a plan. He ordered Nyx to unleash her dragon's roar. Nyx let out a deafening scream straight at the Earthshade Demon. The attack left it completely immobilized for a few critical seconds. Lufan then cast dragon language magic on the 2 fallen corpse dragons, transforming the Doomfall attack into a lethal wave of demonic energy. The blast struck the Earthshade Demon head-on, inflicting it with the frailty debuff. Enraged, the boss tried to retaliate, but its body suddenly froze. It couldn't move at all, leaving it baffled. Lufan bid the Earthshade Demon a final farewell, hoping it would learn better in its next life. Astra shifted into Starlight form, boosting all attacks by 500%. His strength stats skyrocketed to 23,000. The Earthshade Demon panicked, not expecting the baby dragon to evolve into its adult form. Astra then unleashed Starfall Beam, a devastating laser of cosmic energy that scaled with strength and level, impossible to block. The attack slowly erased the Earthshade Demon's body from existence. It couldn't believe it had lost to a human again. And just like that, the Earthshade Demon vanished without a trace. As soon as the demon disappeared, the Dark Tower began shaking violently. Realizing the tower was collapsing, Lufan immediately ordered Nyx and the others to get out. The Dark Tower collapsed crazy fast, like it was trying to bury Lufan and his dragons alive. But no way Lufan was going to die from something that dumb. He and his crew bounced out just in time and even leveled up. Even though he was dead tired, Lufan was pumped. He'd taken down the Earthshade Demon and scored a ton of points. The scoreboard flashed Lufan's insane total, 511,000 points. Mr. Han wasn't even surprised. That kid wasn't just carried by his dragons. His own battle instincts were next level scary. He couldn't even imagine how hard he'd trained to get his dragons to sync up like that. Meanwhile, the TIE Nation Overseer straight up slammed his phone on the floor. Furious his plan had backfired. He stormed out of the VIP room to cook up another scheme. The vice principal was confused by the guy's tantrum, but Mr. Han just shrugged and invited him for tea like nothing happened. Outside, the TIE Overseer was seething. How'd Lufan solo the Earthshade Demon when it should have taken 4 of TIE's top heroes? His lackeys scrambled after him. The guy barked at them, demanding to know if they'd maxed out the demon's stats. They swore they did. Still in denial, the Overseer insisted Lufan had to be cheating. Just then, Mr. Han and the vice principal casually strolled past him. Mr. Han, all relaxed, mentioned he needed fresh air and a walk. The TIE Overseer hissed at his underlings to keep eyes on Lufan 24/7. He decided to tail Mr. Han himself, hoping to dig up dirt on Lufan. The vice principal and Mr. Han kept chatting, totally unaware they were being watched. Out of nowhere, a katana whooshed past the TIE Overseer's head, close enough to shave him. The blade stabbed into the wall beside him. No accident. That was a warning shot. The guy spun around, but the attacker, nowhere in sight. Then it hit him. That was a level 90 Dark Knight Reaper's weapon, one of Mr. Han's guards. The scratch on his cheek was proof. He'd messed up badly, underestimating his crew. This was a back-off message. He noped out of following them, fighting Mr. Han guards. He'd need 100 lives to even try. 10 minutes later, Mr. Han and the vice principal headed back to the VIP room. Spotting the sword marks on the wall, Mr. Han instantly pieced it together. Just as he thought, Thai Nation was a total embarrassment. Meanwhile, the Thai overseer's panicked staff rushed up to him. One handed him a phone that'd been blowing up nonstop. The guy, already losing it, snapped at the poor messenger. Turns out, Thai's higher-ups also thought Lu Fan cheated and ordered the overseer to find proof. Back in the VIP room, the overseer overheard the crowd buzzing about Lu Fan's points magically climbing while he did nothing. The score kept ticking up, but Lu Fan wasn't even moving. Smug, the overseer dialed someone, ready to get Lu Fan disqualified for cheating. But before he could report anything, he finally saw what was really happening. The Earthshade demon and its army were slaughtering monsters for Lu Fan, racking up his points. Even the demon's minions were pitching in, and Lu Fan himself just chilled with his cute dragon girls, kicking back and enjoying the destruction like it was a fireworks show. The scene rewound to an hour earlier, right after Lu Fan had just stepped out of the Dark Tower. He figured he'd take a quick breather. He definitely deserved it after all that chaos. His two fallen corpse dragons caught his eye, noticeably stronger now after taking down the Earthshade demon. Spotting the Earthshade demon's empty throne, an idea suddenly clicked in his head. Back when he and Grandmaster Jing were taming those two fallen corpse dragons, they'd done some wild experiments. Now, Lu Fan was itching to turn those corpses into puppets. If he could use the Earthshade demon's corpse, controlling them would be a piece of cake. Pumped up, he decided to give it a shot. But after a few tries, the fallen corpse dragons were sweating bullets, totally failing to meet his expectations. It hit him. These things just couldn't puppet a corpse like that. Talk about a letdown. Just as he was about to call it quits, a hand tapped his arm out of nowhere. It was Faye, trying to tell him something, but Lu Fan had zero clue what she meant. Without missing a beat, Faye shifted into her spirit light form and zipped over to the two dragons. She unleashed every buff skill she had on them, no holding back. The stat boost was insane. What used to be subspecies dragons were now straight-up true dragons. Finally, it made sense. The fallen corpses weren't weak. They just needed a serious upgrade. Lu Fan ordered Faye to hit them with Jade Light, cranking their total stats up by 60%. Then he had her switch back to eternal form and drop Life Pulse on them. After that insane buff stacking, the two dragons' stats blew past the average Earthshade dragons. Now, they could finally use their fallen corpse ability to control the Earthshade demon's body. A massive hand, the Earthshade demons, slowly clawed its way out of the Dark Tower's wreckage. Then its army started rising too, all level 75 monsters ready to roll. Lu Fan was stoked. Now he could rack up points while chilling. Perfect setup. Since he'd basically invented a new skill, the system rewarded him with control the fallen corpses. The skill let him command anything that turned into a fallen corpse, summoning them anytime, anywhere, with automatic recovery over time. In other words, dude now had an undead army on speed dial. The Earthshade demon fully emerged, obeying Lu Fan's every command without question. He couldn't help but smirk. This thing had nearly wiped out Thai country, and now? It was his personal weapon. Heck, he could flatten the whole nation if he felt like it. Back in the present, the overseer of Thai country stood frozen, completely speechless. He chucked his phone and started screaming like a madman, convinced it was all over. Then he caught snippets of a conversation between the vice principal and Mr. Han. Mr. Han, ever the provocateur, threw some shady remarks about Thai country's underhanded tactics, wondering aloud how they'd react now. With a sharp glare, he turned and straight up asked the overseer for his thoughts. The overseer was fuming. First, people doubted the Jin family, and now Mr. Han had the nerve to mock him to his face. No way was he letting Lu Fan get away with this. Meanwhile, Lu Fan was still lounging around, enjoying the company of his adorable dragon girls. He checked his mission watch for updates, scrolling through the latest info. Then a new mission popped up on the map, right near his location. In a quiet corner of the mountains, there was a mission point, just waiting to be claimed. A participant, someone who'd crossed paths with Lu Fan before, was spotted scoping out the mission point. He was totally planning to grab it and finish the mission to score some extra points. But his expression instantly changed when he noticed something moving closer. Dude was shocked to see Lu Fan walking back into the area. He felt like the unluckiest guy alive running into Lu Fan again. But then it hit him. If Lu Fan was here, that meant he'd actually taken down the ancient boss monster. Suddenly, Lu Fan glanced right at him, completely aware of the guy's presence. The guy panicked and started apologizing, begging Lu Fan not to finish him off. Lu Fan just pulled out his dagger, coating it in that eerie black dragon aura. With one swing, he sliced a tree right in front of the guy, making him freak out even more. Turns out, Lu Fan wasn't after him. He'd just killed a monster that had been sneaking up behind the guy. The guy only then realized he'd been followed this whole time. Grateful, he thanked Lu Fan for saving him, his attitude doing a complete 180. Lu Fan didn't care much. He was just passing through and happened to be there. He checked the guy's points and rank and saw he was dead last with barely anything. But Lu Fan got curious. How'd this guy even get any points without completing missions? The question made the guy super depressed, remembering how he'd stayed up all night hunting monsters for nothing. Meanwhile, Lu Fan low-key considered stealing his points later, if they ever went up. Out of nowhere, Lu Fan clapped him on the shoulder and told him to work harder so he wouldn't embarrass the southern nation. As he walked away, Lu Fan tossed back some half-hearted encouragement to climb the ranks. The guy totally misunderstood, thinking Lu Fan was rooting for him. He got weirdly emotional. He'd always heard from the southern nation that people from the Dragon Nation were ruthless and arrogant, but Lu Fan wasn't like the rumors said. He'd even cheered on the same guy who'd tried to kill him earlier. He felt stupid for believing his own country's lies. Little did he know, Lu Fan had played him. The dude was already swiping the mission right under his nose. Still, the guy made a dumb, determined promise to work harder just to meet Lu Fan's expectations. But by the time he looked up, Lu Fan was long gone, leaving him alone in the area. Lu Fan picked up a PvP mission in the swamp zone. His target was the participant ranked 6th. He tried guessing who it might be, but honestly, it didn't matter. Whoever it was, he just crushed them on sight. Meanwhile, in the damp, shadowy swamp, monsters lurked everywhere, hunting each other. It was a full-on predator showdown. Then Ouija, the rank 10 participant, showed up, confident she could take on anyone. Kieran had already regrouped with her. They were 2 of the 4 who'd formed an alliance. Ouija wondered where Yasin Grai and Badan were. They still hadn't shown up. She hated waiting, and because of them, she was stuck at rank 10. Kieran suggested setting up an ambush once Badan arrived. He just hoped their target would be loaded with points. Kieran suggested setting up an ambush once Badan arrived. He just hoped their target would be loaded with points. After 4 long hours, Lu Fan and Nyx finally made it to the swampy area they'd been aiming for. Lu Fan scanned the surroundings, noticing how the muddy ground made moving around a real pain. As he trudged through the marsh, a black snake suddenly slithered right past him. Sensing danger, Lu Fan told Nyx to use her perception skill to check for camouflaged enemies. Nyx obeyed, sweeping the area with her senses. Sure enough, 3 figures popped up on her radar, clearly planning an ambush. Lu Fan pulled out his dagger, ready for a fight, and called out for the trio to show themselves. Without hesitation, he struck the black snake with his black dragon aura attack. Out of nowhere, Kieran appeared above the snake, a level 60 poison healer representing the Hing Nation, ranked 6th in the exam. Lu Fan admitted to himself that he was a little disappointed, expecting someone like Charles instead. Kieran checked Lu Fan's stats and scoffed, seeing he was only level 32 with a useless dragon tamer class. But his jaw dropped when he noticed Lu Fan was actually in first place, with a whopping 550,000 points. He couldn't believe it. Just yesterday, Lu Fan had been dead last. Still, Kieran grinned, thinking this was his lucky day since the big prize had walked right into his hands. He raised his staff, green poison aura swirling around it as he prepared to strike. Lu Fan braced himself, dagger at the ready to block whatever was coming. Kieran fired off a toxic spell straight at him. He was beyond confident, already imagining himself taking all of Lu Fan's points. But Lu Fan didn't just stand there. He dodged the attack like it was nothing. He taunted Kieran, daring him to try again if he thought he could actually land a hit. Meanwhile, Nyx started chanting, forming a massive lava explosion spell that grew bigger by the second. Kieran wasn't fazed by the giant fireball, convinced he could handle it easily. He quickly shot a poison spell at Nyx, one designed to interrupt spellcasting. It worked. Nyx had no choice but to cancel her lava explosion mid-chant. Then, Kirin and his snake burrowed into the ground, disappearing from sight. Lufan stayed alert, knowing 2 more enemies were still hiding nearby. Suddenly, Weiqi came at him from behind, swinging a huge spiked iron ball on a chain. Lufan deflected the attack with his dagger, sending the chain flying off to the side. Nyx lunged at Weiqi with Dragon Claw, protecting Lufan from the sneak attack. Weiqi tried to block, but it was no use. The force sent her crashing into a tree, leaving her badly injured. She couldn't understand how a level 32 guy could hit so hard. Despite the pain, Weiqi let out a creepy laugh, like she still had some trick up her sleeve. Lufan stayed cautious, watching her carefully. He figured they'd try a combined attack next, so he warned Nyx to be ready. Sure enough, attacks came from all directions, trapping Lufan in a deadly pincer. But he didn't panic. He sliced through the poison orbs. Nyx handled the snake, grabbing it by the head mid-strike. Then she slammed it into the ground like a rag doll. Badan and Kirin were stunned. Their attacks had been shut down so easily. Weiqi couldn't believe it either. Their whole ambush had failed miserably. Badan warned the others to be careful, realizing Lufan didn't fight like any level 32 they'd ever seen. But Kirin wasn't giving up, still determined to kill Lufan and take those insane points for himself. Lufan mocked them hard, calling their ambush pathetic since they'd only managed to hurt themselves. Weiqi lost her cool, rage boiling over at his insults. Lufan shrugged them off, calling them clowns and telling them to bring it. His dagger glowed with black dragon aura as he got ready to end the fight. Kirin commanded his black snake to unleash a venomous spray, the kind that could leave its target poisoned and helpless. Of course, Lufan wasn't about to let that slide. He ordered Nyx to deal with that slithering nuisance. Without hesitation, Nyx stomped on the snake's body to pin it down, then grabbed its head in a crushing grip. With one swift motion, she ripped the snake's head clean off its body, leaving it lifeless in an instant. Kirin just stood there, stunned, watching his snake get taken out in a single move. Badan sprang into action, firing arrows in a desperate attempt to shield Kirin. But Lufan easily deflected those weak shots like they were nothing. Kirin finally finished chanting his ultimate spell, 10,000 Snakes Formation, and suddenly, thousands of venomous snakes surged toward Lufan. Lufan dodged and sliced through them, but the snakes just kept coming. Confident he could hold Lufan off alone, Kirin told the other 2 to handle Nyx instead. Weiqi urged Badan to end this fight quickly. But before they could move, a massive explosion erupted right in front of Kirin. Lufan warned Kirin not to get cocky as he transformed Nyx into her world-destroying form. To Lufan, this whole attack was just a cheap trick, totally useless. Kirin, still full of himself, swore he'd make Lufan regret those words. He launched another toxic orb spell while signaling Weiqi and Badan to attack together. Weiqi hurled a giant iron ball at Lufan, but he blocked it effortlessly with his Dragon Claw transformation. Badan, sneaking from behind, fired a volley of arrows, only for Nyx's wings to tank the hits like they were mere tickles. The arrows barely fazed her. Undeterred, Kirin summoned his giant black snake again. The serpent unleashed another deadly poison breath attack. Nyx shielded her master with everything she had. The deflected poison ended up hitting Kirin's own teammates instead. Kirin didn't even care. Even if Nyx was immune, he figured Lufan would be done for if the poison touched him. Weiqi, now choking from the toxins, begged Kirin to help. Watching them writhe in agony, Kirin briefly considered finishing them off and taking their points. But he quickly shook off the dark thought. Instead, he healed Weiqi just enough to keep her from dying, and she gasped in relief. Kirin apologized and promised to make it up to her later. Weiqi told Badan to check if Lufan was even still alive. Lufan, of course, casually brushed it off, saying he was perfectly fine. Turns out he'd gained poison immunity from riding Nyx, syncing with her dragon abilities. Kirin started sweating bullets. None of his toxins worked on Lufan at all. Forget Charles and Andre. Lufan was the real threat here. Frantic, Kirin yelled at his team to kill Lufan, even though he had no clue how. Weiqi arrogantly declared that her teammates were useless and that she alone would take down Lufan. Out of nowhere, a massive blast of fire erupted from behind Weiqi, catching everyone off guard. Lufan stayed alert, assuming it was backed up from their alliance arriving to help. Meanwhile, Weiqi thought it was their fourth teammate, Yasanrai, finally showing up, but her hopes were quickly crushed when the flames turned on her instead. Turns out, it was the flame warrior from the Snow Nation, Andre. Andre casually told Lufan not to worry since he was here to back him up. He even complimented Lufan's dragon, Nyx, calling her fierce and intimidating. Nyx bristled, ready to attack Andre, thinking he was a threat, but Lufan calmed her down, assuring her he wasn't an enemy. Lufan was impressed by Andre's fire skills and wondered just how strong he really was. Andre just laughed, saying these three couldn't even make him break a sweat. Weiqi, stubborn as ever, forced herself back up. Her endurance was no joke. She was pissed that they were casually chatting like she wasn't even a threat. Andre, full of confidence, said he'd handle the giant woman and asked if Lufan could deal with Badan and Kirin. Lufan awkwardly admitted he didn't actually need the help. Weiqi, fed up with the disrespect, transformed into her second form. She shifted into a massive female bear, crackling with lightning aura, looking even more dangerous. She swung a giant iron ball straight at Andre, aiming to crush him. But Andre blocked it effortlessly, showing off his insane strength. He then told Lufan to watch his own back while he handled Weiqi. Lufan was kinda annoyed that Andre stole his point, but since the guy meant well, he let it slide. Instead, he turned his attention to Kirin and Badan, ready to finish them fast. The two were already prepping their attack, sticking to their original plan. Kirin sent his black snake to spew poisonous breath at Lufan. Lufan dodged easily, confused why Kirin kept using the same weak moves. Suddenly, another snake lunged from behind, trying to ambush him, but Lufan's reflexes were too sharp. He sliced it without breaking a sweat. Kirin smirked. His snakes were immortal, regenerating no matter how many times they got cut. He cast Serpent Resurrection magic to speed up their revival. But Lufan was done playing around. He transformed Nyx into Destruction Dragon form. Once in her new form, Nyx unleashed lava flame magic. The scorching breath attack incinerated Kirin's snakes in seconds. Kirin barely blocked the flames and yelled at Badan to attack. Badan had been charging up his arrow this whole time. A violent purple lightning wrapped around it as he took aim at Nyx. He fired. The shot was insanely fast, streaking toward her. But Lufan wasn't about to lose in a lightning battle. He decided to show real thunder magic. He chanted Azure Dragon's roar, forming a bright lightning orb in his hand. Badan froze. He recognized this as a rare high-tier spell. A thunder dragon emerged, blasting Badan's attack away like it was nothing. The shockwave kept going, wrecking everything nearby, including Kirin's snakes. The damage was brutal. After taking that deadly hit, Kirin realized they stood no chance of winning. Without hesitation, he jumped onto the Black Serpent's back, ready to bail. Badan panicked, begging Kirin not to leave him behind, his voice shaking with desperation. But Kirin couldn't care less. He bolted straight into the swamp, vanishing without a second thought. The follow-up attack finished Badan right then and there, leaving him dead on the spot with nothing but regret. Lufan was pissed watching Kirin ditch his teammate like that. He swore under his breath that he wouldn't let the guy get away with it. Without wasting time, Lufan, using his dragon language magic, he shot up into the air over the swamp and unleashed his lava explosion, flooding the entire area with vicious flames. Sure enough, Kirin didn't stand a chance. The fire swallowed him whole, turning the swamp into his grave. Lufan casually checked his points, raising an eyebrow at the insane gap between him and the other participants. Just then, Andre called out to him, snapping Lufan out of his thoughts. He'd almost forgotten Andre was still there and turned to check on him. A massive explosion lit up the battleground where Andre had been fighting, smoke and debris flying everywhere. Weiqi was down, completely wrecked, her bare form limp and helpless on the ground. Andre wasn't naive enough to let an enemy walk away. He raised his axe high, ready to finish the job. Weiqi panicked, begging him to stop, but Andre didn't hesitate. In his mind, traitors who conspired behind people's backs and plotted murders didn't deserve mercy. He tossed Weiqi's body towards Lufan, figuring he'd let Lufan take the points. Catching on, Lufan pulled out his dark serpent bow without missing a beat. A single shot pierced Weiqi midair, ending her for good. Andre clarified the misunderstanding. He just thought Lu Fan was getting bullied. Turns out, he was wrong. Lu Fan laughed, thanking him and joking that he wouldn't say no to free points like that in the future. Andre shrugged, saying he didn't mind, especially after that amazing food Lu Fan had shared. Seeing Lu Fan was fine, he got ready to leave and hunt for more points. But before going, Andre's stomach growled. Awkwardly, he asked if Lu Fan had any more of that delicious food lying around. A little later, they took a break, digging into Aunt Han's cooking. Andre admitted outright that since trying her food, he couldn't touch anything else. He even offered to buy some with his own points, but Lu Fan refused, saying he'd hook him up for free. Andre couldn't believe Lu Fan would turn down points, especially in a test where points were everything. Curious, he checked Lu Fan's total score and nearly choked. 760,000 points? Lu Fan glanced at Andre's status too, noticing his mission to defeat the demon of the Nine Realm. It hit Andre then. With that many points, had Lu Fan already cleared the Dark Tower, sipping his tea like it was no big deal? Lu Fan confirmed he'd been targeting the Dark Tower from the start. Andre shuddered, imagining the kind of power that took. He'd have died by the third wave, yet Lu Fan cleared the whole thing. Honestly, Andre was just glad he wasn't on Lu Fan's bad side. If Charles and the others were stuck in this mission too, they'd stand zero chance. With a sigh, Andre admitted he was equal parts jealous and impressed. Lu Fan shrugged, saying it took a lot of effort to take down the demon. Mouthful of food, Andre mumbled that dragon riders were broken as a class, especially with a true dragon on their side. Nyx suddenly growled at Andre, eyeing him like he was stealing her meal. Lu Fan pieced it together. Andre must have tried the Dark Tower mission and failed. Andre nodded, admitting he'd barely escaped alive and couldn't even take another mission after that. A sly grin spread across Lu Fan's face as an idea hit him. He leaned in, offering Andre a deal. Moments later, Andre accepted, though he couldn't help but ask about Nyx glaring at him like she wanted to eat him. Lu Fan explained, Dragonkin weren't exactly friendly to outsiders, but as long as he was around, Nyx wouldn't attack. Lu Fan can't tell the real reason is Andre had eaten Nyx's favorite dumplings. With that settled, they headed for the Dark Tower. Almost immediately, monsters stirred as Lu Fan and Andre approached, sensing their presence. The air grew tense. This wasn't going to be easy. With a dead serious expression, Andre asked how they were going to handle this mess. Lu Fan casually pulled out his dagger and suggested Andre should just worry about himself. Lu Fan wasn't sure Andre could handle these monsters now, but Andre reassured him the first two waves were no big deal. Getting the hint, Lu Fan immediately left the outside monsters to Andre. Calling out Astra, he headed straight inside to wipe out the rest of the creatures. Andre agreed, confident he could hold his own, but then Andre suddenly processed Lu Fan's words and was shocked he planned to go in alone. Lu Fan shifted Nyx into her Starlight Dragon form without hesitation. Then he just walked into the Dark Tower like it was nothing, telling Andre to stay sharp. Meanwhile, Andre was still trying to wrap his head around Lu Fan having another dragon. Inside, Lu Fan, Nyx, and Astra tore through monsters like it was routine, because for them, it was. They quickly reached the boss room, where an ancient insectoid monster glared daggers at them. The boss's stats hovered around 35,000 across the board. Having already killed one of the 9 realm demons, Lu Fan felt way more relaxed this time. He summoned Faye and prepped a little welcome gift for the boss. Faye used Spirit Shatter, a skill that could merge with allies and boost their stats by 200%. She linked it to Lu Fan, and all 3 dragons moved in to finish the boss fast. Thanks to Faye's buff, Nyx's spirit attribute shot past 100,000. Nyx struck first with her dragon claws, the aura slicing through the monster mob. Then, Lu Fan and Astra prepped a combo attack, Astra's Star Skill and Lu Fan's Dark Serpent Bow. After charging up, they unleashed it simultaneously. The attack hit like a meteor, incinerating everything in its path. The resulting explosion was downright terrifying. Faye then dumped every buff she had onto Astra, sending his stats into overdrive. Astra charged up his Star Magic, the same power that had obliterated the Earthshade demon before. At full power, he blasted the remaining monsters with his Star Breath, wiping them out instantly. Just like that, the stragglers were gone. But Lufan wasn't satisfied. He knew they could go even faster. He ordered Faye to summon her 2 fallen corpse dragons, but Astra suddenly moved on his own, no command needed. He activated Starfall, a rain of stars that exposed hidden enemies, and sure enough, more monsters appeared. One of them, an abyss moth, looked pissed. It shot a venom attack straight at Astra. Already in galaxy form, Astra countered with Black Hole, a dark void opening up. It swallowed both the attack and the newly revealed abyss moths. Not stopping there, he spawned multiple black holes at once. The moths didn't stand a chance. It was a brutal cleanup. Astra looked beyond annoyed, like he'd just been bothered by a bunch of flies. But then the boss monster vanished, only to reappear right behind Lufan. Out of nowhere, this giant fist came flying in and smashed right into the centipede boss. The centipede boss got sent flying backward, scrambling to see who'd just hit him. Turns out that punch came from the Earthshade demon that Lufan had summoned. The centipede boss was totally confused why an Earthshade demon would be here helping humans. But the demon wasn't answering questions. It just started wailing on him harder. Nyx wasn't sitting this one out either. She flew straight up and stomped the boss down into the dirt. Even after taking some serious damage, the centipede somehow kept hanging in there. The boss started trash-talking the Earthshade demon about losing twice to humans and now being their lapdog. Then the centipede tried to wrap up Lufan with its body for a crushing attack. The Earthshade demon wasn't having it though. It blocked the move completely. Pissed off, the centipede boss pulled out its Shadow Split clone move, surrounding the demon with multiple copies. Didn't faze the Earthshade demon one bit. It started smashing those clones left and right. Lufan decided to really turn the screws by calling in the whole Earthshade demon squad. One by one, more demons started pouring into the battlefield. That's when the centipede boss started sweating bullets. He never thought Lufan actually tamed the entire Dark Tower forces. The Earthshade demon capitalized on the boss's shock with a clean hit right to the face. The rest of the demon squad jumped in too, all attacking at once. The centipede's minions weren't about to let their boss go down easy though. They intercepted the demon squad's assault. What followed was this insane, all-out brawl between both sides, the kind of epic showdown nobody had ever seen before. Just like the first Earthshade demon, this one couldn't believe a human had this kind of power either. The centipede boss lost it and started unleashing his poison attack. A massive poison explosion filled the entire battlefield. The toxic cloud didn't care who was friend or foe. It was hitting everyone. Cornered, the centipede boss tried to bolt under cover of the poison fog, but Lufan saw right through it. He buffed up all his dragons with power boosts. Faye moved over to Astra and hooked him up with some buffs too. Astra knew exactly what to do. He started chanting that terrifying star magic of his. Meanwhile, Nyx was breathing dragon fire all over the centipede boss. 2 fallen corpses came in hot, with their deadly Doomfall skill too. After finishing his chant, Astra unleashed this insane star dragon blast. All 3 of those ridiculous attacks connected, leaving the centipede boss badly hurt. Outside the Dark Tower, Andre was busy wiping out monsters left and right. One of them tried to sneak up on him from behind, but he casually blocked the attack with his fiery magic like it was no big deal. Then he jumped up, swinging his axe like a total badass. With one powerful strike, he sliced through the monster, his fire magic reducing it to ashes in seconds. After that, Andre turned his attention to the Dark Tower's gate, waiting for the next wave of monsters to show up. But he got confused when nothing came out. Not a single creature. Out of nowhere, a massive explosion rocked the Dark Tower from the inside, shaking everything. The blast was so intense that it sent Andre flying backward. He hit the ground hard, skidding across the dirt near the tower. Andre couldn't help but wonder what the heck was going on inside. He started worrying about Lufan. Before long, Nyx showed up, holding the nearly dead head of the centipede boss in her hand. Lufan complimented Andre on how quickly he'd cleared out all the monsters outside. Andre turned around just in time to see Lufan flying toward him before tossing the boss's head his way. Andre was shocked. He could barely believe what he was seeing. Lufan told him to finish off the boss before it could regenerate. Andre hesitated since Lufan was just handing over the points, but Lufan didn't seem to care. Impressed, Andre admitted Lufan was a real one. He raised his axe. Without another thought, he chopped the centipede boss's head off and claimed the points. The next morning, the exam area was still set in the swamp. Andre felt lucky to have Lufan as a friend instead of an enemy. Scoring 200,000 points shot him straight to rank 2. Lufan was happy too, but their teamwork ended there. Andre went quiet, staring at the ground as he thought about everything they'd been through. He couldn't help but feel disappointed that the national exam forced them to be rivals. If he'd met Lufan sooner, he would have treated him to drinks, but Lufan brushed it off. There'd be plenty of chances later. They promised not to die and to grab those drinks someday. Andre then tried to give Lufan 50,000 of his points. Lufan was confused. He didn't need them at all. Andre insisted, since he'd messed with Lufan's PvP, but ended up helping him complete the mission. Lufan respected that kind of attitude. Andre got a little flustered by the praise. Before leaving, he had one last question. He wondered why Lufan hadn't just taken out Kieran and the others right away. Lufan just wanted to see different skills in action from another class to broaden his knowledge. Plus, he knew he'd win anyway. Andre could only laugh, even more impressed. He said his goodbyes. Right then, Lufan had gained a new, reliable friend with the heart of a true warrior. In the VIP room, the Snow Country Overseer was hyped, praising Andre for taking down one of the 9 realm demons. He also gave his deepest thanks and respect to Master Han. Master Han agreed, saying Andre's chivalrous nature, always fair and helping those in need, made him deserve it. Meanwhile, in the corner, Overseer Tai was fuming as Jin Han dropped to rank 3. Controlling a 9-realm demon and failing his mission had him beyond frustrated. He was ready to pull his final move. But suddenly, an officer called for Overseer Jin. The officer delivered some important news that caught Overseer Tai off guard. A sneaky grin spread across his face. With this last move, Lufan was done for. He ordered the officer to take him there. A staff member handed a mysterious black box to Overseer Tai upon entering the room. Inside that box lay some kind of magical scroll, the type that could teleport people wherever they wanted to go. The staffer casually mentioned how there hadn't been any cheating incidents involving Lufan recently. Overseer Tai looked totally fed up, but instead of trying to mess with Lufan again, he seemed dead set on going with some last resort plan. He barked orders at the staff to guard the hallway until he got back, no excuses. Next thing anyone knew, Supervisor Tai activated that teleportation scroll and bounced to some secret national exam dimension to deliver a message. The staff panicked, trying to stop him because that scroll was experimental and totally unstable. Turned out Tai had already hacked the surveillance cameras, and now these poor staffers had to defend that hallway with their lives. Before dipping out, Tai dropped one last order about activating something called the Ultimate Mission over in some desert testing area. Some dude was about to accept a mission assignment. Of course it was Lufan. The guy kept getting missions to take down those 9-realm demons like it was his day job. He spotted one of those creepy dark towers moving straight toward him this time. Lufan looked pumped that he didn't have to go searching for the tower for once. He motioned to Nyx like, "Let's roll," and headed straight for the dark tower. Along the way, he couldn't stop shaking his head at how shameless Tai's country was, rigging the exam missions this hard. Typical dark tower behavior. Monsters immediately swarmed Lufan the second he got close. Lufan summoned Faye and Astra without missing a beat, transforming Astra into that slick starlight dragon form. Then he pulled out that star shuttle move that literally tears through space to teleport anywhere. After ripping open a portal, the whole squad vanished inside. Lufan already standing inside the dark tower like he owned the place. He strutted forward and came face to face with some boss monster chilling on a throne surrounded by minions. The thing looked like some level 85 sea lion built like a tank, clearly a physical powerhouse. Lufan just pulled out his dagger like this would be some quick work. He called in both Earthshade demons and that centipede boss from before. For good measure, he added 2 fallen corpse dragons to the party. Lufan advanced with his army of dragons and bone monsters moving in sync. Meanwhile, back in the desert area, some poor exam participant was begging for his life. There was Musashi standing over him with a sword to his throat, being a total bully. Dude threatened to kill him and steal all his points unless he made the guy agree to scream that everyone from his country were pigs and dogs. Scared out of his mind, the guy started nodding agree. He even dropped to his knees, ready to humiliate himself. Plot twist. Jinhan straight up murked the guy instead of Musashi. Jinhan acted all annoyed, telling Musashi to stop wasting time and go hunt for points properly. Musashi whined like a baby about Jinhan stealing his points, while Jinhan clapped back about him being too slow. Out of nowhere, a portal ripped open behind them and Overseer Tai stepped through looking like he meant business. On the other side, the Lion Boss moved lightning fast, lunging at Lufan with a Thunderclaw strike. Before the attack could land, the Centipede Boss suddenly wrapped itself around the Lion Boss's body. The Lion Boss looked totally confused, just like the Centipede Boss had earlier when it sided with the humans. Still dazed, a brutal strike from the Earthshade Demon slammed into it, sending the Lion Boss crashing to the ground. And just like that, the Lion Boss was dead, ganged up on by 2 of the 9 realm demons. Lufan walked over and turned the boss into his new puppet. Out of nowhere, he started thinking about how the Tai Nation had tried to cheat and kill him. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he unleashed all 3 demon bosses and their armies. Meanwhile, over where Jinhan was, he rode his shadow creature with Musashi hanging on for dear life, terrified of falling off. Musashi couldn't figure out why Jinhan hadn't taken the ultimate mission the Tai Overseer had mentioned. He remembered the Overseer's warning about Lufan's points and how he'd cleared the Dark Tower. Then, the Overseer noticed the portal was destabilizing and prepared to leave. He reminded Jinhan the ultimate mission was active and told him to make the most of it. He explained that the ultimate mission was meant to target and take down the top-ranked participant. Musashi resigned himself to following Jinhan's lead, muttering about how Tai was full of cheats and losers who played dirty. Jinhan suddenly stopped his shadow creature, sending Musashi tumbling forward. Musashi thought Jinhan was mad about his sarcastic comment, but actually, Jinhan was just shocked. Seeing the Dark Tower was moving straight toward them, a bunch of demon soldiers were dragging it with giant chains. Musashi felt a terrifying aura coming from the tower. Jinhan calmed him down though, confident they could handle it with their strength. Musashi, full of arrogance, drew his sword, ready to test the infamous Dark Tower's power. He unleashed a massive purple sword aura that wiped out the demon soldiers in one slash. Jinhan still couldn't believe Lufan had cleared the Dark Tower alone. He figured there had to be some trick. With total confidence, he was sure he could do it too. After struggling to defeat the soldiers, they were stunned to get 0 points for it. Something felt off about this Dark Tower, so they decided to go inside and check it out. Once in, they found 0 monsters and assumed the tower had already been cleared. Then, out of nowhere, they sensed a presence. A dark, swirling aura formed right in front of them. Their faces went pale with shock when all 3 9-realm demons appeared at once. They looked absolutely terrified, like they'd just seen ghosts. Jinhan had this gut feeling that something seriously off was going down. Out of nowhere, Lufan popped up behind them and casually greeted them. He admitted he never expected them to actually find this place. Both of them were instantly on high alert when Lufan showed up. Musashi figured Lufan just happened to be here by coincidence. Lufan told them not to freak out. He'd come specifically looking for them. The more puppets Lufan gathered, the better he got at controlling them. Now he could even send them out to hunt monsters from a distance without lifting a finger. At this point, he had 3 massive Dark Tower armies collecting points for him from everywhere. He sent the smaller squads out to hunt, while the big boss monsters stayed behind to guard the Dark Tower. Musashi, full of confidence, urged Jinhan to take Lufan down right then and there and steal all his points. Jinhan thought Lufan would be an easy fight. What really worried him were those 3 boss monsters standing nearby. Lufan felt kinda insulted that they were straight up discussing their plans right in front of him like he wasn't a threat. Jinhan demanded Lufan spill his cheat for beating the Dark Tower, promising to spare his life if he cooperated. Lufan just sighed. He couldn't believe they actually thought he'd used some kind of exploit to farm points, but they were dead serious. No way a level 30 could solo the Dark Tower without cheating. Smirking, Lu Fan let them in on a little secret. He wasn't alone. His valuable allies were already behind them. And by allies, he meant the 3 Demon of the 9 Realm bosses now looming over Jinhan and Musashi. Jinhan found it weird how eerily still the boss monsters were. Normally, they'd be rampaging at the sight of intruders. He briefly wondered if Lu Fan was controlling them, but that idea seemed too crazy to believe. Lu Fan flipped the script, saying if there was a cheat, the Tai Nation would have known first, then threw shade at them for supposedly manipulating quests whenever they wanted. Musashi had enough and lunged at Lu Fan without another thought. Cool as ever, Lu Fan said he'd show them proof, then snapped his fingers. Instantly, the 3 boss monsters moved in to attack. Jinhan panicked and yelled at Musashi to run. He still refused to believe Lu Fan hadn't cheated. No one in history had ever controlled ancient monsters like this. Too bad the centipede boss wasn't about to let them escape. It cut off their exit. Then it swatted Jinhan aside like he was some worthless bug. He hit the ground hard, completely dazed. Before he could process anything, the Earthshade demon was already staring him down. Freaking out, Jinhan ordered his shadow creature to attack, but the demon obliterated it in one hit. A single strike was all it took to wipe out his strongest summon. Despair and terror crept through Jinhan's body. He scrambled to escape, refusing to die like some nobody. He was the pride of the Tai Nation after all. Before he could even finish that thought, the Earthshade demon smashed him like a cockroach, killing him instantly. Lu Fan casually explained he hadn't cheated. This was all his hard work paying off. Musashi, still stubborn, stood his ground, puffing himself up just like Jinhan had. He unleashed his full power, a massive purple sword aura slashing toward Lu Fan. But the centipede boss ended him just as easily, snapping his prized weapon like a chocolate stick. Lu Fan was honestly tired of these so-called number ones who talked big but died like insects. Then he noticed something weird. His points hadn't gone up at all. That's when he remembered Jinhan's class skill. The guy could revive himself. Somewhere in the desert, a sandy battlefield, Jinhan and Musashi found themselves revived. The Jinhan creatures were down to their last 5 lives, meaning they could only be resurrected 5 more times. Musashi was thrilled. With this ability, death wasn't something to fear, but Jinhan wasn't on the same page. Jinhan saw no point in coming back over and over if he couldn't even defeat Lu Fan. He refused to waste his life and decided to search for another dark tower, hoping to find a way to tame the ancient monsters. Musashi urged Jinhan to quit stalling and get moving. Suddenly, a weakness spell hit Musashi, leaving him paralyzed and drained. Jinhan told him not to panic. It was just a side effect of resurrection. They'd be weak for about 10 minutes. Jinhan suggested taking it easy, while they slowly made their way toward the ultimate mission. But out of nowhere, a massive explosion erupted behind them. Musashi's head was suddenly impaled by a giant axe. The attack came from Andre, who remembered the warning at the banquet. Never crossed paths with him. And now, here they were. Andre was ready to settle all his debts with Jinhan. Andre lunged forward, aiming to finish Jinhan in one strike. Jinhan could only sit there, terrified, too weak to fight back. The attack landed, obliterating Jinhan in a massive explosion. Andre was confused. He definitely killed both of them. Yet, not a single point was added to his score. 2 weeks had passed since the national exam began, and the announcer was still hyped, reporting the competition's progress. Aunt Han and Xiaoman watched the broadcast from their TV. Meanwhile, Chu and Ying caught the action from their classroom. Only 10 participants remained alive. Grandmaster Jing was also glued to the screen, curious about Lu Fan's next insane move. The announcer revealed the rankings. Musashi sat in 5th place with 460,000 points. Jinhan held 4th place with 510,000 points. Andre, casually lounging under the clear sky, was in 3rd with 685,000 points. Charles, stationed in the volcanic zone, took 2nd with 728,000 points. He prayed to the holy mountain, swearing he'd take down Lu Fan. And in 1st place, of course, Lu Fan dominated with a whopping 7 million points. He'd just taken down another demon of the 9 realms. In those 2 weeks, Lu Fan and his dragon had leveled up hard, hitting level 41. He even unlocked a new skill, Dragon Domain. And in just 14 days, he'd conquered and tamed every last demon of the 9 realms. Lufan checked out the effects of his Dragon Domain skill, which created a special 100-meter zone. It boosted all dragon races by 50% while weakening non-dragon races by the same amount. Any enemy caught inside the domain couldn't escape. No teleportation, summoning, or movement skills would work. With this advantage, Lufan knew dealing with Jinhan would be a piece of cake. Out of nowhere, he got a notification that he'd been marked as a PvP bounty target. Instead of panicking, Lufan was pumped. Free points without having to hunt anyone down. Sweet. Turns out, the one who took the mission was Charles. Charles had secretly teamed up with Jinhan and Musashi to take Lufan out. Jinhan knew Charles wasn't someone to mess with. He tried using ultimate mission against him but got completely wrecked. Jinhan and Musashi warned Charles about Lufan's ability to control the demon of the 9 realms. Charles just smirked and said he could do the same, admitting it wasn't even his own power. Jinhan was totally confused and demanded answers. Charles promised to show them firsthand in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, in the secret realm's central control room, 2 staff members were chatting. Out of nowhere, a mysterious woman walked up to them. She straight up killed one of them without hesitation. The other guy froze as she threatened him to stay quiet if he wanted to live, but she was just messing with him. Seconds later, he was dead too. Then she yanked out the control room's cables like it was nothing. She reported her mission complete. Turns out she was an agent sent by the Morgan family. Back in the VIP room, the screens went dark, sending the Thai officials into a panic as they scrambled to fix it. The vice principal suspected it was some trick pulled by the Thai nation. Mr. Han disagreed, knowing there were way stronger family capable of pulling this off. Elsewhere, Thai's overseer was talking to someone who claimed to have important business. The guy was from the Morgan family, but suddenly he cut the conversation short. He just walked away without even waiting for a response, leaving the overseer hanging. A little later, Charles dropped a bombshell about ancient gods controlling other beings, leaving Jinhan and Musashi in disbelief. Charles didn't care if they bought it. He bragged that he had the same power. Then he pulled out 2 Holy Mountain Essence Stones. He offered them to Jinhan and Musashi, who were desperate for power. But Charles made it clear, this wasn't a gift, it was a deal. He wanted them to allow the Morgan family to explore ancient god ruins in Thai and Sakura Nation. After weighing their options, Jinhan finally caved. He agreed, but only if Charles took care of Lufan first. The moment Jinhan used the Holy Mountain Essence, insane power surged through him. Charles tossed the other stone to Musashi, telling him to hurry up and decide before anyone noticed. Musashi gave in and took the deal. Charles warned him not to resist his master's consciousness. As for the last stone, Charles was saving it for Lufan. With a creepy grin, he planned to turn Lufan into his master's puppet. In the National Exam Control Room, Overseer Tai finally arrived at the murder scene, his expression grim. He outright refused to call the police for help, insisting that he and his team would handle the investigation themselves. Overseer Tai had already figured out that the Morgan family was behind everything. Meanwhile, Lufan made his way toward the volcanic zone, too impatient to wait around. He decided to track down on his own. As he moved, he kept scanning the area, staying alert. But by sheer chance, he stumbled upon Yasangrai, the guy he'd met before. Lufan figured he might as well check in and see how many points the guy had. Yasangrai, spotting Lufan, lit up with excitement and hurried over to greet him. Lufan was shocked when he saw Yasangrai's score, only 150,000 points, the lowest among all remaining participants. The guy seemed downright ridiculous to Lufan, still acting all friendly when the competition was reaching its bloodiest phase. Lufan warned him to cut it out. Being nice during the final stretch was a sure way to get killed. Suddenly, Nyx sensed an enemy nearby and immediately activated her perception skill to scout the area. Sure enough, an ambush hit. Massive hands burst from the ground, snatching Yasangrai before he could react. The monstrous limbs shifted into wild beast forms, devouring Yasangrai alive as he screamed for help. The same hands lunged at Lufan next, but he whipped out his dark serpent bow, deflecting the attack, while Nyx jumped in to back him up. Yasangrai didn't stand a chance. His death left only 9 contestants remaining. Then Jinhan and Musashi showed up, smirking like they owned the place, and casually greeted Lufan. Lufan shot back by calling them Holy Mountain's lackeys, his tone dripping with sarcasm. He could tell from the energy in their attacks, they reeked of Holy Mountain's influence. And he was dead sure Charles was the one pulling their strings. Right on cue, Charles appeared, smugly offering Lufan a, quote, generous opportunity. He summoned Holy Mountain essence, trying to tempt Lufan into ditching his current master and joining him instead. That just confirmed Lufan's suspicions. Jinhan and Musashi had definitely sold out to Charles. Lufan laughed in their faces, mocking their assumption that he'd ever bow to someone. He bragged that the 3 of them combined were barely worth one of his dragon. The bold claim stunned them, but Charles refused to believe it. He ordered Jinhan and Musashi to attack, calling it payback. Jinhan went first, hurling giant hand strikes, but Lufan dodged effortlessly. Musashi charged next, only for Lufan to fire off a volley of magic arrows. Not that it mattered. Musashi blocked every single one without breaking a sweat. He then slapped on a demon mask, boosting his attack stats, and taunted Lufan to join them or die. That pissed Lufan off. They were seriously underestimating him, even though he'd slaughtered countless ancient gods' minions during his training up north. For a second, Lufan just stood there silently, swearing in his head that he wouldn't let any of them walk away alive. Musashi mistook his silence for fear, smirking about the overwhelming power of Holy Mountain. Big mistake. Lufan shifted Nyx into Destruction Dragon form and unleashed her lava explosion skill. Musashi barely managed to dodge the fiery blast, but the heat alone made him sweat. Then, Lufan summoned Faye, remembering how much stronger his 2 fallen corpse dragons had gotten after their power-up experiments. A new plan formed in his mind. Why not steal their Holy Mountain essence for himself? Nyx then unleashed her lava explosion skill, combining it with some serious dragon language magic for extra punch. Without missing a beat, she blasted a wave of scorching fire straight at all of them. Jinhan freaked out, scrambling to dodge the attack, barely managing to leap sideways in time. Musashi, on the other hand, tried blocking the fiery breath with both his swords, though it clearly wasn't easy. Lufan barked at Jinhan to summon something that could actually stand up to his dragon, but Jinhan just looked lost. That was his strongest summon. Not stopping there, Lufan threw some shade at Musashi too, mocking him for already struggling after just one attack. Then, he turned his taunts toward Charles, sarcastically thanking him for sending these 2 weaklings his way. Charles wasn't about to take that disrespect. He immediately activated his flame of divine punishment, ready to fight back. Fiery orbs shot from Charles' weapon, speeding straight toward Lufan. Lufan deflected them like they were nothing, laughing it off and mocking Charles' master for being just as weak. That pissed Charles off big time. He pulled out his Holy Mountain essence and shattered it without hesitation. A golden aura swirled around his hands, forming an intense, blinding light. In seconds, he transformed into a 6-winged angel and started chanting his spells. Lufan wasn't going to let that slide. He fired off a few magic arrows at Charles using his dark serpent bow, but Charles's summon easily blocked the attacks like they were nothing. Lufan activated Dragon Encouragement, boosting all his stats by 30%. He and Nyx went for a combo attack. Lufan with his bow, Nyx with another lava explosion. The 2 strikes landed at the same time, aiming straight for the angel. The angel summoned, charged at them, unfazed. Lufan gave the signal, and they unleashed their attacks together. The blast hit the angel square in the face, creating a massive explosion. But shockingly, the angel just kept coming. Their attacks did 0 damage. Lufan didn't panic. Instead, he shifted Nyx into her World Ender form. She let out a dragon's roar, slapping the angel with a nasty debuff. Lufan followed up with more magic arrows, but suddenly Musashi came at him with a flurry of purple sword slashes, while Jinhan summoned a giant hand to restrain Nyx. Lufan was barely holding his own against the onslaught. Then, a holy fireball came flying at him from behind. Lufan sliced it clean in half using Nyx's sword aura. The enemies looked way too smug, thinking they'd finally separated Lufan from his dragon. like he was nothing without her. But Lufan just smirked and asked if they really thought they had him trapped. They called his bluff, accusing him of just running his mouth. Then suddenly the Earthshade demon appeared behind Charles. Jinhan got wrapped up by a centipede boss, and Musashi found himself staring down a lion boss's jaws. Turns out, Lufan had predicted their moves from the start and played along just to distract them. Charles still acted tough, scoffing that Lufan couldn't possibly beat them with just a few fallen puppets. Lufan just laughed and agreed. Then, with a sly smile, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, every single demon of the 9 realms showed up. Eagle Boss, Spider Boss, Bear Boss, Mammoth Boss, you name it. They started freaking out even more when they saw Lufan casually taming every single one of the 9-realm demons. Lufan couldn't help but mock their earlier confidence, which had now completely vanished. But Charles still believed he could take Lufan down with the Holy Mountain's power, so he activated Divine Sanctuary without hesitation. This skill gave his allies a major boost in speed, defense, and attack power for a full minute. Charles immediately went on the offensive, targeting the Earthshade demon with his enhanced abilities. Jinhan wasn't far behind, finally breaking free from the giant centipede boss's grip. Musashi joined in, slashing at the lion boss with a fierce purple sword aura. Charles scoffed at the 9-realm demons, convinced they were no match for the Holy Mountain's power. Lufan just laughed at their so-called buffs, pointing out how weak they were compared to Fei's enhancements. Right on cue, Fei stacked every buff she had onto the demon bosses. Their stats skyrocketed to insane levels in an instant. The now supercharged demon bosses wasted no time and charged straight at Charles and his team. Nyx wasn't about to sit back either. With her own buffs in play, she made her move. She crushed Jinhan's summoned creature in one brutal bite like it was nothing. Lufan decided it was time to spice things up even further. Finally, he activated Dragon Domain. The ground and space around them twisted, transforming into the territory of dragons. The others couldn't believe it. There was no way someone at level 30 should have been able to use a skill like that. Charles, still full of himself, was sure he could shatter the domain with his weapon. He launched a massive, overpowered strike straight at Lufan, but the Eagle Boss casually swatted the attack away like it was some weak, everyday move. Charles was completely baffled. How could his 500% boosted attack get destroyed so easily? Jinhan and Musashi started feeling something was off. They were getting weaker, and Jinhan lost the connection to his summons. Eventually, Charles realized the truth. The domain was strengthening Lufan's summons while draining their own power. Lufan wondered if they'd just die right then and there, without putting up much of a fight. But Charles kept running his mouth, saying he'd given Lufan a chance, and now he was going to kill him for refusing it. He activated Endless Holy Light, a skill that trapped and assaulted its target with searing beams. The attack was so powerful, it tore apart the ground and the entire battlefield. The vice principal watched in horror, worried about the sheer destruction unfolding. Meanwhile, Mr. Han stayed perfectly calm, keeping his eyes locked on Lufan. Suddenly, everyone froze in shock and terror, unable to believe what they were seeing. Fei had shielded them all with her barrier skill, effortlessly blocking the attack. Lufan pulled out his dagger. Now it was his turn to strike. Nyx unleashed her dragon's roar, paralyzing them with a debilitating debuff. Panic set in hard. Their ears felt like they were about to burst from the sheer force of the roar. Jinhan desperately told Musashi to form an abyss contract so they could resurrect after death. But before Musashi could react, Nyx's dagger-enhanced sword aura sliced right through him, killing him instantly. Jinhan could only stare in horror. And sure enough, Jinhan couldn't sense Musashi's presence anymore. He was really gone. Jinhan was starting to lose it, frustration and fear creeping in as he realized he couldn't connect with his summoned creatures at all. Charles wasn't about to go down without a fight. He straight up demanded Jinhan hand over an abyss contract to save his own skin. But Lufan wasn't playing around. In one swift move, he took Jinhan's head clean off, then casually told Charles there was no point talking to a corpse. Just like that, Lufan's points shot up, matching Jinhan's total, proof that Jinhan was really, truly dead. Charles was completely thrown off. How was Lufan so much stronger when they were both supposed to be servants of the ancient gods? With no other options left, Charles tapped into his last resort. An eerie yellow energy started coiling through his body. But Lu Fan wasn't dumb enough to wait around. Before Charles could finish powering up, Lu Fan ended him. No dramatic last stands here. The moment Charles dropped, a holy mountain essence stone burst out of his body. Then, like it had a mind of its own, the stone took off, flying in some random direction. Lu Fan wasn't about to let it escape. Wings sprouted from his back as he prepared to chase it down. He shot after the stone, determined not to let some parasitic rock do whatever it wanted. After what felt like forever, Lu Fan finally spotted a perfect piece of the Holy Mountain essence. Meanwhile, back in the VIP viewing area, the crowd was losing it. Lu Fan had just soloed 3 nation representatives. Even Vice Principal, Mr. Han, and Overseer Tai were shaken. Overseer Tai bolted from the room, not sticking around to explain the mess. But Mr. Han noticed. Of course he did. Overseer Tai was freaking out. How the hell was he supposed to break the news to the Jin family? The Tai nation had poured everything into Jinhan, and now he was just gone. Out of nowhere, dark, shadowy tentacles wrapped around Overseer Tai. Jinhan's father appeared, his voice ice cold as he demanded answers about his dead son. Overseer Tai had no choice but to admit the truth. He'd take whatever punishment was coming. He tried explaining that Lu Fan was just too strong. Even an alliance between Charles, Musashi, and Jinhan hadn't stood a chance. But Jinhan's father wasn't having any excuses. He tortured Overseer Tai mercilessly for failing his promise. Still, he gave him one last shot. His orders were simple. Lu Fan wasn't leaving the Tai Nation alive. No excuses. Every hero who'd ever fought the Demon of the Nine Realms would be called in to make sure of it. Back with Lu Fan, he finally got his hands on the stone. Curiosity hit him what would happen if he gave it to the fallen corpse demon. So, without overthinking it, he tossed the stone to one of the fallen corpse dragons. The moment it swallowed the thing, its body lit up, blazed with an intense, radiant light. The fallen corpse dragon Yang, which had originally been a deep purple, had now transformed into a bright yellow, evolving into an entirely new species known as the Corpse Holy Dragon. Faye was completely impressed seeing 2 of her subordinates undergo such a radiant transformation. They now possessed different innate skills, Holy Light Blessing, which boosted their attributes by 30% and provided periodic healing. Then Holy Light Gate, a skill that allowed Lu Fan to freely summon or dismiss creatures without needing Faye's direct involvement. Lu Fan wondered if the Holy Dragon could evolve even further if given additional stone. Meanwhile, the other examinees had initiated a vote to end the test early. All 6 participants, including Andre, who had no desire to fight Lu Fan, agreed to conclude the exam. Lu Fan saw no point in continuing either, so he went along with the decision. As a reward for completing the national exam, several treasures based on his accumulated points materialized before him. His curiosity was piqued by the rumored grand prize for first place, which was supposedly something incredibly rare. The first reward turned out to be a belt capable of transforming its wearer into a golden dragon king, granting them several unique abilities. The second prize was a skill book called Dragon Language Replication, allowing the user to copy dragon language magic from their tamed dragons. Lastly, there was the Scroll Expansion Pack, which randomly granted 3 rare or higher grade scrolls. Without hesitation, Lu Fan used the Scroll Expansion Pack, hoping luck would be on his side. To his surprise, all 3 scrolls were incredible, the first being the Pet Slot Expansion Scroll he had been searching for. The second was an Enhancement Scroll that could upgrade equipment by 1 grade. And the last was a Level Removal Scroll. Immediately, Lu Fan used the Level Removal Scroll on the newly acquired belt. This allowed him to equip the belt right away without any restrictions. Next, he applied the Enhancement Upgrade Scroll to his weapon. The weapon's status skyrocketed to Legendary Plus tier with several additional attribute boosts. Just like that, Lu Fan's power had reached an entirely different level. With his business settled, Lu Fan returned to the battle arena through the Secret Realm portal. The audience's reactions were mixed. Some were furious because their prince, Jin Han, had been killed, while others were begging for autographs. Mr. Han and the vice principal quickly stepped in, dispersing the reporters before approaching Lu Fan. They congratulated him, praising his unbelievable achievement. They had always been stuck in third place before, so no one expected Lufan to actually clinch first rank. Out of nowhere, Mr. Han handed Lufan the Golden Griffin Troop Badge. Lufan was in disbelief. Only 8 people in history had ever held this golden badge. Now he was the 9th, instantly elevating his social status within the Dragon Nation, putting him just below the 3 elders and Grandmaster Jing in authority. Feeling a bit awkward, Lufan accepted all the rewards with an uneasy smile. Overseer Tai then congratulated all the surviving participants and prepared to announce the winners. First place went to Lufan, who had accumulated a staggering 8 million points. Second place was secured by Andre from the Snow Nation. Mr. Han laughed, calling Lufan insane for single-handedly claiming 91% of the total points. After that, Mr. Han excused himself, exhausted and in need of rest. He invited them to return to the Dragon Nation the next day, where the 3 elders had prepared a grand reward for Lufan. The vice principal joked that Lufan had hit the jackpot big time this round. After arriving at the hotel, Lufan decided to rest while admiring the golden badge he'd earned. A hint of pride swelled in his chest. He'd even made the previous assessment envoy kneel before him. For now, he set the badge aside, focusing on what came next. He immediately used the pet slot expansion scroll. Finally, the moment he'd been waiting for had arrived. Lufan called his dragons together. Nyx was excited about gaining a new sibling, while Faye seemed a little uneasy about the blue dragon egg he planned to hatch. He started the dragon taming process, reminding the others to play nice. The egg began to crack slowly, triggering the phenomenon of a dragon's birth. Powerful lightning bolts streaked across the sky, as if welcoming the arrival of the thunder-type dragon. Out emerged an adorable yet striking baby dragon, its body covered in sharp scales and horns. The little one was named Blue Dragon, a male specializing in lightning magic attacks. Like the others, it tried to eat its own eggshell, while Lufan was shocked to have his first male dragon. Everyone celebrated the hatchling's arrival, though the baby just stared confused at its older siblings. Lufan reached out to hold it, but the baby noticed his approaching hand. In response, it chomped down on his finger with its tiny, sharp teeth. Lufan was baffled. None of his dragons had ever bitten him before. The little dragon seemed annoyed, refusing to let go. Pain and confusion hit Lufan as he struggled with its aggressive behavior. Astra, meanwhile, burst into giggles at their new siblings' antics. When Nyx reached over to pry the baby off Lufan, it turned its head. Unfortunately, Nyx got bitten too. This dragon had a mischievous, wild streak. Nyx wasn't having it and smacked the hatchling's head to teach it a lesson. As for its skill, they were terrifying. Some caused massive area damage, some struck as fast as lightning, and others had no cooldown at all. After reviewing its abilities, Lufan decided to name it. Nearby, Astra eyed the leftover eggshell curiously. Seeing its shell about to be eaten, the baby dragon got furious. It lunged at Astra, but Astra easily pinned it down. The hatchling's wildness meant nothing to a rebellious dragon like him. A quick lesson later, the baby was crying for mercy. After the scuffle, the group settled down. Lufan rubbed his temples, already stressed about having 2 unruly dragons. After some thought, he named the blue dragon Little Blue. No reaction. Clearly, the name didn't sit well with it. Lufan got the hint. This dragon would grow into something fearsome, so he renamed it Abao. Abao's eyes lit up, shimmering with excitement over the new name. But then it spotted Lufan's finger again and couldn't resist another bite. Nyx scolded it, but Abao refused to listen, sparking another fight. Lufan felt his stress level spike. Dealing with Astra was hard enough, and now Abao's aggression was pushing him over the edge. Suddenly, the system pinged him with a daily treasure map. This time, luck was on his side. He scored a divine treasure map after ages. Meanwhile, at the western border of the Dragon Nation, inside the Yi family residence, a figure sat alone in a pavilion. It was Lufan's senior sister, watching news of his victory with a pleased smile. She'd predicted this outcome. After all, the weapon she'd given Lufan was no ordinary one. Suddenly, she coughed badly, a sign of internal injuries. The damage was taking a toll, weakening her body bit by bit, and behind it all, the Huang family was pulling the strings. Out of nowhere, a servant rushed to inform Senior Yi that the Huang family had arrived. Senior Yi immediately knew why they'd come. They were after the Yun Mountain resources owned by the Yi family. She wondered how the dragon family would respond, but the servant reported they hadn't reacted at all. Annoyed, Senior Yi felt abandoned in the middle of her crisis. Her frustration worsened her injuries until she coughed up blood. She ordered the servant to escort her to confront those damned Huangs. She wanted to see just how shameless they'd act. Meanwhile, Lufan was checking out some secret realms gifted by Elder Han during his journey. He remembered Elder Han handing him 10 secret realms at the airport a few days back. These realms weren't accessible to just anyone, no matter how rich they were. Then, one realm in particular caught Lufan's eye. It was the level 70 Sea of Death, where the divine treasure map was supposedly hidden. Lufan told Elder Han he'd take that realm, and the Elder praised his choice. But since it was near the border, Elder Han arranged for the Vice Principal to prepare a teleportation gate. After that, Elder Han left, but Lufan stuck around since he'd promised Andre a drink. Back in the present, the Vice Principal informed Lufan they'd arrived in the Dragon Nation. A crowd was already waiting, cheering for Lufan the moment they landed. He stepped out, thanking everyone for their support. Embarrassed, Lufan begged the Vice Principal to hurry back to the academy. He wasn't used to this attention. An hour later, they finally arrived, with Lufan and the Vice Principal chatting casually. From a distance, Aunt Han waved, overjoyed to see Lufan back. They'd gone all out with over-the-top victory banners. Lufan cringed at the awkward, excessive celebration. Aunt Han, being sentimental, cried tears of relief seeing him safe. After saying goodbye to the Vice Principal, Lufan headed home with her. As usual, a feast followed the celebration, and everyone shared stories about Lufan's exam journey. Lufan thought of Senior Yi, hoping she'd be proud of his achievements. Meanwhile, at the Jin estate, Supervisor Tai reported Lufan's whereabouts to the Jin Patriarch. The Patriarch immediately ordered elite military troops to surround and kill Lufan. Overseer Tai thought it was overkill, mobilizing a national army for one guy. The Patriarch snapped, furious at Tai's stupidity. No wonder his son had died under this idiot's watch. Terrified, Tai scrambled to obey. The Patriarch decided to go himself, just to make sure Lufan ended up dead. Near the border, right by the entrance to the hidden realm known as the Sea of Death, things were about to get interesting. Lufan gathered his team, ready to take on the challenges of the mysterious realm ahead. But he couldn't help but feel a little confused when he spotted a Tai Nation outpost nearby. Just then, Miss Ji-Yu showed up and filled them in. Apparently, Tai Nation was on high alert after spotting the Dragon Nation setting up a teleportation gate in the area. The group greeted Guhan and asked what she was doing there. Miss Guhan explained that the Academy was worried about Lufan and had sent her to keep an eye on him. Aunt Han thanked her, grateful that the Academy was looking out for Lufan so well. Without wasting time, Miss Guhan led Lufan straight to the entrance of the Sea of Death. Right before he stepped through the portal, instead of wishing him safety, she told him to enjoy whatever rewards awaited him. Lufan just smirked knowingly and motioned for everyone to follow him into the hidden realm. Inside, the first thing Lufan saw was a skeleton warrior gripping a massive sword, surrounded by a thick green aura. Xiaoman and Shu immediately got hyped, eager to show off their skills by taking the skeleton down. Xiaoman struck first, trapping the skeleton in a crushing wave of water. Then Ying froze it solid with her new frost sword. Chu followed up by chanting her holy light spell, Starry Annihilation, and unleashed it on the monster. The combo attack wiped the skeleton out completely, no trace left. Lufan was impressed, praising how much stronger they'd gotten. The three of them beamed, proud of their teamwork and progress. Lufan meant it. Not many level 30 adventurers could take down a level 65 monster like that. Out of nowhere, Lufan pulled out his dark serpent bow and fired off a few magic arrows. The arrows shot past Xiaoman in a flash. Another monster lurking behind them got obliterated in one hit. Ying was stunned. Lufan's power had grown so much that it left her in awe. Xiaoman and Chu felt a little embarrassed now, realizing their earlier display was nothing compared to his strength. Aunt Han told Lufan to summon all his dragons so they could level up together. Lufan admitted he had a new dragon, but warned them its personality was unpredictable. The team got excited. Lufan now had a sixth dragon and asked what it could do. So Lufan called out a bao to introduce them. And just as he expected, lightning crackled wildly as a bao appeared, putting Ying and Xiaoman on edge. A bao materialized with a scowl, looking every bit as aggressive and untamed as Lufan had hinted. Without warning, the dragon went berserk, raining down lightning and slaughtering every monster nearby. The bolts struck with terrifying precision, wiping out the enemies in an instant.